Undisputed Era is making his way down to the ring right now. Bobby Fish. We're going to be watching Bobby Fish in action right now. This is going to be his debut boxing encounter. This is going to be very, very interesting. Big hello to everyone that is joining us. I hope you are all well. And as we said, this is very, very exciting. So we've got Bobby Fish, who's just made his ring walk. His opponent is already inside the ring. So Bobby Fish coming down and stepping in between the ropes. Just want to ping out a tweet right now so that people know that we are up and running. Let me see if I can jump over to the chat, say hello to people. Hello. MGT, shout out to you. Nathan says, I'm going with Floyd. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I need to put a poll up for tonight. I don't feel like the question tonight is who's going to win. I feel like the question tonight might be more, how long does it last? No disrespect to Deji, but there's clearly levels to this game. I think even Deji would tell you that this is doing this more for experience. But we can get stuck into that in a bit. I don't know what we've got here, but we've got the lights down pretty low. Both fighters are inside. I think they're just getting their intros. We're going to be going over to this first fight very, very soon. Louise, shout out to you. Kevin, hello. Drake said, why wasn't you live yesterday? We was. We did an 8-hour stream for UFC. Nathan says, I have got to go with Floyd Money Mayweather. Kale, shout out to you. Dark Angel said, wake up and go straight onto a day stream. Same dude. Wake up, go straight into a stream, yeah. My voice hasn't really recovered from last night's stream. And why would it? I mean, it didn't end that long ago. But, yeah, looking forward to this. Lots to talk about. Really looking forward to getting stuck into it with you guys. I've got all my notes. We can talk about the Tommy drama. Tommy Fury has got a new opponent. So we can talk about that, but we can't talk about it until we get through this fight. This is a bit of a weird one because normally with these early fights, we would just let them sort of play out in the background. But this is Bobby Fish. So I absolutely want to be like commentating on this, going through this. And both fighters coming into the center. So Bobby Fish making his boxing debut. He's taking on Prempah, who is 2-3 with his records. 2 knockouts, though. So he is taking on someone that's got experience in boxing. And he is taking on someone that's got victories and knockouts. He's going to be the younger guy by 16 years, this Prempah. He's had his first boxing encounter in 2016. Lost his last fight in 2019. He's not fought in 3 years. This is Bobby Fish's boxing debut, though. Bobby Fish, obviously best known for professional wrestling. But bell sound steps out. Let's have a look and see how Bobby Fish is going to do here, then. Steps out, and we are underway. Bobby Fish coming into the center, driving his opponent back up against the ropes. Bobby Fish is obviously a kickboxer. He's got those skills. And again, nice hook shot coming in there. Nice jab by Bobby Fish. He's got Prempah back up against the ropes, working the body. And again, kind of knocking him back. Prempah steps out of the corner, goes into the center ground, lunges towards the body. Goes up top. Nice hook shot there by Bobby Fish. Fish, again, trying to come forward. Nice dig to the body. Nice right. Again, he's got Prempah back in the corner, and he's not letting him out of the corners. This is good work by Bobby Fish. Really pouring it on. I believe this can go 4 rounds. So we've already had our first minute. Bobby Fish looking good at the moment. Bobby Fish driving his opponent back into the corner. Not letting him out of the corner, really capitalizing. Prempah, as we said, is a boxer. He's had 2 wins, both by knockout, I believe. Again, look at this for the 3rd time. We're seeing Bobby Fish in a corner with his opponent. Referee coming in this time, though, separating them apart. Bobby Fish back into the center. Prempah coming in, fires in a shot, just whistles past Bobby Fish's head. Bobby Fish grabs Prempah, picks him up. Referee comes in and has a word. Don't really know why Bobby did that, in all fairness. Don't know if he was just showing him that he's got strength or something. Normally you see people clinch, but you don't see one of the boxers pick up the other one. Bobby Fish has said that he's got a 2-fight deal. This first one is boxing, and the next one he wants as MMA. So he's hoping that this will be his only boxing. I don't think he's like desperate to do boxing, but for whatever reason, he's signed this deal. It's a weird deal. I don't really get it. I don't really understand why Bobby Fish is like doing this. But the opportunity presented itself, and of course he was going to take it. The opportunity to be on the same cards as Floyd Mayweather. I mean, of course you're going to take that. So clinching up in the center, referee coming in and separating them. So Prempah standing his ground in the center. I haven't seen Prempah do a great deal. For me, the more aggressive fighter here is Bobby Fish. Bobby Fish, though, once they get into the clinch, Bobby Fish is quite happy to like ragdoll Prempah around. Lovely hook shot there. Again, Bobby Fish is getting a bit carried away here. Referee is having another word. As soon as they get into like a clinch, Bobby Fish is really ragdolling Prempah around. That's the end of the round. And Bobby Fish might want to watch that a little bit. You can tell that his natural instincts are certainly not boxing instincts. He's quite happy to, when he's in a clinch, like get into a bit of a tussle. And that just doesn't play so well inside a boxing ring. So a couple of times in there where they were in the clinch, Bobby Fish swinging Prempah around. One point, he actually picked him up, looked like he was about to slam him down, but thankfully didn't. And I would say that he came off the better in that round. Wrestling talent taking over for a second, said Lewis Booth. Yeah. Bobby Fish, I think, just getting a little bit carried away, which, it must be difficult to have, like, professional wrestling skills, kickboxing skills, clearly boxing skills. It must be difficult to kind of have to cycle between those. Like, sometimes your natural reflexes will come in and just sort of take over, and I think there maybe was a little bit of that. Because the thing is, when you're doing these kinds of sports and these kinds of activities, with a lot of things, like you have to react. It comes down to reactions. Like those split seconds make the biggest differences. So when he's in a clinch or whatever, like his body just naturally like might go into certain moves and certain movements. Again, as soon as they go into the clinch, Bobby is like swinging him around. Prempah going back against the ropes. We're seeing Bobby Fish coming forward. Prempah over against the ropes again. It's just constantly Prempah being driven back. He goes into a clinch, drives Bobby against the ropes, but referee comes in, separates them apart into a clinch again. It's a scrappy encounter, this one. Prempah goes down. Prempah goes down. Didn't see what he got him with. Is it his shoulder? Is it his shoulder? Referee's called it. Bobby Fischer's won. I have no idea where that finish came from. Horrible camera angle. We were quite far away. You couldn't really see exactly what happened. All you saw was Prempah just go down. He didn't like get knocked out or anything. There was no big hook shot or anything along those lines. It seemed quite close. And Prempah just went down to one knee. And I'm waiting for the replay. I want to see exactly what it is that happened there. Because on live viewing, it wasn't very clear. But it looks like it's a victory for Bobby Fish. I don't think that is a fight that really shows off his boxing skill per se. But there were some nice moments in there. So we're seeing that he's got his hands. There's like a forearm to the head. What have we got? Bounces off the head. Dig to the body. God, it's so scrappy. It's so scrappy. It's one of the scrappiest finishes. I'm watching it and I still don't know why he goes down. Even the commentators are watching it going, maybe it's this? Do you think it's that bit? Is that, maybe it's that? There's a moment where he actually gets a shot and it just kind of like bounces off the head. I mean, in slow-mo, it seems to just really not do much at all. I don't know if he just caught him, but I don't think it was that because it looks like Prempah's got problems with his shoulder. I actually think that there might have been a shoulder, like when they were in the clinch. Maybe when Bobby was doing some of the ragdolling, something's happened to Prempah's shoulder. And I think it's that because there certainly doesn't seem to be any shots that have put Prempah down. There doesn't appear to be any reason as to why Prempah's gone down to one knee there. But a little bit of confusion, borderline controversy. I'm very interested to see what the official decision is going to be here. Here we go. 1 minute, 2 seconds, round 2. Knockout. It's classed as knockout. Bobby Fish wins. Bobby Fish wins round 2 by knockout in one of the weirdest finishes that you're going to see. Really strange finish to that fight. Really, really strange. You can't pinpoint where that actually comes from. The lights have gone out as well. We've got problems with the lighting. Bobby says he doesn't know at the moment quite what happened, but he's a game opponent. Yeah, weird. Adam, shout out to you. He took a dive, says Adam. Honestly, maybe. I can't explain whatever that was. I have no idea. The only thing I wonder is that there was a few times where Bobby Fish had him in a clinch and then sort of like was swinging him around quite a bit. Will we see you in a boxing ring again? Boxing or MMA, this is an itch that I plan on trying to scratch. So, yeah, I'm just wondering if, like, he grabbed him, ragdolled him, and the shoulder, like, popped out or something happened along those lines, because I certainly don't think there's any shots there that put him away. Just showing a replay. There's a jab. Everything seems to be all right. Commentators look back at the replay, couldn't quite pinpoint any moment. There's a shot that kind of bounces off his head, in all fairness, but I mean, like, it doesn't seem like that causes any damage, to be honest. Yeah, strange. Josh says, do you think that Deji will beat Mayweather? No. What is this production, says Adam? Dude, it's been horrific. Did you see the weigh-ins? I've tried to get as much information on this card as possible. I was talking about it during our UFC stream last night. I love to get that kind of deep insight into the fighters, like what's their strengths, what's their weaknesses, you know, if they got a great hook shot, if they got a great jab, if they got a good overhand, what's their footwork like, what's their cardio like, what's the record like, how many finishes have they got, what are the odds? I want all of that information, and we get all of that information when it comes to the UFC. When it comes to these cards, you just cannot find anything. It is so hard to get information on fights and fighters. And like, not only that, so when you watch the weigh-ins, that's a decent way of just picking up a few things. If you saw the weigh-ins, it was atrocious. People were talking about the fights, and there was a DJ that was playing music over the top of the whole thing so loud that honestly, at times, you could not hear what was being said. Right? It was absolutely rubbish. Here we've got Sammy Guevara by the looks of it. Sammy. So Sammy Guevara is there. Sammy said that he's really impressed with what he's just seen from Bobby Fish. It's a little bit weird because Bobby Fish is not in AEW anymore. So AEW superstar Sammy Guevara is at ringside, just talking about what he's witnessed there from Bobby. So yeah, a little bit strange, but a fun way to start the cards, even if the fight was a bit weird. Why is Fish boxing? Says Mr. Meme. Hello. Fish is boxing because he's signed a 2-fight deal. He's no longer with AEW. I think he did some stuff with Impact, but I don't think he's with them anymore. And he has signed a 2-fight deal. I don't actually know who with, but he signed this 2-fight deal, but the first one had to be boxing. I saw an interview with him where he said he's not interested in boxing. And that's when he just got asked afterwards in the interview, will we see you in a boxing ring again? He was like, boxing, MMA. He's not interested in boxing. So that's it for boxing and Bobby Fish. Next fight, he wants to do MMA. So I think you'll see something else from Bobby Fish. I think he wants to go into that world. But, I mean, look, at his age is 46 years old. At his age, it's going to have to be just little exhibition, kind of fun things. He clearly is not going to be making any runs in the UFC. So we'll have to see what the future holds. But, yeah, maybe not the great spectacle we were hoping for from that first fight. Kevin says, to be fair, I was spoilt last night. Great UFC, so my expectations are lower for something like this. Nathan says, Days, hello, what time is the main event? What did you think of last night's UFC show and the Dustin fight? They were excellent fights. Main event, I think, is in about 5 hours something. I mean, we're a long way. The actual proper show doesn't start for another hour and 45. So we've got these fights on YouTube. I wanted to watch these because I wanted to see the Bobby Fish fight. So we've just watched the Bobby Fish fight. If you are just joining us, Bobby Fish victorious in a very strange way. I mean, we still don't know how, but it's classed as a knockout in round 2. His opponent just took a knee out of nowhere, seemingly. So very weird. But last night, I mean, fantastic. Loved it. One of the best shows I've seen this year. Disappointing that so many people, I can't begin to tell you how many people have come out and said, like, you know, I couldn't find the stream last night. I have no idea why. Many of you did, but there clearly was something not right because I've had so many people saying it to me that they couldn't find the stream. I actually think YouTube have changed the layout of things, and I think that might have caused some problems. So that's something I need to take a look into. So either way, it was still a massive stream. We still had loads of people joining us. Really appreciate everyone that did. And the fights lived up to the hype, basically. You know, when you've got a big stream like that and you've got that kind of excitement, you want the show to live up to it. And I think last night absolutely did. Well, clearly it did. We've got a new middleweight champion. We got a new female strawweight champion. We had an absolute barn burner between Chandler and Poirier. You know, Meatball, that was heartbreaking. Good win for Dan Hooker as well, of course. I mean, look, you can go down the cards and Dominic Reyes losing as well. I mean, you can go down the card and there was just some fantastic finishes, fantastic fights. It might be, you know, the event of the year last night. It might be. I don't know what stops me saying it is, to be honest. I don't know what stops me saying it is because I just had a great time from start to finish. I just really enjoyed the whole thing. Add in the fact you've got a fight of the year contender. Add in the fact you've got 2 title changes, one of those being Israel Adesanya. Yeah, absolutely could be a fight of the year, show of the year contenders right there last night. Nocto said, watch the stream over the fights this morning. Nocto, shout out to you, my friend. Eric says, Days, 2 weeks in a row, insomnia rules. I know, man. I know. I must admit, I woke up for this one thinking, damn, man. Couldn't it have just been that little bit later? Couldn't it have just been that little bit later? But I suppose the truth is I'm really grateful it wasn't on at the same time as UFC. When I saw the Mayweather fight was this weekend, I thought almost certainly it was going to be on at the same time as UFC 281. So I was like, damn, man, that's gonna suck, because I really want to watch this, and of course I want to watch UFC 281. So I was kind of preparing myself to do both at the same time, which is always horrible. Always horrible. That is never ideal. You can do it, but, when it comes to boxing, when it comes to MMA, those fights can end at any time. So you're kind of like having to really keep an eye on both things, and you're going to miss stuff. And it's just not great. So, yeah, I suppose I'm just grateful that they are on 2 separate days, but we're following up a monstrous stream last night with a monstrous stream today. And, no complaints from me. LDTV said, I once rolled out of a cab in Vegas, stepping out with company with no money, Floyd Mayweather in a Lexus, dressed like the Huxtables. Very cool. I've never met Floyd, but he seems like a cool guy. He comes across really well in his press conferences, and I've seen lots of photo ops and videos and whatever where he meets people, and he seems to be really cool with people. You never know, do you, with some of these big names? Like they always say, don't meet your heroes. And I'm sure he has his off moments, of course, but whenever I've seen those kind of interactions with him, he always seems like a pretty cool dude. So I wouldn't have too many reservations about meeting Floyd. But yeah, no, I don't think he'll ever do it. The amount of money that you would make from those things. Well, saying that, I've seen him do it with Anthony Joshua, but I think this is the cash cow, isn't it? This is what he's loving right now, and he's made no secret about it. This is a payday. I mean, you know what you're getting with these events. This is Floyd making money. You are watching Floyd make money. That's it. That's what this is. There's a few more kind of aspects to it, of course. I mean, forget the undercard. There's lots to talk about there, but just push that to one side. I think, what does Deji get from it? Well, it raises his stock, of course. He is a massive star in his own right, but this is going to expose him to even more people. There'll be people that watch Floyd fights and, won't know about Deji. And so this will, put him on that radar. And introduce him to a few new people. So it's great for his profile. But not only that, of course, he's going to learn some crazy stuff from being in there with Floyd. And it is true, if Deji is going to go back into influencer boxing after this, which I'm thinking he will, he is going to have learned so much. I mean, he is really, for Deji, he wants to last as long as possible. I don't think this is about who wins. I think this is about, can Deji look good at times? Can he do a few things? I mean, we've got to the point where Deji has even said in the press conference, I just want to land a punch. I mean, don't you think that's mental that we're about to watch a fight in the main event where one of the boxer's main goals is to land a punch? Like, what world is this? What world is this? Kind of weird, isn't it? But if he can land a punch on Floyd, and if he can last a while with Floyd, that is going to be absolutely massive for him. He will win, not by winning. He will win by lasting as long as possible and just getting as much experience, much exposure. If he goes in there, gets knocked out in the first round, that's going to be awful. It's going to be awful. It'll be a laughing stock, right? People will just not that he'll... I mean, look, if you get knocked out by Floyd, it's not the biggest problem in the world. But, of course, people that see him are not going to be eager to watch him again. He's basically the bum that got knocked out in the first round by Floyd, right? So he's not going to raise his stock massively if that happens. So that'll take a hit. And as well as that, what will he have learnt from Floyd? He won't have been in there long enough to have learnt anything. So that's a negative as well. So if you want worst case scenario, it's getting knocked out in the first round, isn't it? Because it doesn't benefit him. But if he can get a few rounds in the bank, then he will have got some stuff from that. And if he ends up getting knocked out in the later rounds, well, listen, he survived the early stages, didn't he? He survived the early rounds. And so at least he can take that from the fight. So worst case scenario is he gets knocked out early. Then it's a case of, trying to stay in there for as long as possible. And I mean, dreamland would be it goes to a decision, and somehow in people's eyes it looks like he was victorious. I don't think there's judges tonight, so because of it being an exhibition, I'm not expecting it to be a case that we go the judges and he's going to be given a victory. So I'm certainly not expecting that. But it could be that he goes to the judges. If he gets to the judges, then at least Deji fans can say wedgie and make out like he got the job done, you know? So that would probably be best case scenario. And unless he can knock out Floyd, which I can't even entertain, to be honest. My head won't even. That's like Narnia stuff. I can't even figure that out. So, yeah, there's lots of things to look out for in the main event tonight. From Mayweather's point of view, this is making money. That's it. He's here to make money. And he will. So, Wrestling with Andy, shout out to you. Said it's all about that one lucky punch. Yes. Yes. Well said. Well said. It is about that one lucky punch. Wrestling with Andy, hope you're well, dude. John said, Floyd getting low on money Mayweather. Daughter got a murder charge, question mark. I actually don't know much about that. I'm not trying to hide from that conversation. Quite happy to have that conversation, but I don't know much about it. Let's have a look. Mayweather daughter. April, Mayweather's daughter. Mayweather's daughter was facing a maximum of 20 years for a stabbing, but she avoided prison after agreeing a plea deal. But I don't know what's involved in that deal. Did details come out of what was actually in the deal? She is eligible to have adjudication and behavior, although she was being attacked. Legal problems. Mayweather must complete 40 hours community service. I don't know. I don't know that there's any money involved there. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's legal fees, crazy legal fees, but I would have to think that Mayweather can cover that. I would have to think that that wouldn't be a problem. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's looking to get money for that, but certainly I could see that being a drain on finances. But yeah, I don't know enough about that situation, to be honest. But it doesn't look like there was like a massive fine involved or anything. Can I just say we're going to our second match, our second fight, and our second fight is flipping mental, right? This doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, and I think a lot about tonight is not going to make much sense. But what we've got next is we've got Delfine Persoon, right? Who I've seen fight against Katie Taylor and push Katie Taylor to a limit, like really have Katie Taylor in a lot of trouble to the fact where they actually fought twice. Right, they fought twice, and a few people think that Persoon might have even beaten Katie Taylor. We've got someone here, 37 years old, who's a veteran, got 47 wins and only 3 losses, 19 knockouts, and she's not like the co-main, right, or anything like that. She's the second fight on when there's like not many people in the arena. She's coming out after Bobby Fish. Like, okay, I don't get this. I don't understand. Persoon's only been stopped once, and that was 40 fights ago. This is her 51st professional fight. Huge experience, always active. And as we said, Sinner compete against the very, very best and more than hold her own. As I said, there's plenty of people that think she actually got the victory. She is taking on Ikram Kerwat, who, this is really interesting, because she has got 11 wins, 3 losses, 5 knockouts to her name. She is a protege. She has got connections with Roy Jones Jr. Roy Jones Jr., you might have seen at the press conference. So he is back in this Ikram Kerwat, who I don't know much about her, but yeah, he seems to see something in her. This is actually a fight that could be really interesting and legit as well. Apparently for the WBC Silver Super Featherweight Championship, which I think is about one step up from the 24/7 Championship. But either way, it's not really about the belt. the winner is going to really put themselves in contention to go up against Baumgardner for the WBC title. So this has got like repercussions. It's got big, decent names in, certainly when it comes to Delfine Persoon, when it comes to women's fighting. And I don't get it. It's the second fight on the card. I don't get it. I mean, I feel like they're spoiling us, in all fairness. The first fight was Bobby Fish. Thank you very much. The second fight is very credible. And we are underway with that fight. So here we go. This is obviously the ladies. So it's going to be 2-minute rounds. 2-minute rounds. And looks like it can go for 10 rounds as well. Don't know that it's going to go that long. I feel like Persoon is going to be levels above here. And nice jabs coming in by Persoon already. Lunging forward, jabbing away. Apparently there's 3 fights on this kind of show. So we've got, I think, another fight. And then I don't know if there's just loads of time we have to kill or something till we get to 6 o'clock UK time. Because that's when the main show begins. I think it's like 4 hours and then we get to Floyd. Down she goes. Down she goes. Kerwat's down already. Persoon is back in the corner and that's it. She's down. She's down. She's down. She's absolutely down and flat out. Referee has waved it off. Maybe that's why it was on the prelims, because that was just no challenge whatsoever. I mean, it is a minute into the first round, and already we've got a victory for Persoon. That is quite the L for Kerwat. That's straight down the middle. Bang! Look at that. Look at that. It's just a straight shot. And look, man, she's wobbling all over the place. There's an uppercut that comes in by Persoon, but she actually goes down to her knees to avoid that uppercut. She went down to her knees. Next thing, she was lay flat out. She actually, like, properly found her way down to, like, a lion position. And we are seeing a close-up of Persoon. Delfine Persoon is certainly not celebrating here. There might be some concern. She's in a seated position, though. So we are seeing her in a seated position. It was there was a left straight that came in, but then boom, there was this beautiful right hand. Went straight through the middle. She is seated. They do need to try and get her in a better position than what she's in at the moment. She's literally sat on the canvas. Delfine Persoon just showing the class, you know, the experience. She's just no celebrating. Back in the corner, showing concern. And they're giving oxygen here to Ikram Kerwat. Roy Jones Jr. is in there as well. He's checking on her. I mean, this was clearly too much, man. This was clearly too much for her. I didn't know much about her. I mean, the fact that she had Roy Jones Jr. in a corner made me think that she was going to put up a fight. And I was ready for this to go, certainly a few rounds. 1 minute into the first round. Just showing a replay of it here. There's a hook shot in there. Doesn't get through with it. She throws straight. Yeah, a few hooks by both fighters, actually. But it's Persoon that looks the better fighter. Straight. Drives her back. Bang. Look at that. Right on the side of the head as well. Right on the side of the head. And do you know what? She gets her on the side of the head. And Kerwat's like, hang on. She puts her arms out. She's looking down. She's like, hang on. I can keep my balance. Persoon's like, you're not going to keep your balance. Goes to throw this uppercut. Kerwat knows that it's coming, so she actually drops down to her knees to avoid it. And then next thing you know, she's literally lay flat out. Body just kind of shut down on her by the looks of it. And they're still checking on her. She's over by the stall. It's both Fury and Anthony fights off. The Fury fight is not off, no. because they found a new opponent. So the whole thing with that situation is really weird. So Tommy Fury weighed in at 181 and Paul Bamba weighed in at 174. And Tommy Fury was like, they gave me a contract. They told me the weight I needed to be, and I weighed in at that weight. I've done my job. So Tommy Fury is making it very clear he is not overweight. They gave him a contract. Obviously, people would like to see the black and white of that contract. And there will be doubters saying that he's come in overweight, basically. It could be an admin error. I mean, honestly, it could be an admin error. It could be a case that Tommy Fury got a contract with one weight and Paul Bamba got a contract with a different weight. They've both come in at those weights. And now, obviously, it's a problem, isn't it? Because there's about, what, 7 pounds difference between them. So you're looking at, like, completely different weight classes. So what they've done is they've gone and found a new opponent for Tommy Fury. His name is Rolly Lambert. Rolly Lambert, and he looks like a problem, actually. I don't know anything about this guy. There's been no way to prepare for this because they found this guy about an hour or two ago. And it's just, I don't know anything about him. I've actually brought up his information. So Rolly Lambert is 15 wins and only 1 loss. He's got 12 knockouts on his records. He's 33 years old, and he is ranked in the cruiserweight division, the 71st best cruiserweight worldwide, according to Box Pro. And I believe he is from Cameroon. He is the #1 Cameroonian cruiserweight. He's got an orthodox stance. He is based in Dubai. His last fight was a month ago, and he got a win, unanimous decision in that fight. The record of his opponent was 21 wins and 8 defeats. Before that, he got a knockout win against someone that had 16 wins and 2 defeats. Before that, he got a unanimous decision victory. All of these in 2022, by the way. So he's an active fighter that's beaten people with winning records. He's got knockouts on his records. Like, legit, this is the kind of fighter that you would want Jake Paul to be going up against. This is the kind of boxer that Jake Paul could, like, say, you told me you wanted me to fight a proper fighter. This is, for my skill set, where I am right now, this is a proper fighter. And it's true. This guy has fought 3 times this year, 3 times last year. He is on a, I don't even know, like 12-fight win streak. If you look against the quality of his opposition, yeah, all right, there's a dude in there that's got 12 wins and 46 losses. Like, you're going to get those kind of records. But as I said, last fight, the person he fought had 21 wins and 8 losses. Before that, 16 wins and 2 losses. The guy before that, 20 wins, 17 losses. Like, the guy before that, 22 wins and 1 loss. I know you can't go off records, but the point is, he's not fighting complete cans. He's not fighting journeyman, this dude. He's not fighting people that are 0 and 100. He's fighting people that have got winning records. They've got more wins than they do losses. He's coming in as well with, as we said, activity, which is good. He's coming in with 15 wins and 12 of them by KO, which is good. He's only got 1 loss. That 1 loss was a long time ago. 33 years old. He's got experience. He's got 16 fights professionally. So it's not as if he's coming in with, no fights or hardly any fights or anything along those lines. So, yeah, this is the kind of fighter that I think Jake Paul could build up and, make a case about. Rolly is decent and should be a good test. Yeah, I don't know him. I don't know him. I'll put my hands up on that. I honestly don't know him. I am very interested to see how this fight goes, and I think this will be a real test for Tommy. Tommy doesn't look fazed about it at all, and in all fairness, if he comes through this, I think the respect for Tommy will go through the roof, because Tommy will have took this fight on short notice unless this turns out to be some kind of flipping publicity stunt. It looks like he's accepted this fight on short notice. He's accepted it against Rolly Lambert, who I don't know the guy, but to my eyes, looking at the stats, I like the numbers that I'm seeing. I'm impressed with the numbers that I'm seeing. And, I think Tommy has made the right noises. I think Tommy always tends to make the right noises. It's just that his actions don't back up the noises. Do you know what I mean? Like, he says he wants the Jake fight, but that fight fell through twice. He says that he just wants to fight for world titles and he wants to beat people up. He turns up the wrong weight, apparently, right? And so this fight against Bamba gets called off. I mean, earlier this morning, it looked like we weren't going to have Tommy on the cards. So, like, what he says and what happens are not always in sync. But the end result is he's taking on what I think is a harder opponent at short notice. If he can come through that, I think we've got something really interesting there. I feel like we've got a story there. So respect to Tommy Fury right now. But obviously we need to see how that fight goes. Right, Go. Shout out to you. Said, hope you're well. I missed the fights last night. What were your thoughts on Izzy getting beaten? Will we see a rematch? Also, what do you think is next for Dustin? So, first of all, my thoughts on Izzy getting beaten. I think it was a big surprise. Didn't expect that. I thought that he would be victorious against Alex Pereira. I think if you watch the fight, it's really weird as well because Pereira seems to sit out, really, rounds 3 and 4. He certainly rounds 4. It seems like he faded and it looked like he was spent and his cardio had gone. And then he comes back big time in round 5. Don't know if it was a second wind. I genuinely don't know. I don't know like what it was that brought him back in that 5th round. Poured it on the way that he did. It was very impressive. Very, very impressive performance. And I mean, the big conversation last night around if it was an early stoppage. Dana said he didn't think it was. We did a poll in the chat, and I think when we ended it was like 52-48. People didn't think it was, but that gives you an idea of how controversial it was. People, Summit, who's a big fan of MMA, said he went back and rewatched it. He says that he had his doubts at first, but watching it, he felt comfortable that the stoppage was fine. I haven't had a chance to go back and rewatch it, so I am still a bit undecided on it. I'm probably leaning towards it being all right. But I think that there is a case there. I think there's a conversation to be had there. But yeah, I certainly don't think that Adesanya was robbed. I don't think that it is like a travesty, a robbery, or anything along those lines. I think that it was going to be a tough fight for him. I think if he was to kickbox with Alex Pereira, he's done that twice before and failed. We know that Izzy doesn't have much in the way of a ground game. We know that Alex Pereira's been training with Glover Teixeira. So we know that he's been working on his ground game. So I think the way that I expected the fight to go was that Adesanya would work from distance, get his sniping shots through, and, just basically use his experience, get in, get his shots off, get out of there. Hard to do against Alex Pereira. Thought there would be some uncomfortable moments. Gotta be honest, I thought Adesanya was doing well. A lot of people had him 3-1 up going into the 5th round. Even if he loses that 5th round, I think a lot of people expected him to get the win on the judges' scorecards. Some people had it 2-2. So if he'd have lost that last round, there's a chance that he still could have lost the fight. It was close. Alex Pereira looked better than I was expecting, but he did fade. And yeah, I mean, look, the rematch is a no-brainer. I think Izzy's Izzy's mindset's going to be fascinating. I would say Izzy is going to fancy it because he was in that fight and he looked pretty good. So I think he'll fancy the rematch. I think he'll know that I just need to change this and change that. I need to do this and need to do that. I think one of the things he needs to do is he needs to capitalize more on when Alex Pereira is injured or when his cardio is like not looking great. There was a few times where Pereira seemed a bit stunned and was backed against the cage. There was also a few times where he was clearly taking some deep gulps of air and seemed to be gassed. And it didn't feel like Adesanya took the opportunity at those times to really put Alec Pereira away. So I feel like there's things he can take out of the fight. I think the rematch is a no-brainer. I don't think it's a robbery. And it's a big shock. And I think it just added to what was a fantastic show and a fantastic event, and really could be one of the shows of the year. Calavera said, I like Molly in a post-match interview. It was good. She said that any son that's choked, she won't tap. She would rather pass out. But one that, basically I saw what you're saying. So she said that if it was going to be that she was going to be choked out, she wouldn't tap. But anything that's going to put her out of action for a long time, that's where she draws the line. So, because of it being like ripping a shoulder out and that going to take a long time to rehab and recover, she said that, that's why she tapped. So, yeah, that was a good explanation, because it did sting a little bit. Like, there's no shame in tapping, because we see it happen all the time. If you know there's no way out, do you know what I mean? There's no shame in just, ending it early rather than just completely dying on your swords. But with Molly, she just is just all about that warrior lifestyle. She's just all about, ride or die. So, seeing her tap, you do go, oh, it's all right, but no. So, yeah, I agree. Getting that explanation, you go, do you know what? It makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense. If I was going to get choked out, I would have just gone. But anything that's going to require a lot of rehab, surgery, things like that, it's not worth it for me. She said that she was really tired. She didn't blame it on that. She said she felt good before the fight and Erin deserved to win. So she was not saying excuses, but they said, what's next? And she said, look, it's been a wild 14 months for me. I need to just step away, spend time with my family. To be honest, I mean, you can understand that that's what she wants to do. I don't know that that's going to make her a better fighter per se. Maybe at her stage in her career, she's just not going to be able to make the improvements required to really get anywhere in the division. And maybe what we need to do with Molly is we just need to put her in fun fights. And it's as simple as that. Do you know what I mean? Have her as a bit of a gatekeeper. So if you're a striker and you're someone that fancies themselves on the feet, then put them in there with Molly and let's have a look. Let's have striker versus striker, and let's have a war. And maybe that's the best way to use Molly. She can be, sadly, a gatekeeper, a benchmark. She can be the acid test to see if you reach that standard or not. I think if you're going to actually put her in there with someone with the ground game of Erin, I don't think that Molly was going to be able to avoid the takedowns. Her takedown defense was only 40-odd%. So I don't think she was ever going to be able to avoid being taken down. She got took down relatively early, and then, oh God, it was a disaster, wasn't it? So, yeah, I agree. That one was heartbreaking. I love Molly. I just think anyone that's going to go in there and fight for your money the way that she does, I don't know. I do look at it and just think, was that really bad matchmaking? Was it really bad matchmaking? I know they wanted to test her and give her the opportunity to climb up the rankings. But I think a lot of us looked at that fight and thought, that's just not a good fight for the meatball. And it was not a good fight for the meatball. So, yeah, heartbreaking. Alpha said, Deji is a southpaw. Oh. I didn't make that graphic. That's one from, I think it's The Sun that make the graphic. Looking forward to these fights, says AJ. When is it starting? It is, wow, do you know what? They've actually, because of that last fight, that's fun, isn't it? Because of that last fight ending in the first round rather than going 10 rounds, they've actually just thrown to a graphic with a countdown clock saying we'll be back in 15 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back in 15 minutes. We're not going anywhere, yeah? But they've stepped away. God bless them. So they are back in 15 minutes. I think there's one more fight. I'm sure they said there's 3 fights on the early prelims. And then we go to the main show. Main show starts in an hour and 10 minutes. That's got a pretty stacked card, including Tommy Fury. And then, obviously, our main event, that's going to be a little way off, unfortunately. That one is coming much later tonight. Cold is better. We have a snowstorm coming. Okay. Aaron, hello. Shout out to you. Says, can't wait for the World Cup streams. I'm excited, man. I'm so excited. I am very aware that they cannot get in the way of the stuff we normally do. Like, I am aware of that. This is bonus stuff, basically. That's how I need to treat these World Cup streams. They're bonuses. So we're still going to be looking to do the Saturday streams that we do, UFC and boxing. We're still doing all the wrestling streams. We're still going to be doing like reviews and theory videos and all of that stuff that is the bread and butter of the channel. That doesn't go away. So the World Cup stuff is bonus ball. So yeah, if you are a fan of the World Cup, we are going to be doing watch-alongs for it. They will be starting with the mighty Qatar against Ecuador. Come on! The first game, it's going to suck. It's going to suck. But really, I think that game's going to be a preview, to be honest. I can see us using that time to basically talk about the World Cup rather than talking about Qatar, Ecuador. But of course, we will be talking about that game. But I don't think anyone, not even the people in Ecuador, are excited for Qatar versus Ecuador. It just turns out that's the first game of the tournament, mainly because Qatar is the host nation, and their first game is against Ecuador. So, hence why we get that game first. So, not Brazil, not England, not Argentina, not Portugal and Ronaldo or anything like that. We get to enjoy Qatar versus Ecuador. Calavera said, I think Tommy taking this fight on short notice is good for him, especially if he wins. It will silence Joke Paul, as he wouldn't do this, take on a last-minute fight with a ranked actual boxer. Ecuador is a great tune. It is a great tune. Trini, hello. Hope you are well. AJ said, hopefully there'll be a few goals in that one. That will help massively, yes. And someone said Serbia underrated. Marco, I agree. I also think that Switzerland and Denmark have shown themselves to be really good teams as well at the Euros. I know that's going back over 12 months, but they are teams that normally do well in tournaments. They just seem to put it together, and they've got like a really good group mentality. It is true. It's so hard to judge nations. Obviously, your big nations, you know what you're going to get. But those nations that are just bubbling underneath, it's so hard to know who's going to come through. We've seen Hungary put in great performances, Switzerland put in great performances, Serbia, Croatia. Croatia getting to the final of the last World Cup. The last World Cup, the final was Croatia versus France. Croatia is not a country that you would expect to get to a World Cup final, but they got there. So, yeah, crazy. You just never know what nations are going to come through. Obviously, there's a bit of a luck of a draw and results going in certain teams' favors. But we are going to be doing, we're not going to spend too long on this. I want to talk about Mayweather Deji, of course. But we are going to be doing the fantasy football game. There is a fantasy game for the World Cup. I think it's live right now, actually. If you search for, and I'll set up a group and everything, I need to do all of this week. My week is going to be horrific. I'm so not looking forward to this week. I've got to make like 40 odd thumbnails. I've got to set up 40 odd streams for each game. I need to do set up the dream team and do all the usual stuff that we do anyway. Like it's but hey, this is the life. This is the life. FIFA Fantasy Qatar. So Qatar 2022 Fantasy Football FIFA World Cup Fantasy Game. That is... I wonder if I can put this in the chat. I'll put it in the chat right now for you. King Chris, shout out to you. Bud says, it's a bangers and mash morning. Here we go again. Yes. A bangers and mash morning indeed. There's a link in the chat that I've just put in. That, I don't know if you can click it and it'll work. It might do, it might not. But if not, you can just put in FIFA World Cup Qatar Fantasy Team. And we're going to be doing that throughout the World Cup. That's going to bring, I think, a nice level of engagement that people will enjoy. We did it for the Premier League when we were doing that. I wish there was a wrestling one. I think a wrestling one would be sick. Like a proper... I know Dave in real life did a wrestling one, but I think he found it quite hard to like add up all the points and do whatever. But if there was a pro wrestling one, that would be awesome. But what is Floyd Deji? Am I in alternative universe? Said Majestic Rose Studio. Maybe. It's certainly a fight that I don't think people were expecting. I think it's a fight that even Deji wasn't expecting. But Deji has said, he just wants to land a punch. That's it. That's all he wants to do. Just land a shot and just get as much experience of working with Mayweather and just learn as much as he can from Mayweather, which is going to help him with his boxing career going forward. So, listen, there's a lot that Deji has already got out of this. I mean, he's going to get money. I don't think it's going to be tons of money, but it's going to be a nice amount, of course. Obviously, the lion's share goes to Mayweather. Deji will still pick up, a nice paycheck, and obviously the exposure is going to be great. But he needs to make sure that this lasts as long as possible. He really does. He needs to just really savor every second and download as much information as possible, because this is an experience that really money can't buy. Who gets the opportunity to go into the ring with Mayweather? Who gets that opportunity to actually go in there and fight with Mayweather and learn from the very best and actually see him in front of you with your own eyes, his movements and some of the traps that he sets and just some of the things that he does? The thing is, I think Mayweather could put Deji away really at any time that he wanted. I'm hoping that he's going to take pity on him. I'm hoping that he's going to want to put on a bit of a show. I'm hoping that he's going to want to give the fans, what their money's worth and not like put him away in like round 2 or something. Deji's got some skills, though. Deji has got some skills. I'm just hoping he's got skills good enough to last for a little while. But Deji's all right, He blocks well. He feints well. He's got a really good defense. If you actually watch his old fights, you can see that he gets the basics of boxing. His problem is his cardio. His cardio is trash. His cardio is appalling. And really, he's going to gas out. I expect him to gas out in this fight. That's what you tend to get, is you tend to get him gassing out. And when he gasses out, like, everything gets sloppy. And that's always been Deji's problem. I mean, don't forget, like, he took on Jake Paul in Jake Paul's first fight, bust his nose. He bust Jake Paul's nose. Jake Paul in that first fight, blood pouring down his nose. Like, he's got some good accuracy. He's got some good hand speed. He's got some little pop in his shots as well. I mean, clearly none of this is a problem to Mayweather. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's not like Mayweather's stepping in there with someone that's literally just does YouTube and that's it. Deji has had some fights, as you know. He's had some exhibition fights. And he has done all right in them. He's done all right. His win against Fuzi actually looked pretty good. So, yeah, he's got some skills. He works the body well. He's got some decent movements. He needs to be confident. He needs to go in there and trust in his skills. He has been improving. He knows that he's not going to win this. So he just needs to go in there and just get as much out of it as possible. Learn as much as possible. And if he can show some stuff, yeah, if there's a few moments that he can take out of the fight where he goes, look at what I did against the best, then, brilliant. Take it. I do expect him to not make the distance, though. I think his cardio is a problem. I think it's a problem. I think they know it's a problem as well. AJ said, I think if he's worked a lot on his fitness and his cardio, he might surprise a lot of people. He does have power and defensive abilities. Majestic, shout out to you, buds. Wrestle with Andy, what did you say, dude? You said, do you think Floyd will end up like Ric Flair? Woo! Of boxing, where he never retires. I To be honest, I think he'll just keep doing it whilst he's enjoying it. I mean, right now, he's going around the world. He has fought over in Japan. He's now in Saudi. He is got plans to come to the UK in February, apparently, but I don't know who the opponent is. But he said that at the press conference. So he's going to do something in the UK as well. So, yeah, look, whilst he's going around the world and enjoying himself, then he's living the life, isn't he? He's making money. He's not really challenging himself too much. He's still got, like, you know, his hand speeds and, you know, things. So certainly for the next few years, clearly when he's going to be getting, like, into his late 50s, I mean, he's already, 45? You know, you go, 10 years' time? In 10 years' time, like, I don't know where we are then. I mean, he's going to have to be very careful with his opponents that he's picking at that stage. And who even knows if he'll get, like, clearance. But it's all a bit sketchy, isn't it? Like, you know, getting commissions and all of that. Like, I'm pretty sure he could go to Saudi Arabia and get commission for any fight he wanted. So all of that can be a bit sketchy. But I think we are going to see a lot of this from Floyd. And to be honest, look, I think there's few different schools of thought. I think there's a few people that watch them and just go, what the hell is this? This is an absolute sham, right? This is an absolute just joke. And I do understand that mentality. I do get that mentality. But equally, I can tell you that as soon as he said, I'm coming to the UK in February, that's my plan, my first thought was, I should get tickets. Like, I should go to that. Because when will I ever get chance to say that I watched Floyd Mayweather box? When will I ever get that chance again? I never got that chance before because he always used to fight in America. And, like, I would have to jump on a plane and go over to America. That's obviously an extra cost. Hotel stays and all of that kind of stuff is a big extra cost. And it was never really possible for me to do that. But if he's going to come to the UK, like, all of a sudden you go, damn, like, I should do that. I should go to that. And that's exciting to me. So I think you can get to a level of just being so great, just being so iconic that people will just pay to watch you perform and do what you do best. Like, we're talking about a boxing grandmaster. We're talking about one of the greatest to ever step into the ring. And he knows that. And he's got skills, which, you know, probably are not really as great now compared to what you see in, like, you know, the actual title fights. You know, but it's Floyd. It's the aura, isn't it? It's the aura. It's the brand. It's Floyd. Everyone knows that he's one of the greatest of all time, and the opportunity to watch him is still an opportunity that people want to take. Add in the fact then that he's going up against people like Deji, who's super popular, over 10 million subscribers on YouTube, and it has been doing boxing. And I think that you've got a nice little recipe there, you know. So I'm actually not down on these. I'm not down on these at all. I think that they do serve a few purposes. It's going to be great for Deji as well. It's going to be fantastic for Deji if he can just get as much exposure and information out of this as possible. This is just absolutely brilliant for him. So it works for Floyd. It works for Deji. Certainly works for the people that are fortunate enough to go and watch this live. The only people it maybe doesn't work for are the ones that buy the fights and actually tune in. But what I would say is, you're a Deji fan, it's a no-brainer. If you're a Floyd fan, it's a no-brainer. And if you're a casual, then honestly, it's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Like, if you think this is just a sham and it's just a money grab and all of that, which I totally get why people would say that, because it is. But I do think there's more to it than that. Then just don't buy it. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that. Just don't buy it. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's for other people. And all I can tell you is that I will keep doing these because I think the stories are interesting. And I think watching Floyd is interesting. And it's not like he's just taking on bums. Like, he's took on, like, some good kickboxers from over in Japan. Now he's taking on Deji. There's been a few rumblings about him and Jake Paul. But I feel like, I don't want to say Mayweather's worried about Jake Paul. Like, I don't want to say that. But I feel like Mayweather I feel like Mayweather knows that would not be a turn up and just have a fight. That would be that we need to do some training here, because this is a kid that's clearly living and breathing it and is like, knocking people out basically. And at the age of 45, like Floyd Mayweather might just think to himself, that's not as easy a challenge as some of the other kind of names on my list. So it's funny because when it comes to Deji, who is his actual opponent, he's very respectful. When it comes to Deji, there's been a video that came out where there was a few things said like away from the cameras. I think there was some phone footage where he admitted like this is a money grab. Yeah, it's just a payday and all this. But in front of the cameras, he's been very respectful. But he's not been respectful about Jake Paul. And I do just wonder if like part of the reason for that is because that one is a bit of a bigger challenge. Like I think he might look at Deji and just see it as like, I'm going to turn up, do what I do and go home with the bag. But when it comes to Jake Paul, like I think that one is a bigger fight. It's easily a bigger fight. It's definitely a bigger fight, but it's also a harder fight. Jake is further along in his boxing than what Deji is at the moment. But it'll be interesting. Deji's made a lot of noises that he wants to get to that level. And listen, this fight will help him achieve that. This will absolutely help him achieve that. But he's got to last as long as possible tonight. He's got to stay in there. He's got to last as long as possible. If he gets knocked out in the early stages, I mean, round 1, for example, what's he going to have learned? Great experience, and I'm sure he will have took some things away. It's certainly going to be one of the biggest shows he's been a part of, but he's been on big shows before. He needs in-ring experience with Floyd, proper back boxing, fighting, competitive. It's different if they did like met up and did some sparring. Like he needs to be in there face to face in a proper fight and get as much ring time as possible. So what am I watching for? I'm watching to see obviously how the fight goes, how long it goes, and really, does Deji show off any skills at any time? And how does his cardio hold up? That's something I'm really interested in. How does his cardio look? Because his cardio has let him down in the past. WWE Central, shout out to you. I hope you are well, buds. Shout out to you for joining us on this Sunday afternoon/evening. And we are a couple of minutes away from going back to the coverage on YouTube. We've had a couple of fights already. If you are just joining us, then Bobby Fish was victorious in round 2. Very weird, very strange. It sort of like flailed away. There was a shot that bounced off his opponent's head. Didn't seem to do much, but his opponent went down to one knee. Whilst his opponent was down, he was like clearly in some pain with his shoulder. And so it seems like it might be the shoulder injury that meant that he retired. Either way, it's scored as a knockdown. And that means that Bobby Fish won round 2 by knockdown. But it was sketchy. Let's say it was sketchy. I still can't quite get my head around what actually happened in that fight at the end. And even the commentators was trying to pick it apart live and struggled. So yeah, that one was a bit strange. Then the second fight, we got Delfine Persoon, absolute veteran. She was able to win within 1 minute, shot straight down the middle and absolutely messed up her opponent. So yeah, she was on a stool for quite a while, getting oxygen, and there was a little bit of concern, but she seemed all right at the end. But a couple of quick finishes in those 2 fights. It means that there's been a lot of filling to the point where they had to just go to this graphic for 15 minutes. We should be going back to the action in less than a minute's time. I think there's one more fight to go until we get to the actual main card. That starts 6 o'clock UK time. So we're about 52 minutes away from that. But we are, of course, building all the time towards the main event, which is Mayweather 50-0, taking on Deji. How long can Deji survive for? That's the question. Has the Deji Floyd card started? Hopefully, we just answered that. Kyle said, Jake knocks boys out. He can't punch. Vera says Jake can't punch well. His WWE showing at the last pay-per-view showed punches to Usos look more believable than his actual boxing matches. Kyle said Jake would knock him out. Laserjet says, are you going to watch ICW Fear and Loathing next week? No. AJ said, to be fair, Jake has only knocked out either non-fighters or washed fighters with not a lot of boxing experience. That's true. That's true. He is someone that I think people are waiting to take on an actual boxer. The only thing I would say is that Anderson Silva's had a couple of boxing matches and he's looked very good in them. And Dana, who is someone that is very critical of Jake, Dana White was saying, how about Anderson Silva, Jake? How about you take on Anderson Silva? So Dana actually said, take on this guy. Take on Anderson Silva. Jake went and did that and beat him by decision, and rightfully so, he beat him. That was... I wanted Anderson to win, but, that's a good win for Jake. And, you can't deny the knockout to Tyron Woodley. So, look, it is what it is. As he took on a boxer, no, but there's a lot of rubbish boxers out there. I got to tell you, he could take on a boxer that you wouldn't have heard of, and he'll beat him, and he wouldn't get the respect still, even after that. Because there's a lot of rubbish boxers. That's the bottom line. There's a lot of rubbish boxers. There's a lot of boxers. That's the truth. There's a lot of professional boxers. Some have got great records. Some have got rubbish records. They can easily find a professional boxer. Easily find one that has not got a great record or has a great record, but they know is beatable. They could easily do that. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like people are waiting for him to do that. And he's tried a couple of times, in all fairness. He wanted to fight Tommy Fury. He wanted to fight Ratman Jr. And both of those fights fell through. So, I don't know. I think Andrew Tate is next. That doesn't make much sense to me, to be honest. Him taking on Andrew Tate, I don't know how much sense that makes. Andrew Tate is obviously a great kickboxer, but kickboxing is very different to boxing. I don't know if Andrew Tate's had any actual boxing matches. That's something I would have to look into. But kickboxing is very different. And I think if you want to go on to be a world champion, like Jake keeps saying that he does, these are the kind of fights that don't make much sense to me. And I have to say, and it's going to upset people, I don't think the KSI fight makes any sense either. Because KSI is someone that is, obviously wanting to be taken seriously and be seen as a boxer. But he's got very limited experience, and they're talking about doing that match next year. So, yeah, sure, big event, massive money. But that's I don't feel like that's the kind of fight that improves Jake's fighting ability, So, I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Because he needs to sort of fight names to get people's interest. But the boxers that would probably help make him better fighters, or make him a better fighter, they don't really have the names at the moment. Because anyone that's got like a 10-0 record, do you know what I mean? Who are they? There's a few of them, but there's not many with a name. We are seeing Sammy Guevara in the crowd at the moment. I don't know what this is. Sammy Guevara taking the hat off this kid. Let's hear it for Adam. What fight are you looking forward to? Right now, this is one of the weirdest things of 2022. If you are a pro wrestling fan, right now, we've got Sammy Guevara in the crowd in Saudi Arabia, grabbing kids, that sounds bad, out of the crowd and asking them what fight they're looking forward to fill a bit of time on a pre-show as we're building our way towards Mayweather against Deji. It's pretty random. But why are they saying that Floyd's never lost? Floyd has never lost professionally. He's 50-0, isn't he? AJ said, I don't want JJ to fight Jake just because I think JJ has a lot more to lose and on the line in that fight, says AJ. They're just filling time now, says Calavera, yeah. They are filling time. And I mean, look, it is what it is. This is, in all fairness, part of a show we don't need to be watching. I think a lot of people are probably only going to be tuning in once we get to 6 o'clock. But I mean, if you're going to fill time, this is a weird way to do it. Right now, we're watching Sammy take a picture with someone in the crowd. It's just weird. And the live chat are not feeling it. They're saying L host, cringe, L cringe. Who is this L commentator? Hope they're not watching this stream. So, yeah, they are not impressed with what they're seeing at the moment. But we do have one more fight coming up before we go to the main cards. Don't know if we'll be going over to that yet. It's an exhibition. Doesn't count on records. Logan didn't beat him. Floyd knocked him out and had to hold him up. Yeah, if that fight had gone to a scorecard, it should have been Mayweather that would have got the nod on that one. Brad says, how you doing? Looking forward to Extreme Rules War Games Survivor Series. What time's the Deji fight? Who you got? I am. Brad, hope you're well. What time is... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We've gone back to another graphic. We've got another graphic. It says that... oh, my God. That's amazing. That's amazing. We went to a graphic. It said in 15 minutes, we'll go back to the pre-show. We went back to the pre-show, and what it was Sammy Guevara in the stands just talking to the fans, right? It was cringe and rubbish. And now we've gone to another graphic that says 30 minutes. 30 minutes. They said there was 3 fights on this undercard. Well, if we're going to go back in 30 minutes, that's going to mean we've got 15 minutes until the main show. Are we going to start a fight with 15 minutes to go? I don't know what they're doing, man. So much of this production has been garbage. It's been trash. I said earlier, if you saw the weigh-ins, there was a DJ that was playing music all over the top of it. You couldn't hear a word that was being said. I was trying to listen to get more information about the fighters. Obviously, I wanted to know the weights. So I tune into that. And all you can hear is like this kind of music that's going over the top. Fine to have a bit of music, bit of atmosphere in the background, but it totally drowned out what people were saying. It was rubbish. It was rubbish. And then earlier, they were interviewing Bobby Fish and the lights went out. So that sucked. Now we've just had Sammy Guevara bumbling around in the crowds. Now we've got a half an hour break in this pre-show after having a 15-minute break. This is a 2-hour pre-show with a 45-minute break in the middle of it. That's mental. That's mental. And we might be going back and having a third fight with 15 minutes to go. What a time to be alive. Anyway, it is what it is. Exhibitions don't count on the pro records. That's true. Jokes, he's still 0-0. 0-0. If he wants to be recognized as a boxer, he needs to join the rankings and start from the bottom. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about Jake? Are we talking about Jake? Well, Jake's, I mean, I don't know who we're talking about. Jake's wins are classed as professional fights, aren't they? So Jake's got a professional records. But Deji, I think, is 0-0. I know it says here 1-0, but I think that's in contention. I think if you look on Tapology, they've got him 0-0. The last fight against Fuzi, I think, was meant to be a professional fight, but there's a few kind of question marks about if the British Boxing Board of Control actually sanctioned it or not. And if it wasn't sanctioned, then it's not a professional fight. So there seems to be a little bit of doubt as to whether it's classed as a professional fight or not. So I don't know. It could be Mayweather 50-0 against Deji 1-0, but it could be 0-0 as well. For some reason, with all the people he knows and all the money he's got, Floyd just doesn't seem to know how to put on a good boxing event. I don't get it. I just don't understand. I don't know who to blame as well. I feel like this is DAZN. I don't know that this is Floyd. I think this is a DAZN presentation. And I think they've done some good stuff. I think there's some stuff they're doing which works, but just some of the bits here just random. I mean, like, how have they not factored in the two fights that they had scheduled for the first hour? How have they not factored in that they might end early? I mean, like with these kind of shows, they're so unpredictable. Surely someone had a conversation saying, okay, if both those fights end in first round finishes, what have we got to fill time? Do you think the answer was, well, we'll just throw to a graphic that says we'll be back in half an hour? It seems random, doesn't it? But that's what they've done. That's what they've done. I respect the balls of it, actually. Yeah, I was talking about Jake, and he bills them as pro fights, but they're exhibitions, as he's fighting non-boxers in rank fights. So Jake counts them, but WBO doesn't recognize his records. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I thought if they were sanctioned as professional, then they counted as being professional. Is that true? I'd have to look into that. It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm just really interested to know how that works, actually. So obviously there's the different organizations, isn't there? So you're saying they're not recognized by the WBO. I feel like that must be a record. That must be a record. I don't think he's going around just claiming to have a pro record, but not really. Someone must recognize it as a someone somewhere must recognize it, and it not just be Jake. I'm sure if I was to look on Tapology, for example, I think Tapology recognize it. I mean, I know they're no ones, but if it was like Jake just playing make-believe, I don't think people like Tapology and Box Rec and whatever, I don't think they would recognize the records. I don't think so. That's interesting, that is. That's interesting. I don't know, is the answer. I thought that because the fights were sanctioned, they were classed as professional fights. And I believe his fights have been sanctioned. So I don't know. I don't know that I don't know. I don't know that that's true. That's what I mean. Like previous exhibition fights Floyd has had, the whole event has not been good at all. Not just necessarily the fights. You're not timed out. Just move your other comments. Right, let's go down. That's I mean, can't believe Adesanya lost, said Adrian. I know, yeah. I know. What time does the main event start? I think it is in about 4.5 hours, so it's quite a bit of time to go, unfortunately. What were you eating? Oh, I was eating a banana. This is I'm really excited for the main event, and I'm really excited for Tommy Fury, but this is gonna be a bit of a challenge. Because obviously we're just coming off an 8-hour UFC stream. I didn't get much sleep yesterday. Sadly, I didn't get much sleep today either. So, banana to keep me going. Pro Plus to keep me going as well. Just want to try and get through this. So that sounds bad, and I don't mean it that way. I just mean like I want to bring the energy. You know, I want to make it a good stream, as good as possible. I don't want to be here like falling asleep or anything. So. Yeah, just munching on a banana. I'll be popping some Pro Plus as well to make sure that we are delivering the best stream possible when things start kicking off. I understand this first part's been frustrating. I didn't quite know what to expect from this pre-show, but I knew Bobby Fish was on it. I didn't know Persoon was on it, actually. But both of them fights I was into. And, yeah, we saw them. And then obviously we've got some interesting stuff coming up. We've still got Tommy Fury. He is on the cards. I think that we've still got Anthony Taylor, haven't we? I haven't heard that fight's been cancelled or anything. So Jack Fincham taking on Anthony Taylor. They're both weighed in. And I think that was all fine. Ben against Anwar. I don't know much about that. That fight is a fight I don't know a great deal about. Same with Herrera against Manzanilla. That's another fight I don't know a great deal about because there's not been much information out there on it. But I know that Herrera is the grandson of a Cuban legend. So I've got a few bits on it. John Ingram, that is a young prospect signed to Mayweather. He's going to be in action. And what's really fun about this is he is taking on the guy that beat Mayweather's bodyguards on the last show. If you joined us for the last show or watched the last show, then you might have seen that Mayweather's bodyguard had a boxing match and lost. Well, the person he lost to is back, and he's going to take on a young prospect. And so that's going to be very interesting. So we've got that fight coming up. I'm looking forward to that, actually. Looking forward to Anthony Taylor. Looking forward to that fight that we just spoke about. Looking forward to Tommy Fury. And, of course, our main event, Floyd Mayweather taking on Deji. So couple of fights in there that I'm a little bit in the dark on. It'll be quite nice to get them out of the way. Then a few fights there that I'm into. And then, of course, before we know it, we'll be at the main event. That main event expected to start in around about 4.5 hours. Brad said, my dream storyline is Roman versus Seth at SummerSlam. And the Money in the Bank winner is a masked person. Roman beats Seth with a low blow. And then John cashes in, beats Roman, and returns as John Moxley. Diana said, do you like Zhang Weili as the new strawweight champion? Yep, I like Zhang Weili. I think she's a great fighter, a credible champion. You know me, though. I'm a big Thug Rose fan, so if it is going to be Thug Rose against Zhang, then I'll be rooting for Rose. That's nothing against Zhang, though. I would root for Rose if she was going up against pretty much anyone. I wanted Rose against Carla. I wanted Rose against Joanna. So I wanted Rose against Jessica Andrade. So yeah, I'm a Rose fan. So hoping that Rose can get the belt off Zhang Weili. But I like Zhang. I mean, that was a good performance against Carla Esparza. But her performance against Joanna last time out was incredible. She's a credible fighter, and obviously she's really opening doors to the Chinese market for UFC as well. Like Dana actually touched on that after on the press conference. He said if we are going to make inroads in China, then we need a Chinese megastar that we can use to inspire people. And, we've got one in Zhang Weili, so... It was interesting because they said, would it make sense to do Zhang Weili against Rose? And he said, yeah, I'm not sure. And I just wondered a couple of things. First thing I thought was, is he upset with Rose because the last fight sucked? And he's like, yeah, I'm not sure because of that. I don't think so. Everyone has bad fights. So I don't think it's that. I wonder if it's more to do with the fact that they fought twice and Rose has won twice. And I wonder if it's more to do with the fact that he wants a big Chinese megastar to help break into China even more. So if he does the Rose fight, she could win. She's won twice before. So, it could be that she wins a third time as well. And then, there goes the Chinese megastar kind of a thing. So I thought that was an interesting comment. We stuck around after for the post-fight press conference. It felt like water torture. It was horrific. It was so tired, and it had been such a long show, and it'd been so dramatic to then sit there and watch Dana answer questions whilst he seemed to be asleep. He was really just not with it, and it went on forever, man. Went on forever. I was glad when that concluded, to be honest. But we did learn a few interesting things, and that was one of them. Can we appreciate how the crowd behind Wrestling Days is doing the mannequin challenge, said Bryce. Yes, they've been awesome so far. Shout out to all those guys. If Deji knocks out Floyd, what would your reaction be? Well, you wouldn't hear it because the microphone would cut out. I know that much. I need to get that fixed. People were saying last night that when we were getting enthused, the microphone was cutting out. It's a problem with this microphone. I need to get that sorted. But anyway, I don't know. I'd freak. I'd freak because I can't even imagine it. to be honest. I can't even picture it. I can't see it. It's just not. It's like, I just can't see it. Yeah. Do you think that Jake KSI will do anything to each other tonight? Yeah, maybe. I can't. I mean, look, they're both YouTubers. They're both attention seekers, and I don't say that in a bad way. I mean, that's how they've made their money. Is they create these kind of moments, and these moments play out on social media, and people talk about them, and the world goes on, and that's how it works. So if you've got KSI and Jake Paul in the same room at the same time, and there's a chance that there could be a little encounter, a face-to-face, then I've got to think that Jake would welcome that, and I've got to think KSI would welcome that. And certainly when both have been very vocal about wanting to face each other next year, I kind of feel like, you can plant a few seeds here easily. So yeah, I think there's definitely a chance that you could get something. I don't know that you're going to be getting a big brawl or a big fight in the crowds or anything like that, but do I think there'll be a moment where they're quite close and a few words are exchanged? Maybe a couple of members of each group get into a bit of a scuffle or something. Sure, I can see that. I can't see KSI and Jake fighting. Because, you save that for the pay-per-view, don't you? You don't give it away for free. So I can't say that I can see anything along those lines, but sure, I can see some words being exchanged. Marie, shout out to you, said, what's your prediction for Deji versus Floyd? I think Deji's cardio is not good, and I think he's got some skills. I think that he is going to not do anything stupid. I think that he will get through the first round. It really depends in what mood Floyd's in. If Floyd wants to allow Deji to get into the latter stages, then he can carry him to the latter stages. This sounds awful, right? It sounds awful, but we have to be honest in saying that Floyd could put Deji away really whenever he wanted. I do think that Deji, though, has got a decent defense. Not Floyd level of, not this will stop Floyd Mayweather, but a decent defense in the influencer boxing world. We're talking about, one of the greatest fighters, if not the greatest fighter of all time in Floyd Mayweather. And I know that gets said and just chucked around, right? And it's just a really easy sound bite or whatever, but Floyd's defense was stunning. It was stunning. He said his whole mantra is defense and save money. That's it. Those are the two things he believes in: defense and save money. So his defense, his ability to not get hit, it was legendary. Did you know that when he was in his prime, he was statistically the second hardest person to hit? Defense, incredible. And offense, he was the second most accurate. So, I mean, that is just stunning, isn't it? It's stunning. And I know he's not in his prime anymore, but against Deji and where Deji is, I feel like Floyd can put him away pretty much whenever he wants. Maybe not in the first round. Floyd really does like to download information in the first round. He's not the quickest of starters. A lot of Floyd's fights tend to go to decision because he's all about defense and not putting himself in silly situations. So, I could definitely see it where I think Deji could get out the first round, whether Floyd wants him to or not. I mean, if Floyd really poured it on, maybe not. But that's not Floyd's style. So I think Deji gets out round one. In round two, it comes down to what's going on in the fight, really. I mean, at that point, it's how engaged is Mayweather? If Mayweather has got the information he needs and he can start getting his shots through, we saw him, I think, in round two, knock out the kickboxing guy over in Japan just a few months ago. And I'm sure that was round two. We did the watch along for it. And that was his last exhibition fight. He looked good. He looks sharp. He looks good. I mean, of course he looks good. He's taking on people that aren't proper boxers. And so, of course, he's going to look good. And I just think that here, he could potentially do that again. I hope he doesn't. I hope we get a fair few rounds out of this. But I think as we get into the latter stages, I just think he's going to be very evasive. He's going to get a few shots off. He's going to wear Deji down. And there'll come a point where the fight will stop. I don't think it gets to a decision. I really don't. I think Mayweather wins, clearly. But and it'll be stoppage. But it's just what rounds. And that'll come down to what Floyd wants. If Floyd wants to put this away early, you can really pour it on. And but I don't think he will, to be honest. I think he likes Deji. And I think that he'll want to put on a little show. He'll definitely not want it to end in round 1. But he's got no problem with fights ending in round 2. So it could be that it ends in round 2. Who are you rooting for? I think Deji, since you're from the UK, says J-Dub. Not really, to be honest. Not really. No. It doesn't really work that way when it's such a mismatch. Like, there's not really a need to root for anyone. Like, this isn't close enough to root for anyone. Like, Deji is not winning this fight. I cannot sit here and tell you that he's got any chance whatsoever. It would be like a toddler taking on a grandmaster in chess and us having a conversation that the toddler might win. Like, it's not happening. So, there's not really a rooting involved. It's what I'm rooting for is I am rooting for Deji to last as long as possible. I'm rooting for Deji to get into the later rounds. I know people like to joke and make memes about how Deji's the greatest of all time and all that kind of stuff, right? I'm on board with all of that. It's fun and I'm on board with it. But I think just put that to one side for a second because there is actually something a bit serious. And that is that this is a big opportunity for Deji. And if you do honestly care about Deji and you want to see him succeed, he needs time in the ring with Floyd. And I know we keep banging on that point, but it's a point that needs to be made. Deji can win even by losing tonight. It's such a weird fight, this is. When do you ever say that you can win by losing? But he can win by just staying in there as long as possible. The amount of things that he will learn. He will be able to watch Floyd, watch his footwork, watch his movements. He'll know when Floyd pressured, when Floyd didn't. He can look at Floyd and see how he conserved his energy. He can just learn so much from being in there with Floyd. What I want to see, what I'm rooting for, is that it doesn't end early. That's what I'm rooting for. I want this thing to go as late as possible. If it goes to a decision, that is a dub for Deji. That is a big dub for Deji. Regardless of if Mayweather carried him to it. If he can get there to the decision, that is a big, big moment because he will have had, is it 8 rounds tonight? 8 rounds with Mayweather? That's an education right there. That's a whole education right there. That would be massive for Deji. And then he can take that forward into his boxing career, like as he goes up against tougher challenges that he can actually win, you know. So I've got obviously Mayweather, and I'm just hoping that it's not gonna be an early finish. Jordan said Tommy Fury's fight is cancelled. No. So Tommy Fury's fight against Bamba's cancelled. He's got a fight against Rolly Lambert. So he's got a new opponent. I'm not aware that one's been cancelled. Deji will win just by learning by Floyd, says Just Nick. If anything, Deji can learn a lot of things here. Completely agree. Yeah, completely agree. David said Deji's ex probably rooted for him to last as long as possible. How'd that go for them, said David. Joshua said, did Bobby Fish get KO'd? What happened? It was strange, to be honest. It was really strange. It was a second round win for Bobby Fish. Some shots he caught him with a couple of things. There was one shot that seemed to just bounce off the top of his opponent's head. It didn't seem that impactful. I mean, obviously it didn't. It seemed glancing. It really seemed glancing. And moments after that, his opponent went down to one knee. Referee came over, did a count. The guy didn't get back up. That was it. When he went back to his corner, you could tell there was some discomfort with his shoulder. And actually, Bobby Fish at times in that fight had grabbed his opponent and ragdolled him around. There was one point where he grabbed him and picked him up, looked like he was about to suplex him. Referee had to have a word with Bobby Fish a couple of times. And I just wondered if maybe in one of those kind of exchanges, the guy's like shoulder had like got damaged or something. I genuinely don't know. It's just such a weird fight. It's a really weird fight. Bobby Fish has got a good stance. And, you know, it looks like he's trying to do the right things and he's pressuring his opponent back in the corner. That's not strange. The grabbing and chucking his opponent around a bit is a bit weird. But it's the finish. It's the fact that the dude goes down onto his knee and you can't really make out why that's happened. And then obviously his like shoulder seems to have something seems to have happened there and we don't know what. And it's weird. But the official decision is Bobby won. Second round knockout. And I don't think he's interested in any more boxing. I don't think he was interested in this, to be honest. 2-fight deal he's got. This first one had to be boxing, and the next one is MMA or maybe boxing again, but he wants it to be MMA. So that was that. He Mang said, Deji dub. Reeve said, is Tommy fighting? Tommy will be fighting. What's happening at the moment? What's happening at the moment is nothing. There is a pre-show, but it's just gone on a half an hour break. So right now I've got a graphic in front of me. This is meant to be the pre-show. We have already seen 2 fights, but right now we've just got a countdown clock in front of us. So yeah, not much to get excited about there. AJ said, have you seen Valerie made her debut this weekend? No. I've been in a world of UFC and Mayweather and things like that. He threw an awkward punch to the body, messed up the shoulder. Awkwards. Spaghetti Salad said, Vidal fought last night. What do you think? Haven't seen. In what? I haven't seen. I mean, we were watching UFC. We did an 8-hour UFC stream. As soon as that ended, I went to bed, had a couple of hours, got up, and now here we are. So trying to catch up on anything outside of that has just not been possible this weekend. Reeve said, do you know who Tommy is fighting? Yes, Rolly Lambert. So 15-1, very impressed with what we're seeing from this guy. He seems to be a tougher challenge, to be honest. So he's 15 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. He's got 12 knockouts on his records of those 15 wins. Very active as well. It's not like this dude hasn't fought since 2016 or something. He's actually had 3 fights this year, 3 fights last year. And he had a fair few fights, 4 fights in 2020. So he is very active. He is on a 12-fight win streak. His loss came in February of 2019. So you're going back 3 years, nearly 4 years. He's got knockouts on his records. The people that he's beating, his last opponent was 21 wins and 8 losses. Got a winning record. Person before that, 16 wins and only 2 losses. Person before that, 20 wins and 17 losses. Person before that, 22 wins and only 1 loss. That's the caliber of opponents that this Rolly is beating. This dude seems legit, man. He is the 71st ranked cruiserweight in the world, according to Box Pro. He's the number 1 cruiserweight to come out of Cameroon. He's 33 years old, so he's not 50. He's 70% knockout rate. He's got 75 rounds of action in the bank. 17 fights in total. I'm really impressed, to be honest. I think if Tommy can get a win here against this guy, I feel like that's fairly credible. He's beaten someone that's got a better record than he's got. And look, this is not going to be someone that's taken on top level talent or anything, but certainly if you look at the numbers, these are the kind of bodies that you want Jake going up against. As we said before, Jake gets criticized all the time for not taking on a boxer. Well, here's Tommy Fury taking on someone that's 15-1, Great records. Got 12 knockouts out of 15 wins. Amazing. Active. Got to give him props for that. Last loss was 3-4 years ago. Got to give him props for that. 33, so that's all right age-wise. Not bad at all. And yeah, I mean, I just can't find anything to criticize. I think that this is going to be a bit of a challenge for Tommy, to be honest. Dak Elliott said, I thought the Fury fight was cancelled because he was overweight and they don't want to compensate his opponent 20% of the purse. So that fight was cancelled. He was taking on Paul Bamba. There seems to be some controversy. And the controversy is that Tommy today put a video out. It's only 17 seconds long on social media. Says, I want to get my side of the story out. I got a contract. My contract told me what weight to be. I am that weight. My opponent had a contract and that told him what weight to be. Now, I don't know what's happened, but seems like there's an admin error or something's gone wrong. Now, obviously, you can believe that or not, but the bottom line, the end result is that they have gone and found a replacement. And so it's going to be Tommy against Rolly Lambert. And I'm really into the fight, man. I'm really into the fight. I think it's going to be really interesting. I don't know about Valerie Lorida, but she is apparently a former MMA fighter, says AJ. Spaghetti Salad said, should Deji fight Jake? And if he wins, I think this is the happy ending of YouTube boxing. YouTube boxing is not going anywhere. There's, KSI started a whole promotion up now, which is running on DAZN. And that seems to be performing very, very well for them. And so this thing's not going anywhere. If anything, there's more and more YouTubers getting involved in it. Deji, I think, wants the fight with Jake and wants that rematch. But I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get there. It feels to me, I mean, obviously, if he puts in a great performance here, that's going to help his case. But it does feel like Jake Paul has gone several levels ahead of Deji. You know, Deji's been taking on influencers and struggling, whereas Jake has been taking on, granted, not boxers, but at least fighters and getting victories. So it does feel like they are on different paths. So I don't know if they'll get back together. What have we got now? What's this? Okay, we've got someone in a ring right now. I don't know if there was any introduction. Some woman's coming down. Why is it so dark? I can't see what's going on now. There's a woman coming down. Right, there's someone in the ring that's rapping. We've got a woman on the outside. The woman just knocked into the camera as well. This presentation is so bad. Don't know who she is. Okay. Has any fight started? We've had 2 so far. His name is Fury, so he's going to get his way. Thoughts on the True Geordie controversy? I don't really know much about it. I don't really go into like that kind of YouTuber stuff. I mean, if True Geordie was going to be boxing, then obviously I'd dig into, his fighting, but I don't really dig into like the content like that they're making. I did see him trending. I feel like it's got something to do with racism, but I don't know enough about it. I'm not trying to hide from a conversation. I'm quite happy to have the conversation. I don't give a flip. But yeah, I can't comment. I don't know what his comments are, so I don't know if he's right to say what he said or wrong to say what he said. I don't know what public opinion is on it. I don't know if people think that he's been framed or I don't know, because I don't know the comments. So I don't know. Are you doing the World Cup? Yes. Looking forward to it. Diana said, can you answer my question? Because I need to go. And since 280, the Volkanovski fight was announced. I want to know if 284, if Islam wins, is Poirier next, or is Gaethje or Oliveira, or is Chandler? So, I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? Because, so if Islam beats Volkanovski, Poirier has put himself very much in the picture right now. I would say Poirier feels like he's next in line. I don't actually know what's happening with Gaethje. Oliveira has been beaten. Oliveira was beaten soundly by Islam. UFC don't really tend to do rematches straight away, always. I mean, you do get them if it's really close, but I don't think there was anything close between Islam and Charles. I think Charles was soundly beaten. So for me, Charles drops down a couple of points. So, Charles needs to have a few wins. It's a little bit like when Adesanya beat Whittaker. We didn't see Adesanya go up against Whittaker again straight away. Whittaker had to go off and just get a few wins and then get back to the title. Like Charles Oliveira is going to have to do that, I think, because I think that they are probably more excited about doing Islam. Because the thing is, Makhachev skipped a load of people, didn't he? We've not seen Makhachev against these big names, but we have seen Oliveira against the big names. We know Oliveira against Poirier and Oliveira Gaethje. Like, we know how those fights go, but we don't know what happens if you've got Islam against Poirier. Chandler has come off a loss against Poirier. I mean, if anything, that means that Poirier is next in line for me. So, yeah, I think it's Poirier. I think it's Poirier. I don't think it's Oliveira. Don't think it's Gaethje. I mean, Poirier and Gaethje fought and Poirier won, so I don't think Gaethje would be next in line. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't think Gaethje's on a great run, is he? I feel like he's definitely coming off losses to Oliveira and Poirier. Are those his last two fights? Let me have a look. Justin Gaethje. Oh man, the Poirier fight was a while ago. I don't know why I thought that was more recent. It's been a hot minute then since that Poirier fight. Anyway, he's coming off losses to Khabib and Oliveira, but he beat Chandler. So Gaethje beat Chandler. He's coming off loss to Charles Oliveira. That's not a problem. I think what you might do is already fought Chandler. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard because a lot of these fighters have faced each other. You've got Beneil Dariush as well, who looked good not long ago. He's got to be in the conversation. Beneil Dariush's got to be in the conversation. But I think, look, to answer your question without getting too stuck into the weeds, I would say Poirier's next for me. Islam versus Volkanovski, and then next for the lightweight championship. As long as it is Islam, then, regardless, Poirier's next. I think that victory he got over Chandler puts him right back into contention. Spaghetti Salad said, John Fury is a huge promotion pump for this event, but why didn't they allow him to get involved? The damn man is so entertaining. I don't know. I don't know why they didn't let him get involved, because I agree. He is a lot of fun, isn't he? But I suppose this is the Mayweather show, isn't it? It's not the John Fury show. Right, we're seeing these two rapping away still in the boxing ring. We should be going over to the main cards in 8 minutes' time. Sleep, my friends. Raw tonight. Rob, shout out to you. Adnan said, I would knock Tyson Fury. I would knock out Tyson Fury or John Jones. I am a 7-3 boxer and an MMA fighter. Adriana said, Deji is better than KSI. Spaghetti said, I like your character. I will subscribe. Spaghetti Salad, that's very kind. Shout out to you. Diana says, not to be rude. I didn't think you was. We are sneaking our way to this main card. 7 minutes to go. I don't know that this pre-show has really delivered anything that we were necessarily looking for, but I suppose it was good to watch the Bobby Fish fight. And it's always good to watch Delfine Persoon. She's a very credible fighter, and she picked up a good win. So that was that. Now we're watching some hip-hop sort of. Some sort of music. And then we'll be going over to the main cards in 7 minutes. Just Nick said, United 1-1. Okay. Do you know what? I haven't been looking at the football. I don't even know if we've equalised or fell behind or what happened. I saw that we won the cricket earlier, which is great news. Okay, this is like the track that never ends. This is the track that never ends. It just keeps going. Still going. I don't know if this is a different track or not, but it's quite impressive with the fact that it just won't end. The Delfine fight was no contest. I thought she was awarded the win. I'm pretty sure she won. I'll Google it and see what gets said. Oh, yeah, you're right. No contest. Persoon hit Kerwat when she was on the ground. Oh, that passed me by. I didn't see her hit her when she was on the ground. I saw her go for the uppercut. When did she hit her when she was on the ground? Persoon punched Kerwat while she was on the canvas, but was not disqualified, and the bout was ruled as a no contest. God. So one of the only positives I thought came out of this show was not even a positive? Damn, I didn't even see her punch her on the ground. Persoon acted out of character. She threw further shots with her opponent on the ground. I saw her like back in the corner waiting for a Kerwat to get up off the canvas, and it just felt like she was being respectful, to be honest. That's wild. I didn't know that. But it would be jokes if it happened. Sorry to ruin that for you. Yeah. No, listen. That's on me for not turning the sounds up. I didn't even see her do it. She hit her one time while she was on the ground. For a veteran, that does deserve to be DQ'd. Brad said it's coming home. Right, we've got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes, and then we're going to go over to the actual show. It's on DAZN, and we are building our way towards Floyd Mayweather against Deji. Got a few interesting fights coming up. John Ingram taking on Tanaka. As we said, Tanaka is the person that beat Mayweather's bodyguard, and so he is now taking on one of Mayweather's young proteges, one of his prospects. So I believe that's in the welterweight division, so I'm interested in that fight. Herrera against Manzanilla. Manzanilla comes in with a record of 21-8. He's very credible. And Herrera is, I think, 8-0. Again, he is young. He's only 20 years old. He's a big prospect. He is the grandson of a Cuban legend. So there's definitely something there for us to get our teeth into. Sadly, I just couldn't find. Didn't really have much of an amateur career. 9-1. I don't know. I don't know what you can read into that. Anthony Taylor. That's going to be a lot of fun. He's been very vocal. There's loads we can talk about when it comes to Anthony Taylor. He's taking on Jack Fincham. That'll be good. Looking forward to that. Then we've got Tommy Fury. And then we've got Floyd Mayweather. So there's loads of fights coming up. I don't know if like one of the fights has been cancelled. They did say there was going to be 3 fights on these prelims. We've only had 2. It's really weird. It's really weird because we did 2 fights in the first hour. We've had no fights in the second hour. There's been a 2-hour pre-show. And you would think that they would just run tape. You would just think that they would run video footage to just highlight the fights that are coming up. No, no, no. Instead, we've had 45 minutes of staring at a graphic in the second hour. And then we've had a little bit of Sammy Guevara talking to the crowd. And then we've just had, I don't know, whatever that was. That music moment, that musical interlude. So this has been a horrific pre-show. Absolutely sucked. But thankfully we're through that. So yeah, we can go over to Mayweather Deji card. I just want to have a look and see if anything's been cancelled. So according to this, Harley Ben against Anwar has been cancelled. Right, now this makes sense. Harley Ben against Anwar has been cancelled because of a pre-fight altercation. A pre-fight altercation. That is wild. That is wild. It felt like something had happened. Ben against Anwar. When did that happen? An hour ago. An hour ago. Whilst we've been live, the fight got cancelled an hour ago. Harley Ben's fight with Anwar on the Floyd Mayweather undercard has been axed just hours before the first bell. The pair were due to fight for a WBC Middle Eastern title at the Coca-Cola Arena in Dubai, but just a few hours before the fight was scrapped, Global Titans revealed an altercation at the Fighter Hotel forced the bout to be cancelled. A statement read that Anwar pulled out just hours before, without notice or prior warning, despite multiple attempts to find a suitable replacement at short notice for Harley. Global Titans said they were unable to do so, and anyone that was available was too heavy in weight. That is mental. That is mental. That is mental. We've lost a fight because of a flipping altercation. This is an absolute dog and pony show. It's an absolute dog and pony show. That's wild. That's wild. Tommy Fury missed weight. He is fighting. He's got a new opponent. And according to Tommy Fury, he didn't miss weight. According to him, there was a weight that he was given and he made that weight. So they found a new opponent for him. What is going on with Tommy? So he's got a new opponent. He's taken on a guy from Cameroon. This guy from Cameroon looks good. He's called Roly Lambert, 15-1. And according to Tommy Fury, he was given a weight to make. He made that weight. But seemingly the person Bamba that he was going to be facing was given a different weight to make, and there seems to have this whole show seems to just be an absolute cluster. Just seems to be an absolute cluster. How long till Mayweather fights? We're looking at about 4 hours. 4 hours. There's a fair few undercards fights that we need to go through first. We've answered the that one. How many fights on the main card now? I'll have a look. On Tapology. Let me go to Tapology. There are 5 fights on the main card. So I don't know what order these are going to be in. But Tommy Fury against Roly Lambert. That is on the main cards. John Ingram taking on Tanaka. That's the bodyguard against the protege. That's on the main card. Herrera taking on Manzanilla. That's an interesting fight, as we said. Herrera is a Cuban legend. Manzanilla's got a decent record. I'd like to get that out of the way early, to be honest. But that's also for the WBC International Super Featherweight title. So at least that adds a bit of extra spice to that fight. Jack Fincham taking on Anthony Taylor. That'll be good. That's been very vocal. And then Floyd Mayweather taking on Deji in our main event. Right, we are going over to the ring. opening attraction. So, who is this? From the USA. Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor's coming out. Anthony Taylor's opening the show. Okay, Anthony Taylor has been very, very vocal. He faced Tommy Fury before. Fincham. So, Anthony Taylor, the pretty boy, he wants to take on Floyd. He wants to be a future opponent for Floyd. He calls himself the pretty boy. So, he was saying, like, we should do pretty boy versus pretty boy. And making his way down, he's been very outspoken in the press conference, as always. He needs to get a good win here. He is confident, is a former MMA fighter. He fought Tommy Fury last year. He's 7-5 in MMA. He fought in Bamba and Bellator. He trained with Jake Paul. He was given the opportunity to spar with Floyd because he ran his mouth so much. Floyd actually said to him, all right, get in here. And he turned it down. Basically, he wants the fight with Floyd. He doesn't want to spar with Floyd. He wants to fight with Floyd. So he turned that down. I would imagine Floyd will be very interested in this because Anthony Taylor has got a mouth on him. And I think Floyd will be very interested in watching him here. And he could be a future opponent for Floyd. He really could. Jack Fincham making his way down. This is his pro debut. He did have an amateur career. He won Love Island in 2018. And he's looking to challenge himself. He says that he wants to come in and not just go up against influencers. He wants to come in against someone that is going to provide a challenge. And he's quite excited about taking on Anthony Taylor. I think Jack would have been quite humble, quite respectful. But Anthony Taylor was not interested in that life whatsoever. And so there's been some words exchanged between them. I can't say there's much bad blood here. I'm sure they don't like each other. But Anthony Taylor's got his eyes on a bigger prize. And that bigger prize is Floyd Money Mayweather. So how long till the Deji fight? Probably looking about 3 hours 55. Did the event start? Yes, it started 6 minutes ago. Anthony Taylor fight is off, says Bob's got a gun. I mean, he's literally in the ring right now. He's literally in the ring right now. Anthony Taylor with Jack Fincham is literally moments away from starting. Anthony Taylor is a big L if Floyd accepts to fight. Whole bag of cringe. He tried to promote himself. Not like that. The bodyguard takes another L, said CI2E. Yeah, wow. The bodyguard's not fighting, actually. The bodyguard's not fighting. The person that beat the bodyguard is fighting tonight. He's going to be taking on a young fighter, a young protege, a young prospect. So I'm kind of into that. I'm into this as well. Anthony Taylor has been very vocal. Very vocal. Anthony Taylor interrupted Tommy Fury during the press conference. I don't know if you saw, but Big John got up, squared up to Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor was loving it. Anything that gives Anthony Taylor attention, he is absolutely loving. But how many fights for the main event? I think there's 4 before the main event. Loz Blair said, Deji by 5-second knockout. I'm putting my house on him. Master 21 said, what time is the Floyd fight? It is in 3 hours 52, roughly. So we've got a little way to go till we get there. Little way to go. Some good fights on the undercard, though, including Anthony Taylor. Why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? How are the fighters meant to see anything? That was so dark, then you couldn't even see them. Jack Fincham is looking forward to this. He's looking forward to testing himself. This is if anything, just a bit of an inconvenience for Anthony Taylor. It gets him onto a Floyd card, but he really has got his sights set on something bigger. Goes to work the body. Goes to work the body again, just wailing away. Jack Fincham backing up a little bit, tries to throw some jabs out there. Jack Fincham trying to show that he's got some skills, jabbing away, but look at the body work. Look at the hand speed from Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor throwing into the body, shot coming into the side of the head. Referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. Taylor again looking quite crisp here, looking really slick. I mean, he is in there against Jack Fincham. Jack Fincham, we've not seen a professional fight before. Taylor in the center. He's got a hand speed advantage. Good movement as well. Stepping forwards. Throwing a big overhand. Couple of jabs coming in by Fincham. Lovely little uppercut attempt there by Fincham. Coming into the body. Again, he's got Fincham up against the ropes. Some body work here. Look at this. The volume coming out of Anthony Taylor is very impressive. This can go 4 rounds. It's only 4 rounds. Nice head movement there by Anthony Taylor. Shot coming into the side. Little digs into the ribs. You can see Fincham's arms are red. You can see that Anthony Taylor is really throwing into those arms, trying to get to the side of the body. And the defense of Taylor. Look at the body as well. Oof. Lovely shot there by Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor, far and away the better fighter here. But you can see the marks already on the body and on the arms. Oh, that's a lovely right hand. Lovely right hand by Anthony Taylor. And there's a real moment there where Fincham just is really startled. Looks like he could even go down. He manages to compose himself, though, but that's a lovely moment by Anthony Taylor. Jab coming in there by Fincham. 1-2. He's got Fincham up against the ropes in the corner. Anthony Taylor with a beautiful shot. That was good. That was really good. Managed to clip Fincham. Fincham did so well to recover. Middle. Lovely left hand up top. Right hand coming into the body. Over against the ropes goes Fincham. Referee coming in. Looking to separate these two apart. Anthony Taylor again. Coming forward. Nice head movement. He's dominating this fight. Absolutely dominating it. Lovely work there by Anthony Taylor. Very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff. So, Anthony Taylor, as we said, this can go 4 rounds. The famous Sesame Street character, Cookie Monster's real name is Sid. Kojiko, shout out to you. Is this on DAZN? It is, but it's like one of those pay-per-view, pay extra for it things on DAZN, which sucks. But, yeah, some nice moments here. Boom, look at that. Look at that. It's a lovely moment. Kind of gets his feet all crossed over. He doesn't quite, his footwork's all at sea for a moment there. Just showing a replay of it again and then showing the end of the round where he was driving Fincham back into the corner. Really good round that was for Taylor. Just saying that on November 19th, Rahman Jr. taking on Vitor Belfort. Again, he's got him back in the corner. Anthony Taylor up against the ropes. And we're seeing Fincham in the center of the ring. Anthony Taylor trying to come forwards. Hook shot coming in. It's only 4 rounds. Like, I don't think he needs to worry too much about his cardio. Anthony Taylor is doing well. In the center. Nice 1-2 straight down the middle. He's got Fincham over by the ropes. Tries to charge in. Fincham moves out the way. Fincham trying to get back to basics. Doubling up on his jab. Nice to see 1-2. Nice head movement there by Anthony Taylor. Shots coming into the side of the body. And again, another shot coming in there. Trying to work in the clinch. Nice coming in 1-2 straight down the middle. Nice body shot there. Lovely left hand by Taylor. Taylor putting the pressure on as Fincham is backing up in the corner. Referee having a look. Good head movement there by Anthony Taylor as a few jabs come back by Fincham. Not seeing the domination in this round from Anthony Taylor as much as we did in the first. But he's still the one that's putting the pressure on. Lovely head movement. 1-2 there by Fincham. Anthony Taylor was able to slip those shots. Now he's coming forward. Lovely overhands. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And, uppercut there by Fincham. Uppercut coming in. Kind of caught a little bit of it, not much. That was interesting, though. Something a little bit different there by Fincham. Not seen that from him so far. Love the doubling up of the jab. It seems like Anthony Taylor is very comfortable with getting his head out of the way, though. He is very cool, calm, collected. Trying to find a way forward. That's a nice right hand there by Fincham. Nice jab to the body. He says that he's got this peekaboo style. He's asking him to bring it on. Fincham looking a bit better in this round. Not seeing the domination that we saw in the first from Anthony Taylor. Taylor putting the pressure on Fincham, being backed up. Nice head movement there by Taylor. Referee coming in, looking to separate these two apart. Body shot coming in there by Fincham. Hook shot coming back by Taylor. Taylor putting the pressure on. Taylor in the center. Ooh, Fincham catching Taylor just as he drops his head. And again, jab coming in. And that is the end of the round. Anthony Taylor puts his arm in the air. That round felt closer. I still feel like I'd give it to Anthony Taylor, but it definitely felt closer. Dave's just joining. When is the Deji fight? Deji fight is going to be in about 3 hours 45. We've got a way to go, unfortunately, until we get to that. But we've got a decent little undercard to work our way through. Taylor is very comfortable fighting influencers and not actual boxers and calls himself a pro, said Just Nick. I mean, to be honest, he wants to get that. He wants to make money, doesn't he? That's it. He wants to make money. He talks the talk about being like, a great boxer and all of this, but he basically wants that Floyd fight. He wants to get in there for the biggest paydays possible. I've got respect for that. Oh, big right hand by Taylor. Jabs coming in, driving Fincham back already. So a big start to round number 3. Big start to round number 3. He's driving Fincham back into the corner. Fincham moving into the center, but goes back against the ropes again. Nice 1-2 straight down the middle. Jab to the body by Anthony Taylor. Again, nice shot to the side of the head. Clinching up, referee coming in, separating them apart. Taylor coming forward. Jab coming in there by Taylor. Shot coming back by Fincham. We are seeing Fincham doing some good work here. Considering this is his first pro fight, he's done well. He's struggling with the speed, the hand speed of Anthony Taylor. He's certainly struggling with the head movement. But Taylor planting himself in the center, coming forward into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Fincham going back into the center. It's just a lot of jabs by Fincham. We have seen a few other shots in his arsenal. He's got hooks in there. There's an uppercut in there. We haven't seen much of them. Oh, nice hand speed, though, by Anthony Taylor. Again, getting some straight shots in through the guard. Nice head movement. Lovely hook shot there. Shots coming into the side of the body. Both fighters getting a few shots through. I don't know. This has got to be a bit frustrating for Anthony Taylor. He's got a big guy in there who's making his professional debut. I think Anthony Taylor would definitely have expected to have caused Jack Fincham some more problems than he has. He's definitely asked questions, and he's definitely looked the better fighter for me. But I think the fact that he's not had him more uncomfortable. That's nice. That's good work, though, by Anthony Taylor. Connects with a big shot. Looks like Fincham felt that. They clinch up. They separate apart. They touch gloves. I think there's definitely some respect being shown in there. Again, the overhand right is thrown by Anthony Taylor. Shots coming into the body. Really digging in with some uppercuts. Referee comes in looking to separate them apart. We got 20-odd seconds left on the clock in this third round. There's one more round to go. Taylor coming forward. Overhand right. And 1-2 straight down the middle. The defense, the guard of Jack Fincham is being breached very comfortably. Nice jab coming in there by Taylor. Taylor is edging forwards. End of the round. And feels like that's another Anthony Taylor round to me. Final round coming up. Round number 4. Round number 4. Fincham, I think, has done well. I think Fincham, if he was to go up against an influencer, would win. It depends on the influencer, of course. But I think he has shown that he has took boxing seriously. He's got a good stance. He is very committed to his jab, which is good to see. He actually doubles up on the jab. He's got a few other shots in his arsenal. I just think that he maybe has bitten off a little bit too much for this fight. But respect. He looks like a boxer. Fincham looks like a boxer. I think there's definitely some things that he can take from this. What time is the Deji fight? Deji fight's going to be in about 3.5 hours, roughly. Right, we're about to get underway with round number 4. Gene said, what time's the Mayweather fight? It's a little way off, buds. Right, we've got round number 4 underway. Taylor coming forwards. Again, he's got Fincham backed up into the corner. Big shots coming in, throwing into the body. Nice shot to the side of the head there by Anthony Taylor. Taylor, again, 1-2, straight down the middle. Big overhand right, just falling short. Fincham going over, lovely snap on the jab there. Left-hand jab, snaps back Fincham's head. Fincham, lovely right hand. That snaps back Fincham's head as well. Anthony Taylor seems to have tasked himself with finding a finish. Coming forward again. Oh, look at that right hand. Driving Fincham back. Taylor is pouring it on. Big body shots coming in. Tell you what, Jack Fincham's going to be feeling the effects of this. His body is going to be bruised and battered. You can see the marks all over his body as well. He's been absolutely peppered. Shots have come at him from all different angles. Anthony Taylor is going to win this. Surely he is going to win this. But it's been a fun little fight, actually, for 4 rounds. It's been all right, you know. Taylor coming forward again, tries to throw a big right hand. And Fincham moves out the way. Taylor again coming forward. Fincham over by the ropes. Couple of jabs coming in into the clinch. Shots coming in there by Anthony. Referee separating them apart. There's 1:18 on the clock. We've got Taylor coming forwards. Nice shot there, but Fincham just moving his head out the way. Goes over against the ropes. Anthony Taylor just wailing into the side of the body. Referee coming in, separating these two apart. Good work so far by Anthony Taylor, but Fincham showing that he's got a future if he wants to commit to this and stick with this. Fincham 31, Taylor 33. I don't think Fincham's going to be getting anywhere near world titles or anything like that. But if he wants to stick to influencer boxing, make a bit of money, then there's definitely a future for him. I think he's looked pretty good here at times. 1-2 straight down the middle. And Taylor on the outside into the final 30. Floyd and Deji is how many rounds? I think it's 8. I think it's 8 rounds. I can double check that on Tapology in a second. We are in the final throes of this one. Nice shot to the side of the head there by Fincham. They're in the clinch. Little dig into the body. It is 8 rounds. According to Tapology, end of the fight, by the way. I think that different opponents gonna fix it. Is that gonna? There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Just turned off the router, put it back on again. There was a little bit of lag there. No result at the moment. We're just waiting to find out which way this is going to go. So waiting to find out who's going to pick up the victory on this one. If you are just joining us, welcome. Waiting for the results. Dark Angel said lag wins. Here we go. Here we go. So they're saying, let's get a round of applause for both fighters. Anthony Taylor comes over, gives a hug to Fincham. Oh, is there no judges because of it being an exhibition? All right, well, there we go then. Well, that's that then, isn't it? That's something that we got to watch. So was that no decision? I thought there'd be a decision there. I didn't actually realize. I thought that was going to be a professional fight. I thought that was Jack Fincham's first professional, his pro debut. Did I miss the actual decision? There was like music that was playing. I tell you what, the production of this is doing my flipping head. Oh, because of weight issues. So there's no winners. Okay, so this was meant to be a pro debut, but it got changed over. Anthony's calling out Tommy Fury. You're going to need security to get me out this ring, says Anthony Taylor. The dude's not right, is he? Okay, so because of weight issues, this was changed to an exhibition. There's no winners or losers as a result. Jesus, this show, man. This show. Was a draw, but Anthony smashed him in every round, says Calavera. Is AEW in charge of this? I have no idea, man. Anthony Taylor just went over, started screaming stuff, started saying that he would pay the opponent's purse money so that he could fight Tommy Fury. He said, I'm not leaving the ring. You're going to need security to take me out this ring. Like, I do appreciate the fact that he puts on a show. I do appreciate the fact that, you feel entertained when you're watching Anthony Taylor. It is also borderline cringe at times. A lot of times. But, yeah, this show, the production values of this show like one level above like the local school's nativity play. It's just pretty rubbish. What time is the main event? Main event is in about 3.5 hours. Calling out Tommy, but Tommy has already beaten him. Yes. How many fights are left? I'm unsure whether to still buy it. I think there's about 4 fights. I mean, to be honest, if you're buying this, you're surely buying it for Tommy and for Mayweather, Deji. Both of those fights are still to come. Why would they agree to that BS? Said GS Dub. Do you know what? It's this. I don't know. The whole thing's a mess. So that was meant to be like the pro debut. There were weight issues. I didn't realize that they changed it to exhibition fight. I thought that they had agreed like something with the purse, but it got changed. So no winners, losers, but I mean, Anthony Taylor clearly won. So, hey, look, it is what it is. We're not really watching for this, but we're watching for Tommy. I think Tommy fight's going to be interesting, but even that's been messed up because of the weight stuff. So he's actually taken on a brand new opponent that I'd never even heard of and had to do like a quick little bit of research on. So that's pretty crazy. Obviously, we're building Tyron Woodley is in attendance. Just interviewing Tyron Woodley right now. But obviously, we're building towards the main event. That's basically what we're all here for. So all of this circus stuff that we're getting beforehand is largely irrelevant, isn't it? Doesn't really matter about any of this. It's all about the main event. I just hope that the main event's going to be presented like really well, because there's been a lot about this undercard that has been rocky. What time's the main event? Main event's in about 3.5 hours. Who is Tommy fighting now? He's fighting someone from the Cameroon. Good opponent, actually, by the looks of it. So the dude is called Roly Lambert. Roly Lambert, he's 15-1. He's got 12 knockouts. He's very active. He's 33. He's a proper boxer. He is the 71st ranked cruiserweight in the world, according to, I think it's BoxRec. Just gives you a rough idea of where he is in the standings. And, I mean, listen, respect to Tommy for accepting this fight with, like, no notice whatsoever. Because as of yesterday, he was fighting Bamba, and now he's fighting this dude from Cameroon, who is based in Dubai and was able to come in and take the fight on short notice. So, yeah, listen, I think if Tommy can get a good result here against this guy, I think that's... I feel like there's some... At least we get a Tommy fight, and there's some positives to take out of it. So, yeah, that is definitely one that I'm looking forward to. And I think that's our co-main event, Tommy. So Tommy should be in the co-main event. Obviously, Deji and Floyd's main event. All of that is going to be a good few hours away. I think we've still got a few more fights to get to. KSI and Jake wouldn't beat Tommy. Tommy has got good power and combinations, and he's got solid footwork, says Calavera. When is the event starting, says Reaper? Well, the event has started. It started 32 minutes ago. We did watch the kind of undercard before that, but we're working our way towards the main fight. That will be in about 3.5 hours. Sneaks, shout out to you. I cut my hand with a broken cup. Any tips on how to get my hand recovered? Your hand will, I mean, hopefully there's nothing in there. So if you are concerned you've got some stuff in there, then I'd recommend going to the hospital or going to the doctors, getting it checked out, A&E. But just wrapping it. That's all you can do, isn't it? If it needs stitches, then again, A&E. You might have to go to hospital. It really depends how bad it is. Gene said, I'm going to check BoxRec now. Do it. Murray said, I'm confused. What are the results so far? Dude, this is a flipping cluster. Right, this, honestly, I don't know that I've seen a production this bad ever. I think this is the worst production value show I've seen. First fight, I don't know. I seriously don't know. I don't know what happened, but it was a knockout win for Bobby Fish. I watched it. I couldn't figure out how the guy went down. He does clip him, but the shot just looks so soft. It didn't. I don't know. Maybe it did sting him, but he was complaining of his shoulder. The whole thing just looked really strange. But either way, Bobby Fish got the win. Second round knockout. Then we got Delfine Persoon. She got a beautiful straight, knocked her opponent down. And I thought that was a Delfine Persoon win. Lovely, done. Apparently, when she's down on the floor, she follows in with a shot and punches her when she's down on the floor. I have no idea why Delfine Persoon would do that. It's like everyone has lost their minds. It's like we've slipped into some kind of Twilight world. I mean, Delfine Persoon's got 50-odd professional fights. In what world is the proper like one of the most, no, maybe the most experienced boxers. I mean, she's had more fights now professionally than Floyd. So you could argue she's the most experienced boxer on this card. Why would the most experienced boxer punch a fighter when they're out down on the canvas? Like, I have no idea. And that is a no contest. So that's ruled a no contest. Again, a sham, just crazy. Then we get Anthony Taylor taking on Jack Fincham. That was meant to be a professional fight. There was weight issues. That's been changed to an exhibition. We go the distance. They both get participation medals. It's just, honestly. Right, Manzanilla is making his way down. I will not be sad to see the back of this undercard. But I am looking forward to Tommy Fury. Manzanilla making his way down. This is for the WBC International Super Featherweight title. Looking at the weights, I can't see any issue. Herrera coming in at 129.3. Manzanilla coming in at 129.9. So, Herrera versus Manzanilla. There we go. So, yeah, they're saying that Herrera is a really talented young fighter. He is the grandson of a Cuban legend. I believe he's 8-0 with 6 knockouts. He resides in Dubai, and he's young as well. According to the stats I saw, he's about 20 years old. So, yeah, he is someone that there's quite a bit of excitement around. He's taken on Manzanilla, who is 21-8 with 20 knockouts. Made his debut back in 2010. Here's Herrera. We could be seeing someone quite special here. He's already the WBC International Super Featherweight champion. He's got bright green shorts, making his way down. He seems fun. I don't know anything about this guy. I've never seen him fight before. But I'm looking forward to this. Stepping in between the ropes. Both fighters have made their way down. This can go 10 rounds. This can go 10 rounds. Don't know that it will go 10 rounds, but it can. 10 3-minute rounds. We've got the WBC International Super Featherweight Championship. And high hopes for this guy. When's the next Toy Hunt video? Soon. It's already recorded. I've already done it. But I've not edited it yet, so... Don't know, to be honest. Probably try and get it out maybe for Thursday. Certainly would want to get it out before the World Cup starts. So, this fight for Tommy will be his biggest test so far. Lambert is no joke, says Calavera. He's just done a video package for his fight. He's now fighting Rolly Lamberts. Main event is hard for me because I love Deji, said Tom is. But Floyd is my favorite boxer of all time. Tommy is not fighting. The fight got called off. He is fighting. He's found a new opponent. Arjun, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you're well. Right, both fighters getting their introductions. Okay, so Manzanilla gets his intro. Now we're just getting Herrera getting his. Hello. Got a little bit of a technical problem. Of course we do. We go over to a graphic, but the feed is restored. So dark inside the arena. So dark. I don't know why it's so dark. You can't even see the fighters very well. The lighting is awful. I don't know who to blame for this. I don't know if this is DAZN. I don't know if this is Global Titan. I don't know whose fault these things are. I mean, some of them, you have to blame the fighters. The weight issues, for example, you have to blame the fighters. But like the Tommy weight issue, that seems really strange because Tommy is saying that he got given a contract that said one weight and his opponent got given a contract that said a different one. And honestly, looking at how the show has been put together, I do not doubt that for 1 second. I have no doubt that that's happened. I fully believe it. Fully believe it. In fact, I'm stunned that anyone's been given the right contract. Everything about this show just feels like flipping amateur hour. Right, we've got both fighters coming in. Not that you can really see them that well. Into the center. Referee having a word. The lighting seems to be better when we actually get to the fight. It's like, for some reason, they have the lights down and then they turn them up for the fight, maybe? Global Titans, I think, is who we blame. If you want to blame someone. Manzanilla against Herrera then. Both fighters are in the ring. Both fighters have had their introductions. This should be a win for Herrera. Herrera is regarded as a real young prospect. And it's taken that center ground. Manzanilla getting a few shots off. Manzanilla with a decent record. 21-8. 20 knockouts. Might not be totally straightforward for Herrera, but Herrera is the pick. Oh, look at that! Hook shot! Hook shot! Hook shot, Herrera! Beautiful work. Manzanilla went down. Manzanilla down. Right back up to his feet, though. I tell you what, shows the power. Beautiful hook shot. Manzanilla went down. Jab coming in there by Herrera. So that was sick. That was sick. Doubling up on those jabs. The power. Driving Herrera back, Manzanilla. Coming forward. Referee having a word saying you can't punch in the back of the head. Here, jab coming in. Nice. Good work there by Herrera. Manzanilla, again, just trying to keep a bit of distance. I think some real respect that he's got for the punching power of Herrera right now. Herrera coming in, that's lovely. Going to work the body. Nice jab coming in there by Herrera. There's a real gap in quality here. You can see that Herrera is just quicker. His movement is better. He's just a more skilled fighter. He's a better fighter. So we've got Manzanilla on the outside. Herrera taking a little look as Manzanilla steps in. Herrera again with his hands up. This thing can go 10 rounds. 2 minutes gone in round number 1. We've already had Manzanilla down into the clinch. Referee coming in. Going to look to separate these two apart. It is for the WBC International Super Featherweight Championship. And Herrera edging forwards. Manzanilla over against the ropes. Again, Herrera looking to get that left hand off. Jabbing away with the right, trying to unload the left. Again, a jab comes in, drives Manzanilla back against the ropes. So we've got Herrera really putting the pressure on. It's definitely Herrera round. Of course it is because of that knockdown. Oh, that's lovely. Goes to the body there, Herrera. That was lovely. Manzanilla tries to respond with some body shots of his own. Herrera backing up a little bit as Manzanilla's putting the pressure on. Jab coming in there by Herrera. Herrera having a little look again, trying to throw that jab straight down the middle. Seeing, swing and a miss there. Jab coming in again. Oh, hello. Getting in each other's way right at the end of the round. And that is a Herrera round. J-Dub, shout out to you. But come on, Herrera. Right, let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Right, round number 2 coming up. And Josh Warrington is going to be in action on December 10th. They've just got a few adverts. Look at that. Look at that hook shot, man. Beautiful hook shot. Down went Manzanilla. Good first round that was. Fun first round. And big first round for Herrera. Days is the best pay for pay P4P ever. J-Dub, shout out to you. Are you enjoying this fight? I am actually. Yeah, I am. This I feel like I'm watching a proper contest with two proper professionals, and it's good. I'm really interested in Herrera because I've just seen a bit about him as I've been I hadn't heard about him before, but apparently, as we said, grandson of a Cuban legend. You know what Cuban fighters are like, tough. Like, slipped. Just a slip there by Manzanilla. And a real prospect, young, got a good record already, managed to build up good records, and looks good, Herrera. Coming forward, right, referee telling them to keep it clean, as a couple of jabs come in here by Herrera. Nice left hand there. He's got Manzanilla over against the ropes. I think Manzanilla's done a really good job of bouncing back from that knockdown. He's done a really good job. He looks comfortable. He doesn't look like he's being bullied. In the center ground, though, is Herrera. Manzanilla on the outsides. He's kind of grown into the fight, but of course that threat is always there. The hook shot that caused him such big problems in the first round, but lovely head movement by Manzanilla. Oh! Referee said break. What's that? Referee said break, and Manzanilla used that opportunity to punch Herrera in the face. Referee wants to talk to the ringside official. A warning. So a warning for Manzanilla. There we go. Yeah. So basically the referee said break, told them to break. Manzanilla. Oh, Herrera catches Manzanilla. Manzanilla goes down. Manzanilla gets right back up. Herrera thought he'd won it there. Even this encounter's got real drama involved. Herrera seems to have just snapped here. I think those shots that Manzanilla threw, those illegal strikes, I think that they have frustrated Herrera. They've woken Herrera up. And Herrera now, standing count for Manzanilla. Manzanilla going down in this round a couple of times. Herrera coming straight out. Some shots coming in by Manzanilla. Herrera just trying to throw some big shots. Hook shot there, but just whistles past the head of Manzanilla. Herrera coming forward, doubling up on the jab. Manzanilla on the back foot. Herrera trying to just putting out that jab, pouring away. Nice little spell here. Oh, body shot coming in. And again there by Manzanilla. Into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. We've got Herrera edging forward. Jab coming in there by Herrera. Manzanilla on the outside. Jab again, just falling short. He's just sticking it out there. He works it really well. Not always to land, but just to give Manzanilla something to think about. Again, just jabbing away, doubling up on those jabs. And Manzanilla throws a right hand of his own. Referee coming in, separating the fighters apart. And that's the end of round number 2. What an eventful round. What a crazy round. Saw a couple of knockdowns in there. We saw the referee having a word with both fighters and telling them to break. That's when we saw Manzanilla throw a couple of shots and get through, snap back the head of Herrera. Referee decided that that was just going to warrant a warning, but yeah, it's all popping off here. Deji, Southport, why does it say Orthodox, said Big Breezy? I don't know. That's from the... I don't know where it's from. It's from the internet. It's Taylor the Tape. And yeah, perhaps they just got that one wrong. Can Deji... Deji can't box. It doesn't matter, says Gene. Right, they are just coming out for the third round right now. Third round about to get underway. Referee coming in, and we are underway. Herrera has managed to get knockdowns in both rounds. This one doesn't feel like it's going to go the distance. Definitely feels like Herrera likely is going to find that knockout. Manzanilla is obviously desperate for that not to be the case. So Herrera constantly putting out those jabs. Body shot coming in. Lovely left to the body. Strikes coming in here by Manzanilla. Referee separating them apart. And again, just kind of pushing him out the way there. A lot of these strikes are not very crisp. We're seeing a lot of pushing. It is a bit rough and ready. Herrera trying to find a way through. Shot coming in there by Manzanilla. Jab coming in, staring at Herrera. Herrera going to the body. Nice hand speed by Herrera. Again, just jabbing away. And referee coming in, separating them apart. Again, these two bouncing around. Jabs coming in here by Manzanilla. Hook shot coming in there by Manzanilla. Referee again separating them apart. Frustrating this for Herrera. He just can't seem to get anything through at the moment. Manzanilla gets caught. He goes down, but referee says no, it's a slip. He's said it's a slip. Pushes both guys back. Herrera again trying to find that shot. Jab coming in, but just misses with it. Steps back into the center. Jab coming in there. Manzanilla backing up into the corner. Shot coming into the body. Uppercut seems to connect there by Herrera. Manzanilla again coming in with some jabs. Oh, beautiful hook shot. Hook shot there by Herrera. Beautiful hook shot. But couldn't seem to get all of it. Jab coming into the body by Manzanilla. We're into the final minute, final 50 seconds of this one. Jab coming in there by Manzanilla. Herrera again having a little look. Hands are quite low here by Herrera. Defense-wise, he doesn't seem to be too bothered. Seems to rely a lot on his head movement rather than like keeping his hands up. Just jabbing away. He loves to have that jab out there. Loves to have that lead hand just like pouring away out there. Serves a few purposes. It's a bit of a rangefinder. Keeps Manzanilla back. Tyson Fury does the same, actually. Constantly puts that lead hand out there just so that he can maintain that distance. It's not always the case of throwing it out as a jab. And I've got to say, that felt like a much closer round. It feels like the first two rounds were very comfortably to Herrera. That last round, little closer. Come on, Herrera, says Legend Killer. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Let's go back. Doesn't seem to have any power. I think he has got some pop. We saw him land with a beautiful hook shot in the first round. That put down Manzanilla. But we haven't really seen much of note afterwards, after that. He's catching him, but there's no thud in the punches. Floyd will go easy on Deji. He won't see a reason to hurt Deji. Ibrahim, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like on the stream. It is greatly appreciated as we go into round number 4 in this second fight on the main card. So we've got a few fights coming up. And we've got a few fights after this before we get to the Mayweather fight. Jabs coming in here by Manzanilla into the clinch. Referee looking to separate them apart. Shot to the body and hook shot just misses there by Manzanilla. Herrera trying to find a way forwards. Jabs coming in there by Herrera. Manzanilla on the outside. And again, nice jab shot to the body. Good work so far. Good left hand there. That was really nice by Herrera. Herrera, lovely head movement, gets underneath. Referee comes in, separates them apart again. It's been a scrappy little encounter, this one, you know. Lots of clinching. And again, lovely close work there by Manzanilla. But the head movement of Herrera is so impressive, but he gets backed up against the ropes. Big body shots come in by Manzanilla. Referee comes in, separates them apart again. Jabs coming in here by Herrera. Herrera doing really well with those jabs. It feels like Manzanilla is not using his jab at all. He's having to like really slip the jab, get on the inside, and then work the body. A lot of what Manzanilla is connecting with seems to just be like in closer range. He just cannot land jabs on Herrera. His head movement is just too good. Just over a minute left in this fourth round. Referee coming in, separating the fighters. We've had nearly an hour of this main card. A couple of jabs coming in. Nice shot to the body. How did Tommy get a better fight by not getting the right weight, said Mr. Jacob Goat. It is better. It's really random. If he gets a win tonight with a short notice replacement that was better than his original opponent, like, I think you've got to put some respect on that. It's going to be a really interesting encounter, actually. They're not going to have prepared for him unless this is some kind of weird, I don't know, play, and they had this planned, and I don't know. Breaking both fighters apart. Shot to the body there by Herrera into the final 10 seconds. Herrera again looking to go to the body. Referee separates them. With the green hair and top and everything, Herrera looks like the lizard monsters in Dark Souls 2. But when is Tommy's fight? Well, Tommy fight, I think, is the co-main event. I think it's probably fair to say that's going to start around about 9 o'clock UK time. So we're probably rough ballpark about 2 hours away from the Tommy fight. Rough ballpark. Man United won 2-1. Garnacho with a late winner in Fergie time. Oh, I didn't know that. Very cool. James, shout out to you. Garnacho. Haven't seen loads of him, to be honest. He's broken into the team, hasn't he, like this season? So I haven't seen loads of him, but I mean, he seems to be popping up with and getting involved. I think they've definitely got something special there. Right, we are underway with round not number 2, it's number 5, I believe. Round number 5. I've got to say, this fight has had its moments. It's definitely had its moments in the early stages, round 1, round 2. Past couple of rounds have just been a little bit, not dull. They're constantly throwing. Dull wouldn't be the right word, but that's good. That's good by Manzanilla. Maybe not quite as exciting. Keeping it close. It's quite scrappy as well. Like, they keep getting in close and going into the clinch. Jab coming in there by Herrera. Manzanilla is over by the ropes. Herrera coming in, trying to throw to the body. Manzanilla trying to respond. Overhand coming in. Referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. Oh, look at the hand speed there, man. That is so impressive by Herrera. He was like just wailing away, trying to land with something. Got a few things through, but nothing that really troubled Manzanilla. But he saw an opportunity to just let the hands go, and he went for it. Again, referee having to come in and separate these two apart. Gene said Jake isn't going to want to fight Tommy after he shows his levels tonight. Young Jay said, do you think Deji will lose? Yes. I mean, it's an exhibition. I don't know if there's judges, to be honest. I don't think there are. So the Deji needs to try and go the distance to get like anything in that regard out of the fight. I don't think it's about that, though. I think I feel like Deji's going to get stopped It's just what rounds. So, but if he can make it the full distance, that would be incredible. On many levels, that would be incredible. Missed there by Herrera. When is the Mayweather fight? I think it's in around about 3 hours. If you think Deji can win, you're crazy, says Gene. Stacked card last night for UFC, said Notorious. We definitely need more cards like that. I agree. Oh, down goes Manzanilla. Down goes Manzanilla. The referee tells Herrera to go back into the corner. He's counting. Manzanilla is back up on his feet. Referee's going to allow this to continue. So Herrera getting another knockdown here. And Manzanilla in a little bit of trouble. I don't know that he's fully recovered right now. And there we go. Another shot coming in by Herrera. Oh, down he goes again. Down he goes again. Referee counting again. Manzanilla back up on his feet. He wants to continue. That's the end of the round. 2 knockdowns right at the end. And Herrera has absolutely got this in the bag. It's only now a stoppage that can take this victory away from him. So Manzanilla, I don't know. At what point are the corner going to pull him out of there? At what point are the corner going to think that he's not in this? I mean, he's throwing. He's definitely asking a few questions, but how many knockdowns now? I think we've had like 4 knockdowns. I think he's been knocked down 4 times in the fight. Floyd is a small, scared man, says Adriana. Deji isn't going to do anything tonight, says Timmy. Money Mayweather for the win. Have you ever done any commenting? Would that be something like you'd like to do, says Noob Nation? I don't know, to be honest. It's not something I think about. No is the answer. But I have been doing watch-alongs since 2018. And so we've got many years of experience of calling boxing, calling UFC, calling professional wrestling. So they're just having a look here at Manzanilla. There's a doctor that's looking at Manzanilla. They should call this. There's really no need for this to continue. It's been knocked down 4 times. So Manzanilla is just... I think he's going to be allowed to continue here. Doctor was just taking a look. There's a lot of people in there. Manzanilla comes out. He's going over to the corner. Is he going to concede? Yeah, it's done. It's done. It's done. Manzanilla's gone over. He's hugged Herrera. So looks like they've decided that that is it. And it is the end of the fight. Ah, there we go. The doctor did wave it. The doctor did come over and did wave it. Right, done. That was unexpected. Well done, Deji. It'd be a dream come true if I join you. I would love to join you in the watch along, says Timmy. Well, you're here. You're here now. Slurp God says, every time I hear Herrera, I think Pereira. I can't get my mind out of last night. Last night was sick, man. Last night was sick. But is Tommy still fighting? Yes, but he's got a new opponent now. He's taken on a Cameroon fighter. So, yeah, he's got that Rolly Lambert. That's who he's got. How many fights till the main event? I think we've got about 4. We've got quite a few fights still to go. It's a pretty stacked main card. So we have got... We've had Anthony Taylor. Let me just refresh Tapology. So we have got... Is there only 2 more fights? It might only be 2 more fights. John Ingram against Tanaka. Tommy Fury against Rolly Lambert. And then Floyd Mayweather against Deji. I mean, that might be it. We lost Ben against Anwar because of a pre-fight altercation. Yeah, that might be it. 3 fights to go. 3 fights to go. Ingram against Tanaka is just an exhibition 3-round thing. Fury against Lambert, that can go 6 rounds, co-main event. And then Mayweather against Deji. To be honest, I've been telling people 3 hours. It really might not be that. The original plan, what I was seeing, was that it was going to be looking around that kind of time. But I think there's been a few cancelled fights, and it might mean that it's going to end earlier than was planned. So, yeah, might not be that far off, to be honest. Maybe we're looking a couple of hours. Scotty, shout out to you. Thomas said, what city are you from? I am from... I'm not from a city, I'm from Stourbridge, which is about 30 minutes, just roughly outside of Birmingham, which is in the Midlands. Has Deji won yet? That's our main event, and we've not had that fight yet. Did Taylor win? No. It was no official score because it was an exhibition and it went the distance. So because of weight issues, it meant that it was meant to be a professional fight, but it got changed to an exhibition fight. It went the distance, and so it's classed as just a draw. Ledge Killer said, I'm doing great, very good. Why did Jake Paul didn't fight? Jake Paul fought a few weeks ago against Anderson Silva. So that's why Jake Paul is not on this card, because he was fighting on his own cards a few weeks ago. Ruthie, shout out to you. Noob said, do you do this full time? We do live streaming full time, yes. So we do Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday, AEW on a Wednesday, SmackDown on a Friday, and then we tend to do boxing or UFC on a Saturday. And then if there's other things that are happening like this today on a Sunday, brilliant. We're absolutely here for it. So love boxing, love UFC, love professional wrestling, love combat, to be honest. Anything combat I'm there for. Seeing a couple of guys going up against each other, whether it's boxing, whether it's jiu-jitsu, I don't really care. Yeah, I really enjoy that, and we do a lot of watch-alongs. Right now, we've got a wide shot. So, I don't know if we've got any commentary. No, we've just got some music. I think what they might try and do is maybe just try and kill a little bit of time now, because I think they probably want to try and make this main card last as long as possible. The problem they've got is that one of the next fights that's coming up is only like 3 rounds of 3 minutes. So even if it goes the distance, it's not going to go that long. And then we're at the Tommy Fury co-main event. So we're seeing a bit of punditry work at the moment. And I think they might try and kill a little bit of time. When is Deji's fight? Do you know what? I just don't know anymore. I just don't know. Because there were articles saying that the ring walks were expected to be 10 o'clock for the main fight, but I can't. How are we going to kill 3 hours right now? Like, surely we're not. So I'm thinking it's probably earlier than what I was expecting. So don't know. It's hard to say. We've got one fight to go, and then we're at the Tommy fight. When is Deji fighting? He's fighting in the main event. Jake is here now, says YF. He is going to be in the crowd. I think KSI, of course, is in the crowd to support his brother as well. And there are people wondering if there'll be a showdown between them in the Coca-Cola Arena. Can someone tell me what happened with Anthony Taylor's fight? Anthony Taylor went to a draw because it was an exhibition. And if you go the distance, there are no judges. And so it's deemed a draw. Sean said, can't wait for the World Cup watch-alongs. Oh, man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited that so many of you are excited for those World Cup streams. Because I'll be honest, I was a bit worried about doing them. I wanted to do them, but I know they don't fit on the channel very well. I'm fully aware of that. Fully aware. But I'm really encouraged that so many people are like, I can't wait for the World Cup. So, yeah, good. Brilliant. Neither can I. Oh, well, that's good, isn't it? What they've decided to do is, whilst the pundits are having a conversation, they've decided to play a really loud advert at the same time on split screen so that you couldn't hear what the pundits were saying. So just another wonderful production botch from Global Titans and DAZN in a long list of production botches. Pickle Chip said, I'll be here for the World Cup streams. Boom. Michael, love the World Cup stream. Shout out to you. Really, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. When is Days fighting? I tell you what, Days is just fighting to have some sleep. That's what Days is fighting for. I only managed to get a few more hours in between the UFC fight and this one. So, yeah, my plan is to do this and then get some sleep. So, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We are building our way towards Tommy Fury. We are building our way towards Mayweather. And obviously, big fight. That main event is going to be big. I was going to say repercussions. I mean, I suppose if Deji wins, there's big repercussions. Because no one's going to be expecting him to knock out Mayweather. That would be huge. I wonder what the repercussions would be. Almost certainly a rematch. But, yeah, I wonder what would happen to Deji if he knocked out Mayweather. Something that no one has ever done. Like, I just can't even picture it. But, you know, we might as well talk about it now because I don't think we're going to get a chance to talk about it after. So, yeah, you've got that. In regards to Mayweather winning, I don't think that's going to surprise anyone. I am very excited at the news that he's looking to come to the UK in February. Haven't heard about who his opponent is. It'd be great if he was going to announce that at the end of the fight. Hearing, like, you know, what he says about that. I don't know, maybe KSI? Maybe KSI? Maybe he's fought Deji and then, like, you do him against KSI in England. There'll be options. There'll be plenty of options. Joe, do you remember, was it Joe Weller? Maybe you could do Joe Weller. That could be interesting. Aiden said, who do you think will win in Deji Mayweather fights? So it's going to be Mayweather. Mayweather will get a stoppage, I believe. If he doesn't get a stoppage, then it'll go the distance. If it goes the distance, I don't think there's judges. And so that's it. Like, it's just deemed an exhibition draw. So I feel like that's the best that Deji can hope for. Is Deji going to knock out Floyd Mayweather? No. And I don't even think Deji thinks that Deji's going to knock out Floyd Mayweather. So I'm not expecting that. I mean, it would be, as we just said, you know, crazy if it happened. And I seriously don't even know of the repercussions of if he does it. I don't know what that means for Deji. No one has ever done it. Mayweather is 50-0. He's regarded as the greatest boxer of all time. If Deji catches him and puts him down, like, I just don't know. I don't know what happens to Deji. Like, I feel like I just don't know. There'd be a rematch, and it would be I mean, this is a massive fight anyway. But the rematch would be monstrous because all of a sudden Deji would have done something that no one else has ever done. So listen, there's some fun stuff to be looking out for in that main event. I think, though, we have to move the parameters of what a win looks like for Deji. And I think a win is getting into the later rounds. I think that's a win for Deji. I think the longer he can be in there with Floyd's, the better, to be honest. Is Tommy still fighting? Yes. How long till Deji's Ringwalk? No idea. They haven't said. Right, coming up next, we've got Koji Kuzi. Who the flips this? Who's this? Who's Koji Kuzi? Who's this? Oh, is this Tanaka? It's going to be Tanaka against Ingram. So this next fight, then, I believe, is the guy that beat Mayweather's bodyguards. He's now on this card as well, and he is going to be taking on a young up-and-coming prospect. This can go 3 rounds for 3 minutes. This is a 21-year-old who has got 3 wins, all by knockout, and he's signed by Mayweather. He is going to be taking on Tanaka. Tanaka beat Mayweather's bodyguard in a boxing match during the last event, the last Mayweather event. And so I'm expecting the John Ingram guy to get the victory here. I'm expecting him to get the job done and do what the bodyguard couldn't. Mayweather seems very excited about this John Ingram. He has taken an opportunity to talk about how he could be the next Floyd Mayweather during some of the press conferences. But obviously, we don't know. I don't know much about him. I haven't seen him before, so kind of looking forward to seeing him here. The main card didn't even start. This will have nothing compared to Tanaka versus Mike Awesome. When is Deji fighting? Deji is the main event, and I don't know. The main event was meant to be starting at 10 o'clock UK time, but I just don't see any way that that's going to happen now. So I can only imagine that we could be about an hour and a half away. If Deji wins, how much does it hurt Mayweather's reputation? I think his reputation is fairly secure because it doesn't affect the 50-0. This is not a professional fight. So it doesn't become 50-1. It stays 50-0. So if Deji was to beat, I mean, look, what that would do is it would allow people to banter Mayweather, and it would allow people to share clips of him getting knocked out or something, or getting stopped. Because even if it goes the distance, there's no judges. So he can't lose by decision. So the only way Mayweather can lose is if Deji stops him. And I mean, honestly, how likely is that? How likely is that? How likely is it that Deji could even win on decision, let alone actually stop Mayweather? So yeah, you know, I kind of feel like it would hurt. Of course it would hurt his reputation. But I think there has to come a point where Mayweather kind of acknowledges, and I think he's already started doing that he's not the same boxer that he was before. And so, you know, if he does get beaten now, then, you know, it is what it is. You know, he's taken on these youngsters, and he's not the fighter that he used to be, and he's doing this for fun, and he's not training or taking these seriously. I mean, he's been very honest about this. He said, I haven't been preparing for these. You know, I've kept myself in shape, but it's not like I'm doing, you know, 8-week fight camps for these things. Like, he's literally just rocking up and just doing what he does best, doing what comes natural to him. It's a great position to be in, isn't it? In all fairness, it's a great position to be in, to have those kind of natural skills, just be able to rock up and just you know what I mean, knock people out, get paid, and go to the next one. He's a prize fighter. That's what Money Mayweather is now. But who beats Gunther? I think either Dragunov or Tyler Bate. Yeah, I could go with that. Yeah, I could go with that. I think that's a good shout. Right, we're about to get underway with this one then. Where's the music coming from? Are they playing music over the fight again? Right, here we go. With the guy, one pro fight knocks out the alleged greatest boxer ever. What if the guy with one pro fight knocks out the alleged greatest boxer ever? Yeah, I mean, it would hurt his reputation to a degree, but I think that I think people would have. I'd like to think that people would accept that Deji is clearly no match for Mayweather in Mayweather's prime, and we're not in Mayweather's prime now. I mean, even though we're not in Mayweather's prime, his skills are clearly going to be too good for Deji tonight. And so if Deji does get a knockout win, I mean, I feel like he's knocked out someone that's 45, that's not taking boxing as seriously. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to know what it does to his reputation because I can't imagine it happening. I just can't imagine Deji being able to achieve that. And Deji fans would have great fun with it, of course, and so they should. And it would hurt Mayweather's reputation. You can't sit there and say it wouldn't, because people love sharing stuff like that on social media. So it would hurt his reputation, but I don't think it's something that would like really damage it that seriously, because I think we're out of the Mayweather prime. I think we're out of Mayweather's real boxing career. That's done. That's the 50-0. The 50-0 is done. That chapter's been closed. So now he's just having these fun exhibition fights. If he ends up losing one of these, does it change that much, really? Great for Deji. Incredible for Deji. Coming forward here, Kuzi. So we are underway with Ikram and Koji Kuzi. As we said, this could go for 3 rounds. Good hand speed here by Koji Kuzi. Good hand speed by Ikram as well. Both fighters on the insides, covering up. Nice. Love that hook shot by Kuzi. He's gone for that hook shot a few times. Nice little uppercut as well. We're seeing some skills here by both fighters, you know. I actually thought this was going to be one-way traffic. It's actually not one-way traffic at the moment. Koji Kuzi is showing that he's got some skills. He's coming forward. He's got Ikram back against the ropes. Ikram, again, looking very comfortable. Lovely hook shot there by Ikram, though. Lovely hook shot. We've got about 30-odd seconds to go. Right into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating these two apart. And I tell you, if Koji can get a win here, he might put himself firmly in contention to actually face Floyd himself. Hands down, smile on the face of Koji. Ikram backed up a little bit. And that's the end of the round. I tell you what, he's done all right there. He's done all right there, considering he's not a professional boxer. He's a kickboxer. And he's in there against, like, this young prospect. He's held his own. I feel like Ikram probably gets the nods for that first round, but Koji's done all right. Morgo said Tommy is next. Yes. Pearson said, how many rounds are they going for? This one can go for 3 rounds, this one. Fuzi would destroy Floyd in 1 round. Are you aware Tommy's fight is not a pro fight, but an exhibition fight? No, I wasn't. God, that's crazy, isn't it? So he's got an exhibition fight. I saw they'd found a new opponent, but I didn't see the announcement that it's an exhibition. You're right. Tapology says exhibition. This is mental, innit? Mental. Right, we are underway. This whole card has just been insane. Let's have a look. Let's see how this fight is going to play out. Nice body shot there. Oh, lovely hook shot. Maybe Ikram was just downloading a bit of data in that first round, because he has come out with bad intentions, man. John Ikram looking really good. Very evasive. Fast hand speed as well. Absolutely peppering Koji. Really impressive work here by Ikram. Koji driving Ikram back against the ropes. We're seeing Ikram letting the hands go. Lovely uppercut. This is good work by Koji, though. Koji was getting smashed in the center. So what he's done is he's driven Ikram against the ropes, and he's not giving him the space to work that he has in the center. Look, you can see that Ikram works a lot better in the middle. He's leaning back. He likes to have a little bit of room to operate. If you take that room away from him, then he doesn't look as effective of a fighter. And he's back against the ropes. Look, and this is where we're seeing Kuji getting some shots through. Lovely uppercuts. Showing that he's got the ability to hang in there with a proper boxer. Ref coming in, separating them apart. Koji coming forwards. Ikram back against the ropes. Lovely overhand right there. Nice little 1-2 straight down the middle by Ikram. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Hook shot just misses. We're seeing Ikram getting underneath that. Lovely jabs coming in there. Nice hook shot again coming back by Koji. And a little dig to the body. Lovely work there by Ikram. Nice little back and forth. Both guys are getting moments here, you know. Both guys are getting moments. Some lovely shots coming into the side of the head. Little digs towards the body as well. Ripping the body. Good work, man, by Kuzi. Really good work by Kuzi. Kuzi is not impressed or intimidated at all by this youngster. He is a kickboxing veteran, though, Koji Kuzi, and he has been in many big encounters, so he is used to this stage. He's got that experience that he can draw upon. So Ingram's 21, Koji Kuzi is 33. Into the clinch, referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. There's 20-odd seconds left. The hand speed is insane from Ikram. It is absolutely insane. When he's in the center and he's got room to throw, it's an absolute joy to watch. It's an absolute joy to watch. Strikes coming in, and that is the end of round number 2. So we're going to be going to the third and final round on this one. The next fight after this is Tommy Fury in an exhibition match, which I didn't know it was exhibition. So many of these fights have been changed from professional to exhibition bouts because of weight issues. We saw it earlier with Anthony, and we've seen it with Tommy as well. Kuzi had more pro boxers than Jake Paul, says Just Nick. Diana said, is Thug Rose next? Don't know, to be honest, because Dana spoke in the press conference afterwards and wasn't very convinced that Rose was the next in line. I don't know. I don't know why. We were theorizing about it earlier. I think that he wants Zhang Wei Li as a big star, and I think he's probably just a little bit worried that Rose might take that belt because she's beaten Zhang twice. So I think he wants that belt on Zhang for a while. I think he wants to keep it on her for a while because I think he wants to break into China even more so. Right, this is the final round here. So yeah, he didn't seem very committed to the Rose Wei Li third fight. Strikes coming in by Koji Kuzi. Nice little uppercut there by Ikram. Referee again coming in, separating them apart. Murray said, what's your favorite match of the night so far? Tricky, to be honest, because I think it's probably this. It's probably this. I didn't mind Herrera against Manzanilla, but I felt a bit frustrated at times with that fight. There was a lot of clinching. This one has had a lot of action. I've really enjoyed watching the hand speed of John Ikram. I'm really impressed with Koji Kuzi as well. And the fact that he is in there with, this prospect that Mayweather has put out there to get revenge for the fact that his bodyguard got knocked out. He's put him in there with this young up-and-comer. And Koji Kuzi is really throwing in some heavy body shots. Ikram is being made very uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a proper scrap, this, man. It's a real scrap. Both of them. I'd love to see these have more rounds. It's a shame this fight is not like 6 rounds. I think 3 rounds, it's just not enough. These two are unloading on each other. He's got him back in the corner. Some lovely counters coming in by Ikram. We got just over a minute to go. The body work, though, by Kuzi is really impressive. Just really has been digging into the ribs. And Ikram trying to respond with some counters, but Koji responding with some big shots of his own. Digging into the body again. Koji coming forward, referee coming in, separating them apart. Couple of jabs coming in there. Again, lovely shots to the body. Uppercut coming in there by Koji. Uppercut coming back by Ikram. Final 30 seconds. Hook shot coming in there by Ikram as Koji is moving forwards. He's planted his feet. He's got Ikram against the ropes and he's just wailing away. That's a lovely right hand. Digging into the body, side of the head. Uppercut coming in. Shot to the side of the head. Kick left hook there by Ikram. Nice little dig to the body as well. And that is the end of the fight. When is Deji fighting? We don't know. There's one fight to go until we get to that. I would like 4 rounds. 6 would be preferred, says Kevin. 3 just isn't enough. Noah, shout out to you. Should be 12 rounds, said Joe. I like UFC 281, said Legend Killer. It was great. It was great. Calavera said Tommy did make weight. Him and Bamba were given 2 contracts with 2 different weights. So it looks bad for Tommy, but he did stick to his contract. He was given, even Bamba said there was 2 contracts. Deji with the 100% win and knockout records and weight advantage. Sounds like an easy win for me, to be honest. Easy win. Easy win. Mayweather is going to be lucky if he gets out of this conscience. Because he is going to get put out cold. Right. I don't think there is a decision, to be honest. I think that's it. I think it's just classed as a draw. Again, exhibition little thing. I think this one was an exhibition as well, wasn't it? Fairly certain it was. Exhibition, yeah. So that's it. Draw. I don't think there's judges on this. Have we gone back to the music again? Deji is going to win by first round murder. Do you know who Wigan Athletic are? Yes, they're a football team. Murray said, thoughts on Man United? I haven't seen it. I just know James told me they won 2-1. So, cool. Brilliant. Happy. Take that. A win's a win's a win. Do you know what I mean? It's irrelevant, really, because we go to the World Cup, don't we? Go to the World Cup. So, by the time United play again next... No winner, no loser. No winners, no losers. There we go, and they both get lovely medals. It's been a lovely day out for both of them. Well done, guys. Well done. How much was this card? I think it was like $16.99 or something. It wasn't too bad. It's been horrific though. When is the fight? When is the fight? I don't know. Is the answer. I was saying 10 o'clock, but I just don't think it's going to take that long. We've only got 1 fight to go. How can Deji do anything with Money Mayweather? Well, I mean, look, even Deji himself in the press conference said he would just love to land a punch. That was it. He just wants to land a punch. How many matches until Deji is on? 1. Edward, hello. Shout out to you. Kojiko said, in the past, ketchup was marketed as a remedy for indigestion and diarrhea, but the therapy was ineffective. Dortnight said $16.99, and if you refund, you get £50 back. Who is winning the World Cup, said LDS. I think I'm going to go with Brazil to win the World Cup. Yep, next is Tommy. So Tommy in action next. We've only got 2 fights left to go, and they are the 2 fights that if you was going to buy this event, this would be what you would buy them for. Tommy Fury taking on Lambert. This is in an exhibition, and Rolly is 15-1. He is a cruiserweight from the Cameroon. He's got 12 knockout victories. He's taken on Tommy Fury, who is 8-0. He's got 4 KOs to his name. He wants to put on a show. He wants to make a statement. I would imagine he's probably very frustrated at the fact that he got given a contract that told him to make a certain weight. He's made it. Turns out his opponent had a different weight. And so as a result of that, this fight was cancelled. They've now had to find a new opponent. He won't have prepared for this opponent. This fight is now an exhibition fight. It's not a professional fight. I mean, it's just an absolute dog and pony show. And he's only fought once in 2022. He does need to get in there and have a fight, really. Like, inactivity would be a problem for him at this stage in his career. So he needs to go in there and have a fight. It's good they found another opponent. It's good that he's just, going to be able to at least get in there and do something. But, yeah, frustrating that it's not the fight that we thought it was going to be. But, we were looking at the positives, and the positives are that Lambert is a better opponent. This is actually a harder fight for him because Rolly has got a better record. He's got more wins to his name. He's got more knockouts to his name. He's a lot more active. Bamba had actually not fought for a little while. And Rolly is someone that's coming in that's actually had 3 fights this year, 3 fights last year, 4 fights the year before that. So, yeah, he's very active. He's fighting people that have got good records as well. It's going to be a little challenge, actually, for Tommy. It's going to be a little challenge. Don't know when we go to it, though. We have still got Tanaka in the ring. And there we go. Now we're going to some adverts. Did Bobby Fish win? He did. 2nd round knockout. King Chris said, I like dogs and I like ponies, but not together. That is an outrage. Did you hear that Jake Paul called out George Foreman? Said Gene. I can believe that. Bamba did say that there was 2 separate contracts, but what's not being made clear is that he was surprised to learn this at the weigh-in, as it would be assumed that both contracts would state the agreed terms. Yet the problem is that the contracts might have, I'm guessing it's an admin error. So it might be that they sent contracts saying that the fight was agreed at this weight to Tommy, and then a contract went over to Bamba saying that the fight was agreed at this weight. And so it might be that they've got to the weigh-ins and that's when it's, shown itself. So, I don't know. I can't say I've ever heard of this happening before. I'm sure it has happened. But, it's unbelievable, isn't it? If that is true, and I really think it could be true, if that is true, look, if there's one thing about the Furies, they are a fighting family, and John has been working closely with Tommy. Tyson has been training with Tommy as well. And so I feel like they would have known going into it if Tommy was severely overweight. Like, they would know. They wouldn't just leave it to Tommy, would they? They wouldn't leave it to Tommy, like, make sure you get to your weight, yeah? They're going to work together on making sure that that's not an issue, and the diet and the nutrition and everything. I have to think it probably is true. That he has been given a contract that says you need to get to this weight. He's done that. It just turns out that it's around about 7 pounds heavier than his opponent, which is significant. And, Bamba obviously was very disappointed in that. And the whole fight has fallen through. It really sucks for Bamba. Bamba's not on this card at all now. He's not on the card at all. Tommy is still on the card, but he's got a completely different opponent. It's not a professional fight anymore. It's an exhibition fight. It's an absolute mess. So yeah, I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. This, you know, you can definitely blame him for stuff, but I don't know that this one was his fault. When will Deji come out to fight? He will come out when it is time for the main event, which we think is in about an hour or so's time. Hear what you're saying. Follow-up interview where Bamba said Tommy's camp were calling on a regular basis to make sure he was sticking to the 175 weight, which, if that is true, it's shocking. That is shocking. If that is true, then that puts a different spin on it. That puts a big different spin on it. So, yeah, that's interesting. If the Deji fight goes the full length, then there is there judges? No. It's an exhibition, no judges. Tommy has a different opponent, and it's rumored to be Jake. Tommy's got a different opponent, and it's Rolly Lambert. England won the World Cup today. They did. Five Dog said, did Bobby Fish fight yet? He did. He was the first fight, and it was weird. It was strange, but he won in a second round. It's definitely not Joke Paul. We are expecting Joke Paul to be there, though. Joke Paul is meant to be in attendance for this, so I am expecting to see Joke Paul. Daisy, it's good to be back. Edward, welcome back. Edward is drunk, said Rainbows and Unicorns. Peter said he clearly was over the alleged 175, never even took off his watch or shoes. Odd thing to do at a weigh-in when he is aware that he is close to pushing the limits, says Peter. Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? I don't think he wasn't. I mean, if you're talking about Tommy was under the impression that he didn't need to come in at that. He was told to come in at a bigger weight. I don't think that's a tell, to be honest. Because he was not told to come in at that weight. Apparently, he was told to come in at a bigger weight. I must admit, I don't know. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting if there has been a phone call. If Paul Bamba says that he was called and they told him, like, how you doing with your weight, and you know you need to be at 175, that is very interesting. Ben said, what time is the fight? The fight is in about an hour's time. Is Deji Floyd at 9? They haven't said. Can't believe that Jake is fighting KSI next year. How much fish can Bobby Fish fry if Bobby Fish could fry fish? It's a good question, Eric. Tommy fight next. Yes. It is indeed. What a night. What a night indeed. Andy Shepherd says, what a night this has been. Where are you watching this from? I'm watching it from the UK. We are waiting for Tommy Fury to make his way down to the ring. Andy Shepherd says that before a big fight, there is a feeling in the air. And he says that you can sense that feeling in the air right now. Are you going to show the full fight on stream? We can't because of copyright. George Russell just won the Grand Prix. Hamilton is second. Well done to George. It was early in the morning. I watched it. Oh, who's fighting now? No one. We're just waiting for the Tommy Fury fights. So we're waiting for Tommy to come down. We've spoken about his new opponents. We've spoken about the controversy. It is what it is. It's time for an exhibition fight. I haven't seen Jake. I don't think they've shown Jake. I don't even think they've shown KSI. But pundits at the moment are just talking away. I can feel it coming in the air tonight, says Leon. Predictions on Deji Floyd's. I think Floyd will stop Deji. I just don't know what rounds. Last time we saw Floyd, he stopped his last opponent. So I think even though this is an exhibition, Floyd's will look to stop Deji. I think he likes Deji. There's no bad blood or anything. And I think that he'll want to give Deji, you know, first couple of rounds. First round, definitely. I don't think Floyd's going to go out there and boom, knock him out. So he'll want to give Deji a few rounds. And then really it's about, can Deji, you know, what's Deji's defense like? Can he land a shot on Floyd? Can he cause Floyd any problems? I mean, look, Floyd's winning. It's just when. It's just when. If Deji can get this to a decision, that'll be massive. That'll be massive. Every 5 minutes, someone asks Day's prediction for the main, says Enigma. What time is the fight in the UK? Well, we don't know because it's going to be after this. Oh. Making his way to the commentary booth. Oh. Jake. Jake is going to be on commentary. Jake is on commentary for the Tommy Fury fight. I wonder if Tommy knew that. Okay, so Jake's making his way out. Now I feel like the show's picked up. He's wearing a Hulkamania shirt. Jake Paul making his way down in a Hulkamania shirt. Strange choice of shirts. Representing Hulkamania. But is making his way down to the commentary booth. The modern day Hulk Hogan is making his way down to the commentary booth. What you gonna do when Jake-a-mania runs wild on you? Weird. I wonder what message he's sending by wearing that. Say your prayers and eat your vitamins. Jake Paul is here. Jake Paul is the #1 commentator. Yeah, he is. I've heard Mauro Ranallo talking a lot about Jake Paul on commentary and how he's such a big influence on his life. Days, Deji or Mayweather can't win as it's an exhibition and exhibitions can't be won. You say that, but he can still finish him. If he puts him down and the referee has to call it and stop the fight, then it can be. The class salt squid has the largest animal eyes ever studied. KSI has arrived. Right, well, Jake has made his way down onto commentary. Okay. It's only an exhibition. It's nothing to fuss about, says Bonkers. Jake versus Logan in WWE. Who wins? Who's booked to win? Okay. So this is going to be our co-main event then. Tommy Fury taking on Rolly Lambert. So, I mean, Rolly Lambert wouldn't have been expecting this, or at least I don't think so. Tell you what, look at him, man. He looks awesome. Look at how he's ripped. Rolly Lambert in incredible shape. Making his way down. It's not the longest walk in the world. Okay, the problem child on commentary. Okay, so he looks great, man. He looks absolutely ripped. Roly Lambert. 15-1 from the Cameroon. He's got 13 knockouts to his name. I heard Jake Paul wants Ricky Hatton to fight next. Does he? Jake Paul says this dude looks like he's built different, and he liked how he walked out with no shirt. Jake is there. He is. Tommy for the dub, said Diana. The fight probably goes the distance with no real punches landed. Coach Co says Elvis created history in the world of entertainment in 1972 when he became the first performer to sell out 4 straight performances at Madison Square Garden. Well, Tommy Fury about to make his way out here. Tommy Fury. No sign of him at the moment. They are just playing his entrance music. Here he is. Tommy Fury making his way down. Tommy Fury's in phenomenal shape as well. Deji will have the one lucky punch, says Brimsy. Tommy Fury getting inside the ring. He looks great. That's a great robe. This is going to be a tough fight for Tommy, but it is an exhibition. There's Big John. Big John's in there. Has Big John been in the same area as Jake Paul ever? I don't know. Have they been in? They must have been in the same room. They must have been. Tommy, in all fairness, Tommy was on the undercard of Jake's fight, wasn't he? But I don't know. Probably at the press conference they will have been for that. Jake stands up. Jake's standing up at ringside. Don't know what he's doing. Right, intros. This should be interesting as KSI is there, and Jake said he would slap KSI in person tonight, says Edwards. He might slap KSI, but he wouldn't dare dream slap Big John. Right, we are seeing Lambert getting his intro. This should be good, man. I'm really up for this. I want to see what Tommy looks like, and I'm really interested in this opponent. John Fury against Jake Paul 2023. That's the fight I want. Forget Jake against KSI. The real ones know that it's John Fury against Jake Paul that is the fight to make. Deji has to do it. Let him in, said Johnny. Let's go, said Legend Killer. How many rounds in this fight? I think we're looking at around about 8 rounds or so. More 6 rounds. 6 2-minute rounds. Oh my god. 6 2-minute rounds, apparently. According to Tapology. Right, they touch gloves. John Fury is the GOAT of boxing. Yes. Yes. Right. Roly Lambert taking on Tommy Fury. Right, we're about to get underway with our co-main event. Is this real boxing? Jake says, is this real boxing? Shot to the midsection there by Tommy. Yeah, do you know what? Like, Jake's just going to rip into this, isn't he? First time I've ever seen him in person, says Jake. Right, so we've got Tommy putting out a few jabs there, keeping a bit of a distance. Tommy throwing a few jabs out there at the moment. Oh, man, honestly, all Jake's doing is ripping into this fight. He wants to know if the gloves are, what size the gloves are. I didn't even know I was commentating, says Jake. Jake said, I didn't even know I was commentating. I thought I was a special guest. And then they're like, nah, Jake, you're commentating. So it seems like this has took Jake by surprise, the fact that he's on commentary. And all he's doing is he's ripping into this fight. So he's like, what size gloves are they wearing? Is this even a real boxing fight? Hang on, are these 2-minute rounds? Both guys are working the jab. Neither guy really standing out. I would say that Tommy's looking all right, though. Jake is playing into all the Paul haters like his ignorance, says Kevin. End of the first round. I don't think he's playing into the fact that he's ignorant. What he's doing, I'll tell you what's happened. I feel like I know exactly what's happened. They want to create a buzz by putting him on commentary, but just like everything else on this show, the organization is atrocious. He's not been spoken to beforehand. He's just been told to go out there and go on to commentary. He didn't even know that he was going to be doing that. And so he's gone out there and he's trashing the fight. He's trashing the fight, right? Which, if you've paid for this event and all they've done is build up the fight. I've just had to listen to Andy Shepherd tell me about how this has got a big fight feel, right? He's spoken about how there's big fight feel. They've had people saying what the tensions are like backstage and all this stuff. And we get to the actual fight, and now you've got Jake Paul on commentary going, are those 12-ounce gloves? Are these 2-minute rounds? Is this even a real fight? And just like trashing it and completely taking the air out of the fight. He's completely taking the air out of the fight. See, that's better by Jake. Jake saying, look, what I'm seeing so far is crazy. I would beat this guy's ass. I mean, all that kind of stuff's fine. But like trashing the event and trashing the fight, I mean, that's the kind of thing that Jake probably shouldn't be doing. That's the kind of thing I would imagine global titans probably don't appreciate. But that's on them, man. They should have filled him in. They should have told him what they were looking for him to do. Jake said you can't bring something to the ring that you don't have. That's a nice comment. I like that. These two are just in the center at the moment. They're just kind of like pouring away at each other. Tommy going back into the center. 1-2, straight down the middle. Lambert's covering up. Again, Tommy on the outside. There's not really much here at the moment. There's not much to get too excited about. What I will say is that Lambert's a good opponent. Lambert has got Tommy back. Imagine if Lambert knocks Tommy out and Jake's on commentary. Tommy, again, on the outside, trying to find a way through. Comes in with a jab. Lambert comes back with a jab of his own. Over against the ropes, circling round on the outside. Legend is cheering on Tommy. How was he allowed to commentate, says Bruno. I mean, I get the idea of it. I understand why you would do it. Because what you can do is you can, like, build up a bit of drama of, you know, Tommy's in the ring and Jake's on commentary and, you know, you know, I get why you would do that. But it just, yeah, in that first round didn't work. End of the second round. So far, this fight has really failed to get going. They're both coming into the center. There seems like there's a lot of respect between them. After every round, we're seeing them, like, you know, touching gloves, going, yeah, good rounds, and, like, walking off. Like, there's no aggression here. There's no killer instinct in this fight. I don't know. It doesn't really... it doesn't look like Tommy Fury's in, like, kill mode for this. It's very respectful, and that's showing itself in the fight as well. Jake said, this is like comedy to me, and they're in such a small ring as well. So here we go. We are in round 3. Round number 3, halfway in this exhibition. Deji will get more respect for people after this fight, says Chads. In all seriousness, who do you think would win out of Tommy and Jake Paul fought? I feel like it would be a good fight, to be honest. I think that Jake has got skills. I think Tommy's got skills. I think they've both got weaknesses. And I think that it's the fight to make. It's the fight to make. I think Tommy has got a professional boxing record. He is a boxer. He is a Fury. He's got the name. They've tried to make the fight a few times. It makes sense in every regard. Like, people say that Jake's not beating a boxer. Well, here's a boxer. And I think it would be close. I think it would be close. Right, we've got Lambert in the center, Fury on the outside. There's been no shots of significance. We've seen a lot of just pouring, a lot of just throwing out like jabs. 1-2 straight down the middle. That's a little better by Tommy. Little better by Tommy. Boos. The crowd are booing. There are boos from the crowd. The crowd are not entertained by what they're seeing. Is he winning these rounds? Asks Jake. I don't know what this is. We're seeing switching of stances by Tommy. We're seeing a bit of a shuffle. It seems like he's trying to like showcase some skills, but he's not getting really anything through. Like, this is a tough opponent, in all fairness, and he's definitely grown in confidence. Again, trying to come forward, throws out a jab. Again, they touch gloves at the end of that round. Boxing is not for Tommy. He doesn't have any talent, says Keep Calm. Come on, Tommy, says Legends Killer. What time is Mayweather, Deji? It's after this. Tommy in mid-fight told Jake to F himself, says Calavera. Do you think Floyd will survive? I do. Mayweather knocks Deji out under 3. That's an interesting bet. That's an interesting bet. Would he do it under 3? That's interesting. Do you know, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know if he would do it in under 3 or not. If you are just joining us, because there's people joining us all the time, I can't even begin to tell you about this fight. It is so strange. It is so strange. There's so much respect between Tommy and this Roly Lambert. Like, we're not seeing like any big shots, big strikes. We're seeing just like lots of little jabs that are being put out there. There's not really been anything in the way of like a big significant moment. We haven't even seen anything close to a significant moment. Tommy looks confident though. I'll give him that. Looks confident. Looks like he's got good head movement. Driving Lambert back into the corner. Jake Paul is on commentary and is absolutely trashing this. He couldn't trash it more if he tried. Not impressed with Tommy. Not impressed with the 2-minute rounds. Not impressed with the gloves. Not impressed with the size of the ring. Crowd are not impressed, full stop. Because there's boos. Boos all the time. during this one, because neither fighter has they're talking about, like, do you think that they've agreed? That even the commentators now are saying, do you think they've agreed to just get through this? Jake Paul calls this embarrassing. Jake Paul calls this embarrassing. And do you know what? I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong. I think when you've got, like, the commentators questioning whether these guys want to actually really do anything of significance, when you've got the crowd booing both fighters, it's a really bad advert for Tommy Fury. Having Jake on commentary, running him down whilst he's fighting, is bad for Tommy Fury. I don't know if Fury was told that was going to happen, but it's really bad. It's really bad for him that Jake's out there just trashing him. Like, you've got Tommy in the ring trying to show off some head movement, trying to show off, like, some footwork, trying to show off a few skills, trying to show off a few things. And you've just got Jake just trashing it. Just trashing it. I mean, I can't argue at the fact that we're not seeing intent. We're seeing a lot of, like, footwork, and we're seeing a lot of dancing around, but we're not seeing anything. And look, Lambert just keeps getting distracted here. The crowd are booing, and Lambert just constantly keeps throwing his arms out. The crowd have really got to Lambert. They've really got to him. Tommy is trying to actually fight a fight, but Lambert is just really bothered by the crowd reaction and the negativity coming from the crowds. Crowd just constantly booing, and Lambert just can't deal with it. Well, can I just tell you what Jake Paul has just said on commentary, right? Welcome to the sport of boxing. This is why boxing has died. This is a waste of my time. So, thanks for buying the event, everyone. If you paid money for this event, thanks a lot. This fight is the death of boxing. It's the reason why boxing died. And being here is a waste of Jake Paul's time. So, I hope you're still excited. Hope you're excited. It's a joke, man. It's a joke. This event is a joke. This fight is a joke. Having Jake on commentary is a joke. This is a joke. Is this legit? I have no idea. I have no idea. Honestly, I mean, I'm not saying this is what's happened. I'm saying that it appears if they had spoke backstage and agreed that they were not going to knock each other out and that they were just going to go the distance, yeah? If it was going to be that, if that's a conversation that's been had, this is what the fight would look like. Jake says he's not a fighter. I think if I fight him, I would actually kill him, says Jake Paul. Couple of jabs coming in here by Tommy. Tommy jabbing away. Lambert's coming forward into the clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. Again, 1-2 straight down the middle. There's a bit more intent in this round for some reason. I don't know, for some reason, it seems like they have brought out a bit more intensity for this round. Again, feinting, and Lambert ducks underneath. It's like a spar. That's what it is. It's like watching a spar. Couple of jabs coming in. It makes sense because they were in the same house before the fight. Tommy and Lambert, says the kidders. I don't know. I mean, I'm certainly not going to make that accusation because, I mean, that would be moody. But it's like, if they had made that agreement, this is what the fight would look like. It's two guys out there doing a bit of a shuffle, showing off a bit of footwork, throwing out a few jabs that are falling short. A few shots that do get through are not of any significance whatsoever. There are no highlights from this fight. There is no highlights. There is nothing to talk about. They're moving, they're throwing, but no one is in any danger. The crowd know that as well. The crowd have been booing throughout the fight. It is more of the same. It is just jabs that are being thrown out here by Tommy and by Rolly as well. Big fan. When is Deji fighting after this, dudes? Tommy would be convincing as an actor, says Alan. Who is presenting this show, says Murray. I think it's DAZN and I think it's Global Titans. And I can honestly say that it is it might be the worst show I've ever seen. It might be the worst show I've ever seen. There we go. We get to the end of the bell sounds. 6 2-minute rounds. John Fury is saying something to Jake. You're a loser, says Jake. John Fury said, I'll fight you. Come fight me right now, says Jake. Oh, Big John's taking the shirt off. Big John's taking the shirt off. Big John's going. Jake stands up. He says, you want to fight me? Come fight me now, then. Come in here. Oh, Big John. Big John's ready. Bit of shadow boxing. Mess him up, John. Mess him up. Make him humble, John. Make him humble. Big John has got the shirt off. Look at these scenes. Jake says, you're a fat, miserable old man. You're a fat, miserable old man. He is absolutely incensed. He is incensed. Big John takes his shirt off. He tried to get at Jake Paul. Fired up, man. Big John was ready to go. Tommy's like, I want you. Tommy's come over. I'm right here. Come on. Jake's telling... Jake says to Tommy, you suck at boxing. Tommy is telling Jake to get into the ring. I mean, that's clearly not happening. This is embarrassing. I'm so sorry, says Jake Paul. This is the most entertaining thing that's happened all night. Easily the most entertaining thing. Jake is looking for attention. What's happening? Well, Big John ripped his shirt off, went over to Jake, started saying that he would fight him. Both fighters get their hands raised because, of course, it is an exhibition, so there are no winners and losers. It went the distance. It was rubbish. Big John gives Tommy a kiss on the side of his head. Big John was fired up. Big John was calling out Jake. Jake was on the outside, said that Big John was a fat, miserable old man. Let's have a look. Let's see what Tommy Fury's got to say. Like, how do you feel about stepping in there tonight? I had the balls to step into this ring and fight on a few hours' notice. He would never have the balls to step in the ring and fight a man of this caliber on just a few hours' notice. Tommy is demanding that Jake gets in the ring now. Tommy is demanding it. He's demanding it. Jake says, how about you get out the ring? Come on, Hulkamania. Come on, Hulkamania. Tommy's going out. Tommy's going out. Tommy's gone out the ropes. So, Tommy steps out the ropes. You've got all the promotion you need here. They've got to do this fight. Got to do this fight. Look at this. You got Jake on the outside. You got Tommy that's trying to get out the ring. They hate him. They hate him. Do you know what? They might send Tyson after him, in all fairness. John Fury versus Jake Paul bucket. Jake Paul says, come out here, come after me. And he says, you won't, you didn't. Tommy is walking away. Looks like that's going to be the end of it. Without a shadow of a doubt, the most entertaining thing that has happened on this show and the pre-show, I would say the most entertaining thing that has happened in the last 4.5 hours is what we've just seen there by a country mile. Not the fight, but afterwards with Big John squaring up to Jake, almost jumping out of the ring and getting at him. Not only did we get that, but we also got Tommy Fury going over, saying a few words. Then he got interviewed. He demanded that Jake Paul gets into the ring. They knew that that's what they were going to get by putting Jake on commentary. They've got to do that fight. It's the fight to make, isn't it? The backstory's there. These moments are going to play out on social media. It's absolutely the fight to make. But it looks like Jake was in talks with Andrew Tate. So it might be Tate against Jake that we get next. But they've got to do the Fury fight at some point. They've got to. John Fury's the GOAT, man. He's the GOAT. When is Deji and Mayweather? Who do you think will win? Deji Mayweather is next. It is next. Who do I think will win? I think it will be either Mayweather or it'll be a draw. But I think it'll be Mayweather. I think he'll get the stoppage. Who's going to win between Jake and Deji now? Jake. I think Jake's ahead of Deji. Tommy needs to get away from John Fury like Tyson did if he wants to get ahead in boxing. Jake versus Tommy Fury and Andrew Tate in 2023. Yep, that could be. And KSI. Those could be his 3 fights next year. And all of them are huge. I don't know that any of them push him further towards a world title. But I think if he can get a win over Tommy Fury, that would be interesting. Very interesting, because then he would have beaten a boxer. Right, Mayweather versus Deji. That's fight coming up. That fight coming up next. Yeah, pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. It's been a pretty crazy evening. They're just clearing the ring. I don't know quite when we're going to get over to the fight. I'm sure they're going to build it up, make us wait a little bit, but it is the next fight. If you are just joining us, big shout out to you. Coming up next, Floyd Mayweather takes on Deji. And that is coming up next. Waiting on KSI. Haven't seen KSI yet. KSI slaps Jake all day, every day. KSI is the better boxer, says Edwards. Wedgie. I've got Deji to win, said Mr. Jacob Goat. Let's go, Deji. KSI slaps Jake. KSI versus Tyron Woodley. Who have you got? I think that's an interesting fight, actually, because we don't know where KSI is with his abilities. We saw him beat a rapper that had 20 days training in boxing. I mean, I don't put much stock in that. And then we saw him beat the Mexican boxer, who I had high hopes for, but, I mean, just looked absolutely atrocious. Just looked just atrocious. I mean, even KSI said those fights were tune-up fights. Like, don't judge him on those fights, which is fine. We won't judge him on them fights. But then what do you judge him on? I mean, he got a win over Logan, which in retrospect now looks really good because Logan has shown himself to be very athletic, to have abilities. You know, he went 12 rounds with, was it 12 rounds? 10 rounds with Mayweather. And, you know, Mayweather was a lot smaller than Logan in size and in weight. But that's an achievement. Logan did say at the end, though, I'll never know if Mayweather didn't just carry me to this decision. But I don't think Mayweather would do that, to be honest. I think if Mayweather could have put Logan away, I think he would have put Logan away. Because we've seen him putting other people away in these exhibition fights. So, I don't know. I feel like that win for KSI has aged quite well. But that's the only thing you can judge him on. I mean, what else do you judge him on? What else can you judge him on? So, him against Tyron Woodley, I think, is a very interesting fight, actually, because then what you can do is you can watch the two fights Jake had with Woodley. You can watch the fight KSI has with Woodley, and you can start to make some very, very interesting comparisons. So that I think is a very, very good fight to make. KSI needs to ensure that he is at that level, though. And definitely, you know, he showed some good ferocity, good hand speed, some nice power. But again, you know, in there against someone like Tyron Woodley, it's very different than stepping in there with, you know, the two people he faced last time. So is that Clarissa Shields? Clarissa Shields is at ringside. The GWOAT, the greatest woman of all time. The GWOAT is in the building. So, yeah, Clarissa Shields is there. She's here to watch Floyd's. Why does Deji Mayweather poster have Deji's stance as orthodox? No idea. Don't know. Perhaps they made a typo. CK Edit said, do you think we will get another KSI versus Jake Paul face-off during Deji versus Floyd's? Well, I think that Jake is stayed out there. I don't think he was only out there for Tommy. Clearly, KSI is going to be around. I haven't seen KSI yet. Don't know if he's going to be coming out with Deji. It's really Deji's moment. But, yeah, I'm sure KSI is at ringside now. We know that Jake's out there. There could be a showdown, but we've already had a showdown. A big showdown. We had a showdown with Big John Fury and Jake, and we had a showdown between Tommy and Jake. You can see Jake is still around that kind of commentary position. But yeah, look, there's definitely a chance that we could get something between KSI and Jake. There's definitely a chance of that. I think Jake would like to trend for as many different reasons as possible. So he'll pick a fight with Big John. He'll pick a fight with Tommy. He'll pick a fight with KSI. You know, anything that's going to get him trending. So yeah, there's a definite chance of it. Definite chance. What is Deji wearing versus Floyd's? He hasn't come out yet, so haven't seen him. In fact, haven't seen Deji at all. They showed Floyd arriving, and sometimes they show you in the changing rooms. But yeah, haven't seen him at all. When are they walking out? No idea. They haven't said when the fight starts. The original start time was meant to be around 10 o'clock UK time, which is in an hour and a half. It's clearly not going to be that. But we could still be sat here waiting in 15 minutes or so. What's happening? Someone should tell me. Nothing is happening. They're just interviewing Clarissa Shields at the moment. So we're still waiting for information. They're just talking to Clarissa Shields about her career. Chances of Jake Paul ever doing commentary for any promotion ever again? I think high. I think that he is fine on commentary. The problem you've got is that you need to... He can go on commentary, but I think him running down the fighters and running down the fight is not of benefit to the event. Like, you know, look, these guys want to put on the best event possible. That's what they're trying to do. And they want you to pay for the fights and to enjoy the show so that you'll then buy the next one. If you've got someone sat on commentary saying, why is the ring so small? Are those the right size gloves? Are these 2-minute rounds? This fight is embarrassing. Talking about how the crowd are booing and they're right to do it. All this kind of stuff. You're basically running down not just Tommy, but you're running down the show, right? You're running down the product that is being put out by, is it what, Global Titans, right? Which, in all fairness, deserves to be put down. So I don't blame Jake for doing it, but Jake knows that you meant to put a bit of a marketing spin on things, right? And yeah, I don't know. I just kind of feel like he probably needed to have someone have a word with him, because before he went out there, apparently he thought he was a special guest, and they said, no, you're going on to commentary. So he didn't even know that he was going to be there as a commentator. He didn't even know that he was going to be commentating. So clearly he didn't give a flip. Clearly no one prepped him. No one prepped him. He didn't give a flip. He was just literally sharing whatever thoughts came into his head. And listen, that's on the organizers. That's on them. That's on them. I think if you was to get Jake and have him commentate a normal fight that he wasn't going to run the fighters down with, just have him out there commentating on just, you know, two professional boxers, not a potential opponent, but like just actual commentary, I think he would do a good job. I think he could offer some really interesting insights. So I think in that regards, absolutely he could do commentary. I think if you want to have him run down a fighter, then I think you say to him beforehand, like, if you want to rip into Tommy, that's fine, but only Tommy. Don't want you to rip into the opponent. I don't want you to rip into the gloves. I don't want you ripping into the ring size. I don't want you to be commenting if the crowd are booing. Like, if you want to rip into Summit, you rip into Tommy, and that's it, right? Because anything else is going to make the show look rubbish. It's going to make our promotion look lackluster, and it was awful. The wheels absolutely fell off during that Tommy Fury match. And I've got to admit, I mean, if I'm Tommy Fury, when I watch that back, I am fuming. I am also probably not working with Global Titans again, because he's gone out there, accepted a fight on a... Think about this from Tommy Fury, right? Tommy claims that they sent him a contract where he had to hit a certain weight. And according to Tommy, he hit that weight. He didn't come in overweight. He hit the weight in the contract that he was given. So first of all, they've absolutely messed that up, right? Absolutely messed that up, because his opponent was given a different weight, right? So they've messed that up, and it looked like the fight was off. And in all fairness, it was off, because the fight that we ended up getting was a completely different opponent, and it was an exhibition. So not only did they mess up the weights, if that is true, then what they've done is they've got him an opponent, but the other opponent they've got him, they've only got it on a few hours' notice, right? So that sucks. Then it's no longer a professional fight. It's now an exhibition fight. That sucks. And then on top of all of that, they've put Jake Paul on commentary, and throughout your fight, if you're Tommy Fury, not only have you had to deal with those things I just mentioned, You've now got Jake Paul basically ripping into everything you're doing during the fight. So you're out there boxing, putting in the best performance you can, right? Which, I mean, it sucked, right? I don't even know what that was. It just felt like both fighters wanted to get to the end, and that was it. Like, it just felt like there was zero intent for, there was nothing significant. I can't sit here and say, oh, in the third round there was this, or in the second round there was that. There was nothing, right? It was a sham. And the crowd knew it, and they booed him out the building. But if you watch it back, right, you've got Jake Paul ripping into Tommy Fury throughout that whole fight. Ripping into him throughout that whole fight. If I'm Tommy Fury, I'm absolutely livid. I'm absolutely livid with so many different aspects of this promotion. It's just an absolute dog and pony show. So yeah, an absolute sham. Obviously, some of that might turn out to not be true in regards to Tommy might have come in overweight. I'm sure that will show itself with time. I'm sure if there weren't two different contracts, I'm sure Global Titans will make it known. But according to Tommy, he got a contract to be at a certain weight, and he hit that weight. And Paul Bamba got given a contract for a different weight, and that's where the problems came from. So, yeah, it's honestly, this whole card's been mental. The whole card's been mental. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. But that is by the by. What we've got now is we are staring down the barrel of the main event, and the main event is Floyd Mayweather taking on Deji. Floyd, of course, one of the greatest fighters of all time. He's got a fantastic defense, fantastic head movement. They've got 27 knockouts. Floyd Mayweather, 50 wins. Just a bit distracted because I don't know if that is Speed in the background. But apparently Speed has been working on a potential match with KSI. I don't know if that was just for show or if that was something that they were seriously looking at doing. But obviously Speed has blown up and is a massive, massive star now. And so if you did that, the attention that it would garner would be incredible. But I don't know that it's I don't know what it would be like as a boxing encounter. I don't know what Speed's skills are. I have no idea. I don't watch him. I ain't got nothing against him. He's just not on my radar, but I am aware of who he is. But yeah, I saw that face to face between them. But that might have just been for show, to be honest. It was for show. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, if Speed was going to get into boxing, then obviously it would make more sense for him to take an easier fight than KSI, because KSI has obviously got plenty of experience. So, but I could see Speed doing that. I could see Speed getting into it, in all fairness. I could see him working his way up that influencer ladder and potentially facing a Jake or a KSI if he reached that level. I just thought that KSI might have actually given him the opportunity of facing him now, just because of the money it would make. Because think about how big that would be, man. Think about how big that fight would be. How would the match be in wrestling? Aries versus Sire. I don't know who Sire is. WTF is a Deji, said David. I want Speed to get knocked out, said Nightmare Night Killer. No way. Are you talking about this matchup? What matchup? Speed versus FaZe Jarvis. Speed and KSI was a P-take of the Andrew Tate and Jake Paul face-off, says Moldy. KSI and Speed did a face-off because they were mocking the Tate and Paul face-off, says Sean. I saw that. I saw the Paul and Tate one. I thought that KSI was working on an opponent, and so they just copied it, to be honest. But what time is Deji fight? It's next. It's next. Did you see the Fish interview? He buried CM Punk. Nope. I saw bits of it, but we were still talking about the weird finish to the fight, to be honest. What do you think of Jake Paul? I think that he is fantastic at marketing himself. I think he knows what grabs attention. And I think that he is a hard worker. I've got respect for that. I think that he said himself as well, and I think it is true. Like, hard work is what gets you where you need to go. You do need to be working in the right direction, though. You need to be working on the right things. And, he is putting the work in to his boxing, and he's very committed to his boxing, and he's got the right team around him. And, look at the progress that he's made. And yeah, I mean, I've got respect for that. I've got respect for his work ethic. I've got respect for his improvements. I've got respect for his self-promoting. I've got respect for the team that he's built around him. I've got respect for all of that. I think that they have made a lot of moves over the years, and the vast majority of them have worked for them, have made them bigger stars. I mean, you've got to respect that. You've got to respect that. Skills-wise, I think he showed a lot of improvements against Anderson Silva. I mean, it was impressive. It was very impressive. I did a quick little video just showing a few things that he had improved on, because I've watched all his fights. We've done watch-alongs for them. And in the build-up to that Anderson Silva fight, I actually went back and rewatched them. And so looking at his old fights and comparing them to the Anderson Silva fight, there's a few areas that you can see that he's definitely made improvements on, but there's a few areas that you can see that he is still lagging behind in, and he needs to kind of tighten up. So yeah, we did a video on that. They're just showing Andrew Tate in the crowds. Okay, they're talking about WWE because Jake's got a Hulkamania shirt on. Andy Shepherd said, I was hoping that your shirt was going to get ripped off a la Hulk Hogan. And he said, you ruined my plans, brother. So I don't know if that's something that he was planning on doing later. Is it going to be Tommy again? Is it going to be Tate? Tate's in the building. So they're just taking a bit of time here. Okay. Days, where do you think Conor McGregor's back? Apparently he wants to come back next year. So he's not in the USADA pool at the moment. You've got to be in the USADA pool. You've got to be getting drugs tested for 6 months. And apparently he's not in the USADA pool. So, yeah, he needs to get back in that. And then apparently he wants to fight middle of next year. I saw the Chandler interview, and Chandler was saying that he's basically the person that he wants to face. He wants to face Conor. He wants that Conor fight. So I don't know that he would face Chandler, to be honest. I think if Conor was coming back, it would need to be a fight that would excite him. I don't know that the Chandler fight excites him. It's no disrespect to Chandler, but his record in UFC right now, I think, is 2-3. And of course, it's that way because he has faced the biggest names. He's gone up against like the biggest names and not always been victorious. I don't know that the notorious one is going to be interested in someone that's, got that sort of records. I think if Conor's coming back, I think he would want a title fight, to be honest. I think he would want to come back and he would want a title fight. I don't know that he would get it, but I know that UFC would want to give him the biggest fight possible because, you're going to put him in the main event, aren't you? And in all fairness, the champions would want him as well because if you face Conor, it's red panty night, isn't it, as he says? And you're going to get a hell of a payday. So I think even the champions that have got the belts would welcome facing Conor, because they know that'll be the biggest main event, the biggest fight, the biggest payday that would be out there for them. And Conor, if he's going to come back, I think isn't going to want to faff around, because he came back before and ended up having 2 fights with Dustin Poirier that didn't go to plan. Right now, we got Jake and Andrew Tate face-to-face here. Jake and Andrew Tate are face-to-face. I don't know if words are being exchanged. I don't know what this is, actually. Jake seemingly has gone over to Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is walking away from Jake. Are they leaving the building? I don't know what that is. Fight starts in 18 minutes, says William. William, shout out to you. Did Tommy win? It was a draw. No one won. So, yeah, we are waiting and building our way towards the main event. There's been lots to talk about tonight. I would say that things went to a different level as soon as we got to that co-main event. We got Jake Paul coming out. Jake Paul has really stirred the pot. All of a sudden now we're seeing Big John ripping his T-shirt off. Tommy Fury trying to get in between the ropes and get at Jake. We're seeing Andrew Tate in the crowd. Things have just gone to a different level since we went to the co-main event. Coming up next, though, is the main event. Floyd Mayweather taking on Deji. Deji coming in 20 pounds heavier than Floyd Mayweather. That is big. That is big. I can tell you that Logan, though, was 30 pounds heavier. So he's used to fighting people that are heavier. The other thing with Logan as well is that he was taller. I actually think Deji struggles with his cardio, and, you know, having to carry around that extra weight, 20 pounds extra weight throughout, like, this fight is not going to be great for Deji. I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like it might... I don't know if Deji could have got down any more. I think he could, to be honest. I think he could have lost more weight. I don't know that this is a good strategy for Deji. I feel like Deji needs to try and get down to as low a weight as possible, so he's not having to carry around as much weight, so that, you know, any cardio issues are kept at bay for as long as possible. Deji has had 4 fights. He is won against Fuzi back in August with a 3rd round stoppage. He actually feints really well. He blocks really well. He's actually got a good defense, good head movement as well. Of course, this is against influencers and not against proper boxers. So, you know, there's levels to this game. But Deji is not someone that doesn't have any skills. He's definitely got some abilities. His cardio is what lets him down. He likes to work the body, and he works the body really well. And he can be at sometimes a little bit reluctant to let the hands go. I think the reason for that, though, is because he knows that his cardio is not brilliant. And so I think if he was to just let the hands go, then I think, like, the gas tank would be drained. And I think he knows that that would be a problem. So sometimes he can, like, hold back and be a bit hesitant. He needs to be confident here. He needs to not be too defensive, because the problem that he's got is that I don't think anyone's expecting him to win this. But I think what he needs to do is get as much out of this as possible. He needs to enjoy this experience, because this is a once in a lifetime experience. He is going to go in there with one of the greatest of all time standing in front of him, and he's going to get such incredible close contact and such incredible, like, you know, a display of just the greatest boxing skills, that he can just learn so much. But he's only going to learn for as long as he's in there. So he's got to stay in there for as long as possible. He needs to make sure he's not too defensive. He needs to show a bit of confidence. He needs to make sure he's not putting himself in any bad situations, of course. And all of this is going to be hard. Shots are going to be coming from all different angles. Mayweather, even at this age, has got speed. He's got great movement. He's always been one of the best defensive fighters. When Mayweather was at his peak, He was the second hardest to hit, and he had the second best accuracy in boxing. It's incredible. The second hardest to hit and the second best accuracy. That is quite the combination to have, isn't it? So this is going to be a real challenge for Deji, not to win, but just to get into the last stages. The last fight that we saw Mayweather have, he knocked out his opponent in an exhibition match. Like, he's got the ability to still do that. Granted, the person he faced last time was a kickboxer, but with limited boxing skill. But I don't think it's unfair to say that Deji is limited in his boxing because he's only been facing YouTubers. He's not been facing boxers. So there is clearly a limit to his boxing ability. And that is going to be tested to the max here. It's going to be tested to the absolute max. So Floyd Mayweather against Deji. I can tell you the odds are pretty crazy on this one. They've got Floyd Mayweather at minus 1,000. And they've got Deji at plus 700. I can't believe it's only plus 700. And I find that amazing that it's only plus 700. We've seen people in UFC have wider odds than that. We've seen people in UFC, like proper fighters, that have had wider odds. Minus 1,000 plus 700 is really not that wide. We saw a fight just the other week where it was like plus 6,000. So, I mean, like, the bookies have been very kind. I think that must be a lot of Deji fans that have come in and put some money on Deji, getting the dub, getting the old wedgie. So, this is at a catchweight, 20 pounds difference. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how long Deji survives. Let me know in the chat, what round do you think this will be stopped in, or do you think it goes decision? Maybe you think Deji is going to get a knockout, but I think it's probably more likely that it's either going to be a Mayweather stoppage or that it goes decision. I think Mayweather gets a stoppage. I'm going to put it around round 3 or 4. I'm thinking around that kind of ballpark. But it depends how Mayweather feels. Like, if Mayweather sees some openings and doesn't go for them and wants to allow this fight to go a bit longer, Mayweather can do that. Mayweather could allow this fight to go as long as he wants, really. So, yeah, I'm going to lean towards round 3 or 4. Probably I'll go 4. I'll give a bit of a nod to Deji that he'll survive those first 3. How many rounds is it? I believe it's 8. Do you think if Floyd doesn't KO him, people will start to question his legacy or his intentions? No, I don't think so. Just because I think, like, Floyd is not bothered by these exhibition fights. He doesn't want to lose them, but he's not bothered by them. He doesn't do training camps for them. Like, there's no fight camp. This isn't Floyd coming in after having 8 weeks of training. These are exhibitions. These are fun. This is turn up, get paid, see the world, show off your skills, on to the next one. So, for Floyd, if he gets in there and he lets the hands go and he sees a few openings, but he's like, oh, I like this kid, I'm going to let him, go into the later stages. And he gets into the later stages. And then, I don't know, maybe he hits Deji with some, and because Floyd was never known for his power. So maybe he hits Deji with some, and Deji doesn't go down, right? And Floyd's like, oh, I thought that would probably put him away, actually. I didn't think I was going to need to, like, keep hitting on this kid. And then before he knows it, he's running out of time. And that's it, we go to decision. Like, that could happen. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that like ruins his legacy or anything. He went the distance with Logan. Logan was 30 pounds heavier. Don't forget, Deji is going to be 20 pounds heavier. So, I mean, they're not in the same weight class. And don't forget as well that there's 20 years difference between them. So Mayweather's 45, Deji's 25. So, I don't know. No, it doesn't change anything to me. It doesn't change anything for me, but I don't know. Listen, social media is going to react however social media wants to react. I don't think it would be so much that it would have any impact on Mayweather's reputation or legacy. What it would do, though, if Deji got to a decision, is it would be an incredible boost for him. If he can go and get to a decision, I think that's got to be as good as it gets, really, for Deji. I think that's got to be about as good as it gets. I saw the future. Deji wins by knockout in the second round, says Connor. How much time till the fight? Don't know, to be honest. Don't know. Probably about 8 minutes at a guess. Thought we were looking at the main fight starting about 10 o'clock. We're now 8 minutes away from it being 9 o'clock here in the UK. So I think we're probably looking at about 8 minutes time. Then we will go over to the fight. We've got Sammy Guevara for all you AEW fans. Sammy is at ringside. And he was there, I think, to support Bobby. He was in the crowd during the pre-show, and it was proper cringe as he was trying to talk to some of the fans that were there. But why is the main event not started yet? I don't know. They're just trying to make us wait. I mean, don't forget the main event is not 10 rounds. It's 8 rounds. I don't even think it's 3-minute rounds. I think they're 2-minute rounds. So the longest that the main event can go is 16 minutes. So they're going to make you wait for as long as possible. I'm sure the entrance is going to be quite big as well, so that kills a little bit of time. This is clearly why everyone's here, to see this main event. A few people there for Tommy, of course, as well. But, yeah, they're trying to stretch this out for as long as possible. Nexus Trading Institution, shout out to you. Anthony Johnson has passed away. Is that, I tweeted you, UFC fighter has passed away. How? What's happened there? What's going on with that? I haven't seen that news. I mean, there's enough of you saying it to make me think that it's true. It's not trending. It's true. Yeah. Wow. Why? How's that happened? What has it said anything? Has that happened? That is awful, 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 awful news. That's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. It's not art. I can't see any information on it, but there's enough. Yeah, I mean, honestly, big name. Anthony Johnson. He started off in UFC in the kind of mid 2000s. Not that long ago, actually. I'm sure he was in UFC for 12 years, something along those lines. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he's passed away. I know he was involved in a lot of big fights against a lot of big names. So that's heartbreaking. Oh, here's Anthony. Anthony Taylor's here. They're just looking at his fight earlier. Anthony's watching that. Anthony was calling out Tommy. So Anthony wants Tommy. Anthony also wants a fight with Floyd's. What time is it going to start in the UK? They haven't said, but I think it's going to be around 9 minutes. He's been in and out of hospital with a long-term illness, says your lizard. That's awful news. Awful news. Yeah. Deji slept earlier in the locker room. He's not going to wake up anytime soon. When's the fight happening? It's not for I don't know, not for at least the next 5 minutes, because they're talking to Anthony Taylor. When is the fight starting? It'll be not for the next 5 minutes or so, but we can't be too far away. I feel like we've been waiting forever. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be too long now. We are building towards it, but we've still got people around the ringside area. Commentators are not in position or anything. So right now they're just watching back some tape from the Anthony Taylor fight from earlier on in this card. Why are they taking so long? They should shut up and get to the boxing, says Maria. Yeah, it's because basically the main event, I don't think they're expecting it to go that long. Even if it goes the distance, there's only 16 minutes of fight time. Put in like a bit of time in between the rounds, and you know it ain't going to be that long, even if it goes the distance. And obviously, there's a good chance it won't go the distance. What with the skill gap difference. So yeah, I think they're just trying to stall, fill as much time as possible. We also lost a fight because of a pre-match altercation. So we're actually a fight down as well. One of them might injure themselves dancing or something during the walk-ons, says Lan. They're doing the video. They're doing the video? What do you mean? Right now, we've still got Anthony Taylor talking at the moment. Anthony's laying into everyone. He says that Deji can't fight. He says that he should be the one that takes on Floyd. Is the fight happening? Yeah, I hope so. We're waiting for it. We've just got shots of the arena. And what we've got at the moment is we've got the pundits talking to Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor getting a lot of screen time. Rumble said, who said that? Damn, they just talking and talking. Right, so they are just talking. Is that Ty? I can't tell if that's Ty in the background. Is that Ty? I would imagine she probably is. I think that is Ty Conti. I think Ty Conti is in the background of Sammy Guevara. What's happening with the fight right now? Nothing. The fight's not on. If the fight was on, I'd tell you what was happening. But we don't have any fighters. There's no sign of any fighters. Where this whole show has been atrocious, right? It's been, I can't even begin to tell you how bad it's been. It's one of the worst shows I've ever seen from a production, timing, just everything point of view. And so now we've just got this horrific gap in between the co-main and the main event. So, yeah, we're just waiting. They've just put Anthony Taylor out there and they're just filling time, basically. I thought that we would be starting about now. I thought they've already made us wait. I think it's been about half an hour since the co-main event ended, but they're still just chatting away, to be honest. They did show Floyd arriving earlier, so it's not like Floyd's... Part of me just wondered, like, is Floyd not there yet? Are they stalling for time because Floyd hasn't arrived? But they showed him arriving earlier, so Floyd's there. So I think, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. We can't know what they're doing because they don't know what they're doing. Right, here we go. They're wrapping up, so maybe we might be getting close. No. Where are you watching this? It's on DAZN. Who do you think's going to win? Well, it's going to be. I mean, look, Floyd's going to win. Floyd will win. The only way Floyd doesn't win is if this goes the distance. If it goes the distance, then it's technically deemed to be a draw. Even if Floyd batters Deji, if it goes the distance, there are no judges. So, you know, that's it. So that could happen, right? And if that happens, that's massive. Massive for Deji. It'd be absolutely huge if he can just go the distance. But I'm expecting it to be I'm expecting there to be a stoppage in here. I'm expecting Floyd to land some shots, cause some problems, and for Deji to just get wore down, to be honest. Russell won the race. what happened with Jake Paul. Jake was at ringside, and basically at the end of the Tommy fight, Big John took his shirt off, went over to Jake, said to him, I'll fight you. Jake was like, fine, come out here then. And Big John tried to get out, but they held him back. Then Tommy told Jake to come into the ring. Jake was like talking trash. Tommy then went over, tried to get out, and they were holding him back. Jake all the time was just out the ring saying like they'll do nothing kind of a thing. And yeah, it just this big kind of showdown between them all. So that was pretty exciting. And then we saw that Andrew Tate was there. So Andrew Tate was there, and there was a face-to-face between him and Jake as well. So there's been a few moments. So far, the most exciting person on this show has been Jake Paul. How many glove ounces are there in the Deji Floyd fight? I don't know if that's been revealed, to be honest. I mean, it's an exhibition. I think they both wanted different sizes. I've got a feeling they both wanted different. I think one wanted 12 and the other wanted 14. Let me have a look on that for you. I actually don't know what was agreed upon. Here we go, yeah. Floyd and Deji in row over boxing gloves. Deji's got a way of surprising people. We were just talking about it. There's some conversations about 10-ounce gloves. Everyone's talking about gloves. Mayweather wanted the fight to be 10-ounce gloves, as that would be the case in a professional fight. But that was not in the contract, and the bout is going to be in 14-ounce gloves. So there was a disagreement about the gloves. Mayweather wanted it to be 10-ounce gloves, but in the contract, it's 14-ounce. And so apparently that's what it's going to be. Now, look at this. We've already got some of these stories doing the rounds. Topless John Fury calls out Jake Paul. I want to read this story. After Son's shocking bout. What's going on? After Son's shocking bout, Fury shouted, "I am the king of the bare knuckle fighters." I mean, I don't think that's true anymore, to be honest. Maybe it was back in the day. But it had WWE vibes. Tommy also calls out Jake Paul. The entertainment factor ramped up. I can tell you the. Do you know what? I'll give you the breakdown round by round. This is what one of our biggest newspapers actually wrote for the Tommy fight round by round. So round one, this channel has got Jake Paul commentating. It seems like someone's teenage kid has picked up the telephone in the other room and won't get off the call. This is more of an exhibition match than anything else we have seen, as the boxers tap gloves with each other after walking off at the end of the round. Round number two, both boxers dance around, threatening to throw punches, with none actually being thrown. This seems less than a sparring match right now. There may be more punches thrown at your local pub tonight. Jake Paul yells abuse at Tommy Fury from ringside, which we cannot publish. Round three, both boxers are coming forward with jabs and body shots. The crowd start to boo at what they are seeing. This is like two people shadow boxing. Jake Paul continues to ridicule this as a spectacle. Round four, the crowd continue to boo, which Lambert takes offense to. He holds both of his arms in the air to gesture to the crowd. I think both boxers might have agreed not the face before the contract signed for this one. So anything but the face. There's no danger, round five. There's no danger of this breaking out into a fight anytime soon. A series of jabs with no weight behind the punches at all. The boxers hug it out for most of that round and tap gloves as they walk back to the corner. Round six, it is questionable as to whether bouncers would even bother to break this up at a nightclub. You most definitely wouldn't be getting thrown out of a club. The boxers dance, hug, and jab. 6 rounds of exhibition boxing ends. That was not must-see. The entertainment ramps up. John Fury tears his t-shirt off like something out of WrestleMania and demands that Jake Paul jumps in the ring now and fights him, declaring himself the bare-knuckle champion. And to fight him now, both Tommy and John shout down from the ring to Jake Paul. This has now gone full on snatch. So there we go. That was the breakdown. If you didn't see the Tommy fight, that was the breakdown of it from one of our biggest newspapers. It was an absolute sham of a show. In fact, the whole show has been a sham of a show. It's been a sham of a show. And hopefully the main event will not be. I think if you bought this show, you bought it as I did for the main event. A little bit of Tommy in there as well, of course. But yeah, main event coming up. What's going on? I'm so confused. We're playing a game of Wait for the Fight. It's called Wait for the Main Event. We've been playing it now for nearly 40 minutes. It's a great game. It's taken the boxing world by storm. And no idea when we're going to get to the main event. But yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is a real exhibition in waffling. These guys are stalling. This might go in the Guinness World Records for the biggest stall during a sporting event. As we said, we are sneaking our way just beyond the 40-minute mark now since the co-main event, I believe. Worst pay-per-view I have seen since December to remember, said Billy. Did you hear about Anthony Rumble? Did, yes, we did. Wasn't Tommy's fight an exhibition because it was short notice? Yes. Been playing for 4 hours, says Slurp Gods. Guinness World Record said the longest film ever made is The Cure for Insomnia. It's an 85-hour experimental film. Oh, hello. Hang on. What's this? No. God. They changed camera angle. And I was like, oh, here we go. No. They changed camera angle, and I thought that they were going to say, right, it's time to go over to the announcer now, and they didn't. They went just straight back to the commentary team. Right, literally no one on Twitter is talking about this fight, says Russell. Is that true? No, surely they are. Deji's a big star. Mayweather's a big star. It's got to be trending. Surely. Jake Paul's got to be trending. My guess is that Jake Paul's... Is Jake Paul trending in America? What are the American trends right now? Justin Jefferson is the #1 trend. Justin Fields is #2. Vikings is #3. Nothing. You're right. That's really weird. How is this not being spoken about? How is Floyd Mayweather not being spoken about? Or even Jake Paul? Tommy is number 25. So Tommy is number 25. But nothing for Jake. Nothing for Mayweather. Nothing for Deji in the USA trends right now. I suppose they are competing with the NFL, aren't they? So, bit tricky. Deji Mayweather is trending here. Where's here? Mayweather will be sitting until he gets his way with the glove. Saying goodbye to the crowds. Sammy Guevara. Boos for Sammy Guevara. Boos for Sammy Guevara as he walks away. But, yeah, this is... Oh, God, this is crazy. We're... the crowds are bored. The fight is not trending. What a time to be alive. The commentators have brought someone else. I know. He came in. As soon as he came in, he's like, I've come in to save you. Because these poor guys, this is such a test for them. This is such a test. Would you like to see Jake Paul, Tommy... Look at this! They said, would you like to see Jake Paul, Tommy Fury in Dubai? They cut to the crowd, and the crowd are like... Just bored, man. Bored. I don't blame them. They've made us wait so long. They've made us wait so long. Oh, when's the fight? I don't know. I don't know. No one knows. No one knows. This is the twilight zone that we're in right now. This might never end. There might not be a fight. We might still be here this time tomorrow waiting for this fight to start. I don't know what's happening anymore. This is a sham. This whole show is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. I have got no problems with sending this message directly to Global Titans to tell you directly from the bottom of my heart, you are a disgrace. This show has been abysmal. It's been awful. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. And I've seen the film Cats, right? And this was worse. It's horrific. Horrific. Oh, we've been waiting so long. We've been waiting so long. This is like, I swear to God, they do this at Guantanamo Bay to, like, punish people. Like, I don't know why this is taking so long. I don't know why this is taking so long. And I don't know why I have to keep watching just complete idiots on screen. It's just people waffling, just waffling. It's just waffle. It's not information, it's waffle. It's just stalling. It's so transparent with what's happening. This is not quality programming, right? They're not delaying the fight so that they can make these points. Like, it is just unbearable, right? It is just unbearable. It is just, it could be worse with Triller with all that god-awful music, said James. Do you know what? James, I'm going to say something really controversial. I would take the music. I would take the music. I would take the music because do you know what? At least I'd be watching something. At least I'd be watching something and at least I can be like, well, this track sucks or I don't think she was singing that very well or what the hell is she wearing or there'd be something to talk about. Right now, I got 3 guys on screen that are waffling and filling and drowning, right? Because they're just, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault. I'm not blaming them. They have been put in a horrific situation where someone in the gallery has gone, yeah, we're not going to be ready for like 2 hours. Can you just think of something to say? And so, like, now they're just having to stall for time. What they're doing now is they're having to, like, ask the crowd if they're excited for certain fighters and look at how bored they are! Look how bored that crowd is! That crowd is dead! The crowd is dead! The crowd, like, they went over to the crowd. They are literally sat there, like, who wants to see Floyd Mayweather? Look, I need to get a picture. I'll take a picture. I've took a screenshot. I want to show you. This isn't even the best example. I'm going to show you the screenshot I've just taken of the crowds. It is just horrific. It is horrific. This show is trash. This show is so bad. So bad, but in like a comical way, borderline. If anyone else asks me when this fight's going to start, I swear to God, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I don't mind answering the same question a million times, but when I don't know the answer, when the people putting the show on don't know the answer, how am I meant to know the answer? I would imagine these 3 people on screen are asking that same question themselves. When's the fight going to start? I've got the screenshot right here of the crowds. I'm going to show you this image. So they basically just went, guys, are you excited for Mayweather? And then they cut to that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, first of all, can you see how dark it is? Right? Look at the crowd. So the commentator guy went, guys, are you ready for Mayweather? I really built it up, gave it big time, and then we cut to that. Look at that. Can you see people with their hands on their heads? This dude down here has got his arms down by his side. No one is standing. There is no enthusiasm. It's just dead. It's just dead. All of these people, it looks like these people are just turned up for some kind of lecture. That's what it looks like these people are here for. It looks like they're being held against their will. I think I'm being held against my will. Can I leave this stream? Can I go? Can I go? Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you know what just came across my mind? They said in the UK that the Ringwalk would be 10 o'clock, didn't they? And we've been saying 10 o'clock all night. Do you think it's 10 o'clock? Do you think that they're going to stall for another 42 minutes? Do you think the fight's not for another 42 minutes? And they're going to film for 42 minutes? Do you think these three have got to find 42 minutes of conversation before we actually get the ring walks? They're not going to do that, are they? They won't do that, will they? They won't do that. I mean, in all fairness, I thought that they were waiting until 9 o'clock. It's now 20 past 9. It's now 20 past 9. I don't even know if it's the same day as when we started this stream. It's been that long since... I don't even know what boxing looks like. I don't even know if I've seen any boxing. I can't remember it. It's been so long since the last fight. I can't even remember it. I don't know what this show is. They're now showing another shot of the crowd for no reason whatsoever. Just to show something different. We might as well. We can either show you the... Right now, the director is like... We can either show them the same three people they've been staring at for the past hour, or we can show them a load of bored people. It's there's not many other options. I can do like a wide shot that shows the ring. You can look at the ring. You can look at three people trying to fill time, or you can look at an audience full of just the most bored people you've ever seen. I mean, those are his only options. That's it. I feel so sorry for the director. I feel sorry for the director. I feel sorry for these guys. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for me. There are no winners in this situation. There are no winners. When does it start? When does it start? When does it start? It's a great question. It's a great question. Why did no one think to ask that question? Why did no one think to ask when it starts? When does it start? Such a good question. Dino said, shout out to my little brother, Charlie Future UFC. Charlie Future UFC, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you are mentally strong enough to get through this, because I am literally having a breakdown live on stream right now. I am struggling. This is just insane. This is insane. I could be doing something else. I could be making a difference in the world. I could be doing some charity work. I don't know. I mean, I don't do any charity work. Maybe I should. Maybe I should use this to reflect on, what I could do more with my life. Yeah. Rather than sitting here waiting for a main event. And it's been so long now. It's been so long. Bembo says, help me. Help me. Has Deji fought yet? No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. He has. Deji has fought. Yes. Deji has fought. And he knocked Mayweather out in the second round. Go and tell your friends. There's a dispute over glove size, says Sean John. It can't be that. That was reported like over 24 hours ago. Like, they can't have been disputing that for 24 hours. Surely Deji would just agree to the 10-ounce gloves, wouldn't he? Deji wouldn't, like, put this in dispute. Like, just agree to it. I don't think it's that. Do you know what I honestly think's happening? And I can't believe I'm about to say this. I read that the estimated time for the ring walks was 10 o'clock. And I don't think they're coming out till then. I don't think they're coming out till then. It's 38 minutes. 38 minutes. I think you've got to wait 38 minutes. I think you've got to wait 38 minutes. But this is horrific. This is horrific. All of this audience should be allowed to call their friends and family to let them know that they're safe, because there's going to be people worried about them because they've been gone for so long now. There's going to be children that have forgotten what their fathers look like and their mothers look like if they're at this show. Maybe their brothers or sisters. There's going to be missing posters put up for this audience as family members try to find their loved ones. This is just insane. This is 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 insane. I can't say anything else. What else can I say? This is insane. This is insane. I can't even remember when the co-main event was. I don't even know if there was one. And when I watched it, I don't know what happened. Because they weren't fighting. They weren't fighting in the co-main event. I saw some kind of weird boxing dance routine, but I don't know if that was a fight. I think I saw John Fury half naked. I think I saw... I'm sure I saw John Fury whip his top off. Did I dream that? Maybe I dreamt that. I don't even know what's happening now. This show really... I don't know. It makes you question a lot of things about your life, man. Maybe this is like a social experiment. Do you think this is like a test? Is this a test? Is this a personality test? I feel like we're all being tested, and I don't know how. Trent says you could have taken a nap. A nap? I could have took a holiday, let alone a nap. Dude, I could have gone off, got a tan. I could have got married. I could have met a girl, took her out on a date, got married, have kids, settled down, had a family. By the time I came back after all of that, the fight still wouldn't have started. This is building anticipation. This is part of the Floyd Mayweather effect. Look at these troopers trying to put a positive spin on it. Guys, this is just building anticipation. Yeah? You know, like when you get put in prison for 30 years, it's only building anticipation for when you're going to be released. Yeah? That's all it is. It's only bants. Yeah? It's only bants. This is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the most painful things I've ever gone through in my life, to be honest. Michio, 23. Shout out to you, said, on behalf of this rubbish. Oh, it is rubbish. Have some of your money back. I'm so glad that I didn't pay for this. Michio, 23. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I will always be the person that spent $16.99 on this. I will always be that guy. That will always be me. That will that is something that I think when I am confronted with the Lords, I am going to have to justify, you know, because they say that you have to, you know, go through all your sins and talk about all your regrets. And I can tell you this evening is getting mentioned, right? It's getting mentioned. I will always be the guy that spent $16.99 on this. And you know what? There's so many people out there that are like, oh, why would you spend money on this? You know, it's just a money grab and all of that. And I've always put a positive spin on it. And I've always been like, nah, look, it's Floyd. You get to watch Floyd. He's got great skills. Deji is super popular. I'm down with it. You know, Tommy Fury in the co-main event. Like, there's some stuff here. I mean, I just don't even know. I don't even know what to say anymore. Other than those people that are out there that didn't pay for this. I wish I was one of you. I wish I was one of you. I wish I was one of you. I really like Deji. This is not a knock of Deji. I really like Floyd. What a fighter. This is not a knock of him either. But the presentation of this. Like, if they knew that the main event wasn't starting until 10 o'clock, right? Why did they start the show at 6? Why did they start the show 4 hours before the main event was due to start when they knew they did not have 4 hours of content? Why did they do that? Why did they do that? And I'm being serious now. I need an answer on that, right? This isn't me just filling time. I need an answer on that. Why did you start a show 4 hours before the main event when you only had, I don't know, half an hour of content? Like, why did you think that was a good idea? Why did you think that was a good idea? Another question as well. Why did you have a 2-hour pre-show and then spend 45 minutes showing me a graphic and a countdown clock, right? That should have been the giveaway. That should have been the giveaway. When we watched the pre-show and they gave us 2 fights in the first hour, and then in the second hour, we got a 45-minute countdown clock and then a 15-minute musical performance. That was the second hour of the pre-show. That should have been when the alarm bells were ringing. That's when we should have been like, something's not right. We should have known this. I should have known this. I should have seen this come in. There's been warning signs all night long. All night long, there's been warning signs about this. But never did I expect this to happen. Look, some... It's been told. We're seconds away from it happening. Thank you, everyone, for waiting. It's all happening. They're ready to go. They're ready to go. Oh, my God. They're ready to go. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. A guy just came up and whispered to Andy Shepherd, just said in his ear that we are ready to go. Oh, my God. Do you reckon someone backstage went, why don't we just move it early? Like, we don't need to wait till 10. And they were like, yeah, why didn't we think of that earlier? We could have had this on like an hour ago. Do you reckon that's what happened? Do you reckon someone backstage was like, well, I mean, look, the main event starts at 10. What are we meant to do? And someone was like, why don't we just do it, move it earlier? Geniuses. 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 Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you. Mitchio23, shout out to you. Everyone in the chat, shout out to you. Has the fight started yet? No, the fight has not started yet. What a terrible dream this is. It is indeed. People saying a little bit of lag. Is it frozen? Probably. The stream is giving up. Can you blame it? Can you blame it? Can you blame the stream for giving up on this show? If there's lag and you're surprised, that's on you. That is on you, right? Because at some point, even the stream is going to be like, nah, I'm out. Forget this. The stream are like... when does it start? When does it start? When does it end, Sam? You're not asking the right question, Sam. It's not when does it start. When does it end? When does this end? There is a leech watching on Twitch, says Colin. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what anything means anymore. You might as well just start the Raw pre-show. Yeah, we might as well just go straight into our Monday stream, might as we? Should have done the Natasha Jones fight yesterday, says Dylan. When does it start? I'm only joking, said Imvon. The fight is not beginning because of Jake Paul. We all know Deji is going to lose. I swear to God, if they come out and Mayweather knocks him out within the first 15 seconds, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I don't know how long we've been here for. Have you ever heard Have you ever heard a commentator or announcer say that line? I don't know how long we've been here for. There's an announcement. Oh, I think. Oh my God. Things are happening. Things are happening. I don't know how long we've been here for. That will stay with me for the rest of my life. What is this? We've got like sirens and things blaring. Oh, it's Deji's Ringwalk. Deji's Ringwalk. Here we go. The GOAT of YouTube boxing. Deji, the GOAT of YouTube boxing. Okay, so Deji is making his way down. Here he is. First time we're seeing him. He's got gold, sparkly shorts. He's got KSI behind him. KSI is part of the entourage. Deji making his way down. Dancing his way down. There's KSI. KSI in the background. Deji with a blue robe. People taking pictures. It's really dark. Not much in the way of a show. No entranceway. No coming out on a stage with graphics or anything. Forget that. You're not having that. You're lucky you get in the flipping fight. So Deji makes his way down, stands on the edge of the ring. I think about a quarter of this crowd is probably deceased by now, but the ones that are still alive did just give a roar for Deji. But I say roar. Can't wait for the GOAT Deji versus some guy against Floyd's Mayweather, said Rambo. Are you excited for UFC 282? Sure. Sure. Lewis said Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, bud. Merry Christmas. Right, KSI in the ring with Deji. This is a big, big opportunity for him. He's got to last as long as he can. It's 8 2-minute rounds. It's 8 2-minute rounds. Mayweather is going to destroy Deji, said Bork Lesser. Does the event put you off putting on future events like this? To be honest, no, because this is the worst we've ever seen. And we've done loads of Jake ones. I've done loads of DAZN ones, and they've normally been great. I don't know that we've ever done a global... What are they called? Global Antics or something. I don't know who they are. Global Incompetence. I don't know that we've ever done one of their events. I would definitely have second thoughts if I knew they were involved. But no, I mean, like, DAZN are normally great. Floyd, I've done Floyd shows. They've been great. Hey, listen, the influencer boxing stuff is normally pretty good. The KSI thing from '02 was fantastic. I don't think this is anything... speaking out loud, I don't think this is anything to do with DAZN. I don't think it's anything to do with Floyd. I don't think it's anything to do with Deji. I think it's this Global Antics or Global Titans. Global Titans. I think it's these guys. Global Incompetence. They're the ones that are getting the blame off me. But, yeah, anyway, we've got Deji in the ring. Here comes Floyd's. Global Titans wanted to make sure they took down all the streams, streaming it for free before they started, says Aaron. I mean, you can understand why they would want to do that, but why do we have to suffer? Why do we have to wait for how long for that to be the case? Like, that's crazy. Like, you're hurting the people that have paid for the event so that you can take down the illegal streams. Like, this is... I don't know. To be honest, they said that it was going to be a 10 o'clock start time, and by the time we've got the announcements and everything done, we're going to be, 15 minutes probably just before that. So We're there or thereabouts, aren't we? Massive entourage coming down. We're gonna park that. We're gonna park all of that. I think we've said everything that needs to be said. But let's focus on the fight. Ryan Gambler said, saying hello from Oklahoma. Maybe Floyd should fight Roman, lol. Listen, I'm just glad Floyd's fighting anyone right now. He's making his way down to the ring. So, Ryan Gambler, shout out to you. Floyd wanted Jake out, and Jake left, says PH2K. Someone is streaming your stream on Twitch. Cool. Hello, Twitch. Shout out to you. The crowd seem silent, said JT. Yeah, the dead. That's why they've all passed away. The deceased. they've been made to wait so long. I mean, the human body needs food and water to survive. These people have been trapped here for God knows how long, like all of us. I mean, I think we can excuse the fact that they're not showing bags of enthusiasm. Right, Floyd has made his way down. Imagine if this fight ends in 15 seconds. I'm going to freak, man. Honestly. I'll properly... I'm pretty close to losing it as it is, but I will properly snap. If he just goes out there and goes, boom! I don't care. I don't care if it's Deji knocking out Floyd or if it's Floyd knocking out Deji. This better not end in 15 seconds. I will freak Lashik. Good day from Queensland, Australia. John, shout out to you. Did Tommy win, says Badder. Did Tommy win? It was a draw because of the weight issues and all of that. They had to change opponents and it was an exhibition. The fight was a disgrace. It went the distance. I really like Tommy Fury. I really like the Furies. I do. I don't apologize for that, but that fight, man. That fight was just... It was just, I don't even know what it was. I don't know what it was. It was like it was a dance, I think. I think it was a performance. Another shot of the board crowds. I'm going to miss these guys. I'm really going to miss that board crowd. Right. Jake has left the stadium. Doesn't look like we're going to get the Jake Paul KSI face off. Listen, we got something far more superior. We got half-naked Big John Fury. Half-naked Big John with Big John's belly. The what did he call himself? The bare knuckle fighting king. We had him staring at Jake Paul, shouting at Jake. That was the stare down I wanted. That's the fight the world deserves. Andrew versus Jake. Thoughts? Not a big fan of it. I mean, I don't know much about Andrew Tate or his opinions. All I do know is that they've upset a lot of people. So it doesn't seem like that is the right move to give him a platform like that. And actually, even Logan Paul said the same. Logan Paul on his podcast said he was going to call out Andrew Tate, but he decided, he apparently filmed a video to like call him out and everything, but he decided to not upload it and not issue the challenge because he doesn't want to give him that platform. If Logan Paul thinks twice about giving you a platform because your views are beyond questionable, then I don't know if it's the right thing to do, to be honest. Right, Mayweather is in there. I think there's plenty of fights for Jake. Jake should fight Tommy. I mean, Jake and Tommy is a no-brainer now. It was a no-brainer before, but it's, I mean, you do it now, it's bigger than ever. Right, Deji coming forward, Mayweather coming forwards. Yes, we've had to wait. That's in the past now. We're about to get underway with Deji versus Mayweather. Both fighters are out there. Finally. So both fighters are inside the ring. Both fighters are inside the ring. You've got Floyd in one corner. He doesn't look too happy, to be honest. We are underway. Both fighters step out into the center. So we've got Deji in the center ground. We got Floyd on the outside. Deji keeping his hands up, jabbing away. Floyd keeping his hands down. Floyd stepping in again, just jabbing out. I don't think there's much downloading of information here by Floyd. Floyd's just throwing out a couple of shots. Floyd is toying with Deji here. Look, Floyd is walking forward. Deji, there's not too much that Deji's going to be learning if Floyd's going to be in this kind of an attitude. But Floyd is moving forward. He's trying to land a few shots. Deji on the back foot. And Floyd is like putting his arms out and he's being a little bit erratic. He's certainly not using this as a showcase for his skills. Couple of jabs to the body. Deji getting pushed back. Again, couple of jabs coming in by Floyd. Deji trying to move forward. Floyd, again, just pouring out. Deji going to the body. Deji not allowing Floyd to throw him off his game plan. Deji against the ropes. Couple of jabs straight down the center there by Floyd. Deji coming back with a few shots of his own, but falling short. Trying to get in with a shot of his own. Deji letting his hands down. Needs to make sure that he's not playing Floyd's game here or falling into any kind of traps. Again, shots coming in. Floyd could turn up the intensity about 20 levels if he wanted to. But jab coming out there by Deji. Another couple of jabs, not connecting. Floyd, again, in the center. This is not really a showcase of the sweet science, of the skills that Floyd's got. We're not seeing him protect himself. We're not seeing him show any concern whatsoever. We're into the final few seconds of this round. Floyd is up against the ropes, and it's a Floyd round. And, yeah, I don't know, man. What do you say about that? Floyd's dancing in the corner. Floyd is dancing in the corner. Deji is taking this serious. Floyd is not. And first round goes to Floyd. Deji is going to lose so bad. He might not. Floyd is not bothered, to be honest. Floyd is like just walking in front of him like this. And this is not a boxer that is taking this boxing encounter seriously. Tommy Wern, let's go. Deji said, Jacob, go. Come on, Mayweather, said Legend Killer. Floyd via stoppage in round 5. Thank you, brother, said Nuka. I would like to see... I'm a bit disappointed in Floyd here. I'm not disappointed in Deji. Deji's taking this seriously, but I'm a bit disappointed in Floyd. I want to see him, like, you know, come out and actually... you know, do some stuff. This is good for Deji to be in there with Mayweather. If Mayweather, like, wanted to show Deji some skills, if he wanted him to see some stuff and learn some stuff, like, he could do that. He could show him some things, but he's just flicking out jabs. And obviously Deji is very respectful of Floyd. He's constantly on the back foot. Deji over against the ropes, covering up. Floyd's letting his hands go. Again, just flicking out. Head movement. Down. Again, he's just testing his head movement there. He's got Deji back in the corner. He could absolutely go to town. Deji is in the corner, covered up, and if Floyd wanted to just wail away on him and just really unload on him, he could absolutely do that. He's not. He's not doing that. Both fighters in the center. Deji is keeping this tight. He's trying to come forward. Floyd is just standing there, just kind of flicking out the jab. Right now, they're just kind of like pouring out at each other. We've got about 45 seconds left. We've had Floyd kind of putting his arm up in the air and then throwing out a straight left. Again, we got Deji covering up against the ropes. Couple of shots to the body there by Floyd. Floyd cycling back. Again, he's gesturing to the crowds. It's a little bit like a comedy film, to be honest. Like, he kind of like is gesturing to the crowd, and then he just walks over to Deji and goes, bop, 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 and then walks away again. Yeah, I mean, there's the God, what is this? Floyd is toying with him. He's more than toying with him, to be honest. Is straight up disrespect. I don't get it. I don't understand. I think this is Floyd just trying to enjoy himself, but it does come across as very disrespectful by Floyd. Because I think Deji's got a lot of support, and I think people like Deji, and I think Deji's been talking about, you know, the opportunity that this is, and to see Floyd just not try, and he's just in there, and he's just flicking out jabs, and he's gesturing to the crowds, and I mean, what is this? What is this? What's Deji learning from this? I don't know that this is teaching Deji anything, to be honest. Mayweather's in the corner. He's just shadow boxing with his corner man. He's not sat in the corner getting advice or anything. He's in the corner just shadow boxing with his corner man, just for something to do. He's dancing. Look, now he's in the center. He's laughing at Deji. Look at him. He's laughing at Deji. Deji goes over to the corner. Deji scurried into the corner because Floyd upped the tempo. Deji, like, obviously went back, and Floyd was just laughing at him. It is toying. It's disrespect. But not in a cool way, in a like, this really sucks way, in a this is what gives exhibition fights a bad name way. Couple of shots there by Deji, though. Deji still sticking to his game plan. Floyd smiles at him. Few jabs coming in there by Deji. Shot coming into the body there by Floyd. He's got Deji up against the ropes. Again, Floyd just putting in some body shots. But when these body shots are landing, there's nothing behind them. He's just kind of like connecting. There's no power. The power is turned down to like 5%. Like, is just getting his shots through. He's dancing. He's just like dancing away. He wasn't doing this in his last exhibition fight. He wasn't doing this when he had that fight over in Japan. Floyd covering up. That's a bit better. Covering up as Deji throws in some shots. Floyd comes forward, counters with a shot, and again drives Deji back. Deji tries to come forward with a couple of jabs. This is what you want to watch. You want to watch like a proper boxing encounter, and Floyd's not seemingly interested in it being that. Smiling at Deji as Deji is throwing out some jabs. He's got Deji back in the corner. We've got 10 seconds to go. Mayweather is teeing off on Deji. Again, flicking out and a few hook shots and a little turn in the corner as he goes over to his corner. They bring the stall in. He's dancing for the fans. I don't know, man. If he, who's winning? Who's winning? Who's winning? Floyd is winning. Floyd is winning, and he's doing it in a very disrespectful way. I told you this is just a bit of fun for Floyd. Mayweather just wants that bag. He's fighting a YouTuber. It's a joke of a fight, said Joe. Yeah, it's true, but listen, he's got the opportunity here at the end of his career to actually show this YouTuber some skills and actually go in there and test him and not disrespect him in this way. And certainly considering he's had a lot of positive things to say in the build up to this. Like, he's been talking about, like, you know, just a lot of respect and about how respect is important. And what I'm seeing here is far from respectful. There's no respect here. The actions of Mayweather in this fight don't tally up with what we've seen in the press conference. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is not the fight I was expecting at all. It's not the fight I was expecting. In the last fight that we saw Mayweather have, he went out there and there was none of this. There was none of this showboating and stuff. He actually knocked his opponent out in like the second round, I think it was. Little dig to the body and again dig into the body. Couple of jabs trying to come back here by Deji. Floyd is covering up. Referee coming in. Both guys in the center. This can go 8 rounds, of course. It seems like Floyd is going to let it go 8 rounds. I mean, he is landing shots on Deji. He is putting nothing behind him. Nothing behind these shots. Deji is clinching up with Floyd. Floyd smiles. Again, comes forward, just throws the hands out there. Deji back against the ropes again. Floyd just digging into the body. Couple of jabs coming in by Floyd's. Referee having a word with Floyd there, saying that shot was a little bit low. So Floyd is talking trash to Deji's corner. Floyd is talking trash to Deji's corner as he is in the middle of a fight with Deji. Couple of shots coming in. I mean, the head movement there by Floyd. Hook shot there by Floyd. Floyd digging into the body. Referee coming in, going to separate them apart. End of the round. End of the round. I think Deji did catch Floyd with some, but it's because Floyd is messing around for so much. How much has Mayweather made for this? I have no idea. It's going to be obviously millions and millions. It's not a good advert for Floyd's exhibitions. I must admit, I actually really enjoyed his last fight. I think there is a place in the world for exhibition fights for you to show off your skills. But if you're going to showboat so much and not take the fight seriously, even if you do drop some skills in there, like, people aren't in the right frame of mind to appreciate them. Like, Floyd's doing a few little bits in here. I can't say he's not doing anything. He's doing some stuff, but it's like, I have to watch him dance and showboat and smile and, you know, disrespect. It's hidden within the disrespect. Right, here we go then. Round number 5. Deji doing good though. Deji, I tell you what, Deji is doing what he can. He's doing what he can. He's caught Floyd with a couple of shots. The problem you've got though is that you don't know, is that because Deji has got skill or is it because Floyd is just messing around? Like, if Floyd took this seriously and Deji caught him, then you could go, well, do you know what? Fair play, he did catch him. If he catches this version of Floyd's, what does that mean? I don't know. Right hand to the body there by Floyd. I'll tell you what, Deji is carrying himself with respect. I've got respect for Deji in this fight. He's gone in there. He knows he's out of his depth, but he's trying and he's working hard and he's giving it everything he's got. Jab there by Floyd. Couple of jabs coming in. Again, jab coming in by Floyd. He steps backwards. Couple of jabs again. Deji comes forward. Floyd goes against the ropes. Shoots off to the other side of the ring. Gets his hands up. Deji coming forwards. Floyd just putting out the jab again. A smile comes on his face. About 29 seconds left to go here as Floyd is coming forwards. Jab coming into the body there by Deji. Floyd, again, having a little look and trying to get a shot through. Deji getting his hands up. Oh, gets caught with a hook shot there, Deji. See, this is better. This is better. This is better by Floyd. He's taking it a bit more seriously now. It feels like this is going to go to a decision. And actually, I think if Deji can cut out the moments of disrespect, if Deji can cut out the moments that have been disrespectful, like, and find the things in there that he can actually take and use and learn from, there might be something in this fight for Deji. There might have been a purpose for this for him in the end. I mean, a bag of money, of course, but some skills that he can take away as well. So, yeah, maybe not everything will be lost here. Hopefully he can learn a couple of things. Why was Floyd so respectful in the press conference? I honestly don't know. If Deji actually tries, then Floyd will actually try. I think this is Deji trying though. This isn't Deji messing around. This is Deji being respectful. I mean, Deji is not going to be coming forward, is he? And just like letting the hands go. He's not going to do that against Floyd Mayweather. He's not going to leave openings and then get countered. So he's trying to fight as best as he can to the abilities he's got. We know this is a massive like discrepancy in skills. I just think like the way that Floyd's gone about it is just not the right way to go about it. I think like you've took on someone that's got limited boxing skills. I don't think that's disrespectful. Compared to Floyd's boxing skills, Deji's are limited. And you know that there's going to be that discrepancy. So, you know, why are you messing around? Is it just because you're determined to get 8 rounds in? Is that what it is? I mean, I suppose in a way I've got to say Floyd could have finished this early and he hasn't. I just hope that Deji can get something out of this at the end of the day. And unfortunately, it does make me think twice about buying another Floyd exhibition fight because you want to see those skills. You want to see the fast hands. You want to see the defense on display, you know? And as I said, hidden in there are those skills. Referee has come in and stopped it. Referee has stopped it. Floyd was pouring it on. He had Deji in the corner. He was throwing the hands. The referee had seen enough. And that was the end of it. That was it. So it doesn't go the distance. Didn't really expect it to go the distance. Floyd could have absolutely stopped that at any point that he wanted to. I don't know. I don't know what we saw. I think that Deji wasn't able to really show anything because if he took the fight to Floyd, he leaves himself open to getting countered. And he leaves himself open to getting slept. I think that he fought as best as he could to a game plan that he thought would be the right game plan. It's obviously going to be a very defensive game plan. And, you know, he did what he could. Floyd was not interested in being the person to take the fight to Deji. And when he did, when he had Deji in the corner, the referee had seen enough and called it, and that was that. So Mayweather wins. Mayweather wins. Mayweather beats Deji. It's not a knockout. The two of them embrace in the corner. Terrible cards. Yeah, it was. What did I just watch? That was bad. 51-0. It wasn't a professional fight. Lag, yeah, a little bit of lag. I'm disappointed. Floyd should have tried. Huge disrespect to Deji. Said please 200. Guyan said that was awful. TKO. Yeah, it's a stoppage. TKO. Is it the best YouTube boxing event ever? Joke. You said it would be entertaining. You said it would be fun. I feel really sorry for Andy Shepherd there, you know. I feel really sorry for him because he's got into the ring and he said, wow, wow, wow. You said this would be entertaining. You said this would be fun. And, you know, you massively delivered and all this kind of stuff. Mayweather says to Deji, I'm proud of you. Keep up the great work. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your brother, KSI. Wait, am I in some kind of... I don't know. I think this stream has broken me, you know. I think it's broken me. You were in there for 6 rounds with this man at the start of his boxing journey. Mayweather said, I want you and I want anyone to go after their dreams. I didn't get to where I got to overnight. Who won? Mayweather. Yeah, he did catch him. I'm glad that he landed a good shot. So Floyd does have a mark under his eye where Deji did catch him. The only problem with that is there was so much showboating that I don't know how much Deji can actually take pride-wise out of it. He still did it, though. You know, in all fairness to Deji, he still got in the ring. He still threw a shot, and for whatever reason, whether it was legit or whether it was showboating, it still landed, and it still resulted in Floyd having a bit of a shiner. Got to take your dubs, man. Wherever they come, you got to take your dubs. I got big respect for Deji after that. I got big respect for Deji. Deji, I believe, could go 3 rounds with Floyd fighting normally. He had the balls to step in the ring with money, says Ace. I believe I could go 3 rounds with Floyd's. What can you take from this? I love boxing, says Deji. I don't think he knows what he can take from this. Deji said, I want to thank everyone that came out. I think right, to be perfectly truthful, I think you can sit down with that fight and I think you'll be able to go through it and I think you will be able to pick out moments where Floyd was engaged. I think you'll be able to pick out moments. So, yeah, I think that Deji will be able to sit down and take things away from it. It's just the bigger story seems to be the showboating of Floyd's. The production of the whole thing was awful, as if they were pressing random buttons, said Niall. Tell us who won. It's on screen, dude. I mean, it is literally on screen. Mayweather wins. Ashley said audio is broken. What, on the stream? Shouldn't be. Deji still gets a fat paycheck. What happened? Showboating happened. Floyd Mayweather basically was showboating and just could have stopped it at any time that he wanted. He was hitting Deji quite a lot throughout the fight. And what are we seeing? Oh, that's Floyd. He was hitting him, but he seemed to be hitting him with about 5% of his actual power. Yeah, he dominated it. He dominated it. Will KSI reveal his opponent here for Misfits? I really don't know. I mean, they haven't interviewed KSI. But I think they mean the music on the pay-per-view. Oh, what? The music's rubbish. It's been a festival of fun. It's been a festival of fun and it's been a festival of chaos at times. Do you know what? That should be That should be the slogan of Global Titans, a festival of chaos. And that's it. I think the show is going to come to an end. Global Titans, remember the name. Run away from them with fear. KSI won't reveal anything. This is Deji's moment, so why would KSI want to jump into the spotlight? James said, this is as if Benny Hill did boxing, and to be honest, that might have been more fun. Michael said, Mayweather wasn't taking this seriously because the fight doesn't count towards his record. He's only in it for the money. He's getting paid 40, 50 million for this fight. Mr. Jacob said, this was one of the best and worst events in video boxing. If it's so bad, and the question of music were like, they got someone from Fiverr, says Rick. I want to see KSI, Jake Paul have a brawl. That's not happening. I mean, the show's finished now. Yeah, I'm looking for the positives. I'm looking for the positives. I think it's easy to focus on the negatives, and we've done tons of that, and I don't really want to end the stream that way because I think there's some things we can take from it. First of all, I really enjoyed having like the John Fury, Tommy Fury showdown with Jake Paul. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was good. That was entertaining. It was good as well to see some young upcoming fighters. We saw the likes of Herrera, for example. We saw the likes of that John Ingram. So we saw Herrera, we saw John Ingram. Both of those are young fighters that could go on to achieve a few things. It was fun to see Bobby Fish step into the ring and actually do some boxing. So that was interesting. In regards to the main event, there's definitely going to be some stuff in there that I think Deji will be able to sit down and take away from that fight. I mean, he's got 6 rounds of data, basically. 6 rounds of action to actually pick moments out of. It's just as a spectacle, at no point did it feel like a contest. At no point did it feel like Mayweather was in like trouble or anything. It just didn't. I don't know. It just didn't feel like a fight, really. It didn't feel like a fight. It just felt so... Mayweather just felt bored. He felt so... It seemed like he felt so bored. He was having to entertain himself during the fight with dancing and gesturing to the crowd and acting silly. And I think that's a shame, as we said so. But there is going to be some stuff that Deji can take from it because there were 6 rounds, in all fairness. We got 6 rounds of action there. So I say action, but, you know, there's a few things we can take from it. Deji still went through all of it. Didn't have any advantages massively like Logan. He went 6 rounds. So props to Deji. Even if he got stopped, said anime. Do you know that next Saturday is Survive Series, Sunday after his Full Gear? Is there a WWE stream tonight? There's no WWE tonight, no. It was a joke to Mayweather. It was basically like robbing the bank, said Magical. I can't believe people were even interested in the fight. I watched it for free, and I would never have paid for that. KSI must be disappointed. That's what happens when you want to still be a boxer, but not want to fight anyone that's not a threat, said Drobs. Yeah, to be honest, yeah. As soon as he'd done the push-ups, Floyd decided it was over. It was scripted, said Woods01. Just Nick said, Days will be sleeping forever. I am looking forward to getting asleep, I can tell you that much. Yeah, Floyd won. The show was, I mean, just stunning. It's just stunning with how incredible it was. But yeah, listen, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I really appreciate people joining us. I hope that you took something from it. I hope you got something from it. Even if it was just how preposterous, and I can't even say the word, preposterous it was at times. Hopefully you got some entertainment out of it. I think the Jake Paul stuff's pretty fun, so I'm definitely taking that away from it. So I thought that was pretty fun, and to be honest, I found an even deeper respect for Deji because it really feels like Deji took this serious, and of course he would. And he went in there, and I think he really tried, And I know like his skill set is very limited, but I think he gave a good account of himself. And I think that he was getting disrespected, but he just still went about his work, went about his business. And yeah, he got stopped, whatever. But hopefully he'll be able to sit down, look at the fight back, watch the fight back, and actually take some stuff from it. So yeah, very cool. Hopefully, as we said, it will be of benefit to him in the long run. So, and that's it, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for joining us. That is a just over 6-hour stream to go with our 8-hour stream that we did last night. And yeah, we've got some big streams coming up, obviously. I am going to go off and just sleep for a very long time now. But we are back tomorrow with Raw. Of course, coming up on the channel, we do have the World Cup. Very much looking forwards to that. We're going to be covering that in depth. So we do have that coming up. So yeah, if you are interested in the World Cup and watch-alongs, we're going to be doing that here. If you're interested in UFC, we're doing that. We're doing boxing. We're doing pro wrestling. We've got all of that stuff coming up. And so a big, big thank you to people that joined us for this weekend shows. And I will see you again tomorrow for WWE Raw. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.